Section 0 of Clarel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarel by Herman Melville. Author's Note and Dedication. Clarel was first published in 1876, New York, G. P. Putnam's Sons. No English edition was ever issued. The first edition contained the following author's note. Quote, "If during the period in which this work has remained unpublished, though not undivulged, any of its properties have by a natural process exhaled, it yet retains, I trust, enough of original life to redeem it at least from vapidity. Be that as it may, I here dismiss the book, content beforehand with whatever future awaits it." End quote. By a spontaneous act, not very long ago, my kinsman, the late Peter Gansevoort of Albany, New York, in a personal interview provided for the publication of this poem, known to him by report as existing in manuscript. Justly and affectionately the printed book is inscribed with his name. End of section 0. Section 1 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1. Jerusalem. 1. The Hostel. In chamber low and scored by time, masonry old, late washed with lime, much like a tomb new cut in stone, elbow on knee and brow sustained, all motionless on sidelong hand, a student sits and broods alone. A small deep casement sheds a ray, which tells that in the holy town it is the passing of the day, the vigil of Epiphany. Beside him in the narrow cell his luggage lies unpacked, thereon the dust lies, and on him as well, the dust of travel, but anon his face he lifts, in feature fine, yet pale and all but feminine, but for the eye and serious brow, then rises, paces to and fro, and pauses, saying, "Other cheer than that anticipated here, by me the learner, now I find. Theology, art thou so blind? What means this naturalistic knell in lieu of Silo's oracle, which here should murmur, snatched from grace, and waylaid in the holy place? Not thus it was but yesterday, old Jaffa on the clear blue sea, nor thus, my heart, it was with thee, landing amid the shouts and spray. Nor thus when mounted, full equipped, out through the vaulted gate we slipped, beyond the walls where gardens bright with bloom and blossom cheered the sight. The plain we crossed, in afternoon, how like our early autumn bland, so softly tempered for a boon, the breath of Sharon's prairie land. And was it, yes, her titled rose, that scarlet poppy oft at hand? Then Ramla gleamed, the sail-white town at even. There I watched day close from the fair tower, the suburb one. Seaward and dazing set the sun. Inland I turned me toward the wall of Ephraim, stretched in purple pall. Romance of mountains, but in end what change the near approach could lend. The start this morning, gun and lance, against the quarter moon's low tide, the thieves' huts where we hushed the ride, chill daybreak in the lorn advance, in stony strait the scorch of noon, thrown off by crags, reminding one of those hot Paynims whose fierce hands flung showers of Afric's fiery sands in face of that Crusader king, Louis, to wither so his wing. And, at the last, aloft for goal, like the ice bastions round the pole, thy blank, blank towers, Jerusalem. Again he droops, with brow on hand, but starting up, why, well I knew Salem to be no Samarcand. 'Twas scarce surprise, and yet first view brings this eclipse. Needs be my soul, purged by the desert's subtle air, from bookish vapors, now is heir to nature's influx of control. comes likewise now to consciousness of the true import of that press of inklings which in travel late through Latin lands did vex my state, and somehow seemed clandestine. Ah, these underformings in the mind, banked corals which ascend from far, but little heed men that they wind, unseen, unheard, till lo, the reef and breaker, wreck and grief. But here unlearning how to me opes the expanse of time's vast sea. Yes, I am young, but Asia old. The books not all have told. And, for the rest, the facile chat of overweenings. What was that the grave one said in Jaffa Lane, whom there I met, my countryman, but new returned from travel here? Some word of mine provoked the strain. His meaning now begins to clear. Let me go over it again. Our new world's worldly wit so shrewd lacks the Semitic reverent mood, unworldly, hardly may confer fitness for just interpreter of Palestine, forego the state of local minds inveterate, tied to one poor and casual form, to avoid the deep saves not from storm. Those things he said and added more, no clear authenticated lore I deemed, but need now confess my cultivated narrowness, though scarce indeed of sort he meant. 'Tis the uprooting of content, so he, the student, 'twas a mind, earnest by nature, long confined apart, like Vesta in a grove, collegiate, but let to rove at last abroad among mankind, and here an end confronted so by the true genius, friend or foe, an actual visage of a place before but dreamed of in the glow of fancy's spiritual grace. Further, his mediation's aim, reverting to his different frame bygone, and then, can faith remove her light because of no late plea I've lifted to her source above? Dropping thereat upon the knee, his lips he parted, but the word against the utterance demurred and failed him. With infirm intent he sought the housetop, set of sun, his feet upon the yet warm stone, he, Clarel, by the coping leant, in silent gaze, the mountain town, a walled and battlemented one, with houseless suburbs front and rear, and flanks built up from steeps severe. Saddles and turrets the ascent, tower which rides the elephant, hence large the view. There where he stood was Acra's upper neighborhood. The circling hills he saw, with one excelling, ample in its crown, making the uplifted city low by contrast, Olivet. The flow of eventide was at full brim, overlooked the houses sloped from him, terraced or domed, unchimneyed, grey, all stone, a moor of roofs, no play of life, no smoke went up, no sound, except low hum, and that half drowned. The inn abutted on the pool, named Hezekiah's, a sunken court, where silence and seclusion rule, hemmed round by walls of nature's sort, base to stone structures seeming one, e'en with the steeps they stand upon. As a three-decker's stern lights peer down on the oily wake below, upon the sleek dark waters here the inn's small lattices bestow a rearward glance, and here and there in flaws the languid evening air stirs the dull weeds adust, which trail in festoons from the crag, and veil the ancient fissures, overtopped by the tall convent of the Copt, built like a lighthouse o'er the main. Blind arches showed in walls of wane, sealed windows, portals masoned fast, and terraces where nothing passed, by parapets all dumb, no tarn among the Catskills. High above, farmhouse and stack, last lichened barn, and log bridge rotting in remove. More lonesome looks than this dead pool, in town where living creatures rule. Not here the spell might he undo. The strangeness haunted him and grew. But twilight closes, he descends, and toward the inner court he wends. End of section 1. Section 2 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Abdon. A lamp in archway hangs from quay, a lamp whose sidelong rays are shed on a slim vial set in bed of doorpost all of masonry. That vial hath the Gentile vexed, within it holds Talmudic text, or charm, and there the black Jew sits, Abdon the host. The lamplight flits o'er reverend beard of saffron hue, sweeping his robe of Indian blue. Disturbed and troubled in a state, longing for solacement of mate, Clarel and court there nearer drew, as yet unnoted, for the host in meditation seemed engrossed, perchance upon some line late scanned in leathern scroll that drooped from hand. Ere long, without surprise expressed, the lone man marked his lonelier guest, and welcomed him. Discourse was bred. In end a turn it took, and led to grave recital. Here was one, if question of his word be none, descended from those dubious men, the unreturning tribes, the 10 whom shout and halloo wide have sought, lost children in the wood of time. Yes, he, the black Jew, stinting not, averred that ancient India's clime harbored the remnant of the tribes, a people settled with their scribes in fair Cochin. There he was born and nurtured, and there yet his kin, never from true allegiance torn, kept Moses' law. Cochin, Cochin, mused Clarel, I have heard indeed of those black Jews, their ancient creed and hoar tradition. Esdras saith, the 10 tribes built in Arsareth, eastward, still eastward. That may be. But look, the scroll of goatskin, see wherein he reads, a wizard book. It is the Indian Pentateuch, whereof they tell, whate'er the plea, and scholars various notions hold, touching these missing clans of old. This seems a deeper mystery, how Judah, Benjamin, live on, unmixed into time's swamping sea, so far can urge their Amazon. He pondered. But again the host, narrating part his lifetime tossed, told how long since, with trade in view, he sailed from India with a Jew and merchant of the Portuguese for Lisbon. More he roved the seas and marts, till in the last event he pitched in Amsterdam his tent. There had I lived my life, he said, among my kind, for good they were, but loss came, loss, and I was led to long for Judah, only her. But see, he rose and took the light, and led within. There ye espy what prospects left to such as I. Yonder, a dark slab stood upright against the wall, a rude gravestone sculptured, with Hebrew ciphers strown. Under Moriah it shall lie, no distant date, for very soon, ere yet a little, and I die. From Ind to Zion have I come, but less to live than end at home. One other last remove, he sighed, and meditated on the stone, lamp held aloft, that magnified the hush throughout the dim unknown of night. Night in a land how dead! Through Clarel's heart the old man's strain dusky meandered, in a vein one with the reverie it bred, his eyes still dwelling on the Jew in added dream, so strange his shade of swartness like a born Hindu, and wizened visage which betrayed the Hebrew caste, and subtle yet in ebon frame an amulet, which on his robe the patriarch wore, and scroll and vial in the door. These too contributed in kind. They parted. Clarel sought his cell or tomb-like chamber, and, with mind to break or intermit the spell, at least perplex it and impede, lighted the lamp of olive oil, and, brushing from a trunk the soil, 'twas one late purchased at his need, opened, and strove to busy him with small adjustments, bootless cheer, while wavering now in chanceful skim, his eyes fell on the word Judea, in paper lining of the tray, for all was trimmed in cheaper way with printed matter. Curious then to know this faded denizen, he read, and found a piece complete, briefly comprised in one poor sheet. The world accosts. Last one out of Holy Land, what gift bring'st thou? Sycham grapes, Tabor, which the Eden drapes, yieldeth garlands. I demand something cheery at thy hand. Come, if Solomon's song thou singest, haply Sharon's rose thou bringest. The palmer replies, Nay, naught thou nam'st thy servant brings, only Judea my feet did roam, and mainly there the pilgrim clings about the precincts of Christ's tomb. These palms I bring, from dust not free, since dust and ashes both were trod by me. Or true thy gift, thought Clarel, well, scarce might the world accept, 'twould seem. But shall I my feet impel through road like thine and not redeem? Rather through breaks, lone breaks I wind, as I advance they close behind. Thought's burden, on the couch he throws himself and it, rises and goes to peer from casement. 'Twas moonlight, with stars, the olive hill in sight, distinct yet dreamy in repose, as of Katahdin in hot noon, lonely with all his pines in swoon. The nature and evangel clashed, rather a double mystery flashed. Olivet, Olivet do I see, the ideal upland trod by thee? Up or reclined, he felt the soul afflicted by that noiseless calm, till sleep, the good nurse, deftly stole the bed beside, and for a charm took the pale hand within her own, nor left him till the night was gone. End of section 2. Section 3 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sepulchre. In Crete they claimed the tomb of Jove, in Glen over which his eagles soar. But through a peopled town ye rove, to Christ's low urn, where, nigh the door, settles the dove. So much the more the contrast stamps the human God who dwelt among us, made abode with us, and was of woman born, partook our bread, and thought no scorn to share the humblest, homeliest hearth, shared all of man except the sin and mirth. Such, among thronging thoughts, may stir the pilgrim pressing through the lane that dusty wins the reverend fane, seat of the holy sepulchre, and naturally named therefrom. What altars old in cluster rare, and grotto shrines ingird the tomb, caves and a crag, and more is there, and halls monastic join their gloom. To some incomprehensive bounds the passion's drama with its grounds, immense the temple winds and strays, finding each storied precinct out, absorbs the sights all round about, omnivorous, and a world of maze. And yet time was when all here stood separate, and from rood to rood, chapel to shrine, or tent to tent, unsheltered still the pilgrim went, where now enroofed the whole coheres, where now through influence of years and spells by many a legend lent, a sort of nature reappears, sombre or sad, and much in tone perhaps with that which here was known of yore, when from this Salem height the sylvan in primeval plight down came to Chavez Dale, with wine and bread, after the 4 kings' check, the druid priest Melchizedek, Abram to bless with rites divine. What rustlings here from shadowy spaces, deep vistas where the votary paces, will, strangely intermitting, creep like steps in Indian forest deep. How bird-like steals the singer's note down from some rail or arch remote, while, glimmering where kneelers be, small lamps, dispersed with glowworm light, mellow the vast nave's azure night, and make a haze of mystery. The blur is spread of 1,000 years, and Calvary's seen as through one's tears. In cloistral walks the dome detains hermits, which during public days seclude them where the shadow stays, but issue when charmed midnight reigns, unshod, with tapers lit, and roam, according as their hearts appoint, the purlieus of the central tomb, in round of altars, and anoint with fragrant oils each marble shelf, or, all alone, strange solace find, and oratory to their mind, lone locked within the tomb itself. Cells note ye, as in bower a nest, where some sedate rich devotee of grave guest monk from oversea takes up through Lent his votive rest, adoring from his saintly perch Golgotha and the guarded urn, and mysteries everywhere expressed, until his soul, in rapt sojourn, add one more chapel to the church. The friars in turn which tend the fane, dress it and keep, a home make there, nor pass for weeks the gate. Again, each morning they ascend the stair of Calvary, with cloth and broom, for dust thereon will settle down, and gather, too, upon the tomb and places of the Passion's moan. Tradition, not device and fraud, here rules, tradition old and broad, transfixed in sights the dramas shown, each given spot assigned. 'Tis here they scourged him, soldiers yonder nailed the victim to the tree, in jeer there stood the Jews, there Mary paled, the vesture was divided here. A miracle play of haunted stone, a miracle play, a phantom one, with power to give pause or subdue, so that whatever comment be, serious if to faith unknown. Not possible seems levity, or aught that may approach thereto. And, sooth, to think what numbers here, age after age, have worn the stones in suppliance or judgment fear, what mourners, men and women's moans, ancestors of ourselves indeed, what souls whose penance of remorse, made poignant by the elder creed, found honest language in the force of chains entwined that ate the bone. How here a Becket's slayers clung, taking the contrite anguish on, and, in release from fast and thong, buried upon Moriah sleep, with more, much more, such ties so deep, endear the spot, or false or true as an historic site. The wrong of carpings never may undo the nerves that clasp about the plea, tingling with kinship through and through, faith childlike and the tried humanity. But little here moves hearts of some, rather repugnance grave, or scorn or cynicism, to mark the dome beset in court or yard forlorn by peddlers versed in wonted tricks, vendors of charm or crucifix, or, on saint days, to hark the din as during market day at inn, and polyglot of Asian tongues and island ones, in interchange buzzed out by crowds in costumes strange of nations diverse. Are these throngs merchants? Is this Cairo's bazaar and concourse? Nay, thy strictures bar. It is but simple nature, see, none mean irreverence, though free, unvexed by Europe's grieving doubt, which asks, and can the Father be? Those children of the climes devout, on festival in fane installed, happily ignorant, make glee like orphans in the playground walled. Others the duskiness may find imbued with more than nature's gloom. These, loitering hard by the tomb, alone, and when the days declined, so that the shadow from the stone whereon the angel sat is thrown to distance more, and sigh or sound echoes from place of Mary's moan, or cavern where the cross was found, or mouse stir steals upon the ear from where the soldier reached the spear. Shrink, much like Ludovico erst, within the haunted chamber, thou, less sensitive, yet haply versed in everything above, below, in all but thy deep human heart. Thyself perchance mayst nervous start at thine own fancy's final range, who here wouldst mock, with mystic smart the subtle eld can slight avenge. But jibe on, until there crawl about thee in the scorner's seat reactions, and pride's Smyrna shawl plague-strike the wearer. Ah, retreat! But how of some which still deplore, yet share the doubt? Here evermore 'tis good for such to turn afar from the skull's place, even Golgotha, and view the cedarn dome and sun pierced like the marble Pantheon. No blurring pane, but open sky. In there day peeps, there stars go by, and, in still hours which these illume, heaven's dews drop tears upon the tomb. Nor lack their dreams romance can thrill. In hush when tides and towns are still, Godfrey and Baldwin from their graves, made meetly near the rescued stone, rise, and in arms, with beaming glaives they watch and ward the urn they won. So fancy deals, a light achiever. Imagination, earnest ever, recalls the Friday far away, relives the crucifixion day. The Passion and its sequel proves, sharing the three pale Marys' frame. Through the eclipse with these she moves, back to the house from which they came, to Golgotha. O empty room, O leaden heaviness of doom! O cowering hearts, which sore beset, deem vain the promise now, and yet invoke him who returns no call, and fears for more that may befall. O terror linked with love which cried, Art gone? Is't o'er? And crucified? Who might foretell from such dismay of blank recoilings all the blessed lilies and anthems which attest the floral Easter holiday? End of section 3. Section 4 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of the Crusaders. When sighting first the towers afar, which girt the object of the war and votive march, the Saviour's tomb, what made the Red Cross knights so shy? And wherefore did they doff the plume and baldric, kneel in dust, and sigh? Hardly it serves to quote Voltaire, and say they were freebooters, hence, incapable of awe or sense, pathetic. No, for man is heir to complex moods, and in that age belief devout and bandit rage frequent were joined, and e'en today at shrines on the Calabrian steep, not insincere while feeling sway, the brigand halts to adore, to weep. Grant then the worst. Is all romance which claims that the Crusader's glance was blurred by tears? But if that round of disillusions which accrue in this our day imply a ground for more concern than Tancred knew, thinking, yet not as in despair, of Christ who suffered for him there upon the crag, then own it true. Cause graver much than his is ours, at least, to check the hilarious heart before these memorable towers. But wherefore this? Such theme why start? Because if here in many a place the rhyme, much like the knight indeed, abjure brave ornament, 'twill plead just reason, and appeal for grace. End of section 4. Section 5 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Clarel. Upon the morrow's early morn, Clarel is up and seeks the urn, advancing towards the fane's old arch of entrance, curved in sculptured stone, dim and defaced. He saw thereon, from rural Bethany, the march of Christ into another gate, the golden and triumphal one. Upon palm morn, for porch to shrine on such a site, how fortunate that adaptation of design! Well might it please. He entered then. Strangers were there, of each degree, from Asian shores, with island men, mild guests of the Epiphany. As when to win the paschal joy and Nisan's festal month renew, the Nazarenes to temple drew, even Joseph, Mary, and the boy, whose hand the mothers held. So here, to later rites and altars dear, domestic in devotion's flame, husbands with wives and children came. But he, the student, under dome pauses, he stands before the tomb. Through open door he sees the wicks alight within, where 6 and 6 for Christ's apostles, night and day, lamps, olden lamps do burn. In smoke befogged they shed no vivid ray, but heat the cell and seem to choke. He marked, and reverie took flight. These burn not like those aspects bright of starry watchers when they kept vigil at napkined feet and head of him their Lord. Nay, is he fled? Or tranced lies, tranced nor unbewept with Dorian gods? Or, fresh and clear, a charm diffused throughout the sphere, streams in the ray through yonder dome? Not hearsed he is, but hath ghost home dispersed in soil, in sea, in air. False pantheism, false though fair. So he, and slack and aimless went, nor might untwine the ravelment of doubts perplexed. For easement there, halting awhile in pillared shade, a friar he marked, in robe of blue, and round Greek cap of sable hue. Poor men he led, much haste he made, nor sequence kept, but dragged them so hither and thither, to and fro, to random places. Might it be that Clarel, who recoil did hear, shared but that shock of novelty which makes some Protestants unglad first viewing the mysterious cheer in Peter's fane? Beheld he had, in Rome beneath the Lateran wall, the Scala Santa, watched the knees of those ascending devotees, who, absolution so to reap, breathe a low prayer at every step. Nay, 'twas no novelty at all, nor was it that his nature shrunk but for the curtness of the monk. Another influence made swerve, and touched him in profounder nerve. He turned, and passing on enthralled, won a still chapel, and one spake the name. Brief scripture here recalled, the context less obscure may make. 'Tis writ that in a garden's bound our Lord was earned. On that green ground he reappeared, by Mary claimed. The place, or place alleged, is shown, arbors congealed to vaults of stone, the apparition's chapel named. This was the spot where now, in frame hard to depict, the student came, the spot where in the dawning grey his pallor with night's tears bedewed, restored the second Adam stood, not as in Eden stood the first, all ruddy, yet in leaves immersed and twilight of imperfect day, Christ seemed the gardener unto her misjudging, who in womanhood had sought him late in sepulchre embowered, nor found. Here, votive here by the shrine that Clarel won, a wreath shed odors, scarce that cheer warmed some poor Greek's recumbent throne, sore from late journeying far and near to hallowed haunts without the town. So wearied that no more they kneeled, but overnight here laid them down, matrons and children yet unhealed of ache, and each face was a book of disappointment. Why weep'st thou? Whom seek'st? Words which, chanceful now, recalled by Clarel, he applied to these before him, and he took, in way but little modified, part to himself, then stood in dream of all which yet might hap to them. He saw them spent, provided ill, pale, huddled in the pilgrim fleet, back voyaging now to homes afar. Midnight and rising tempests beat, such as St. Paul knew, furious war, to meet which slender is the skill. The lamp that burnt upon the prow in wonted shrine extinct is now, drowned out with heaven's last feeble star. Panic ensues, their course is turned, toward Tyre they drive, Tyre undiscerned. a coast of wrecks which warping bleach on wrecks of piers where eagles screech. How hopeful from their isles serene they sailed, and on such tender quest, then, after toils that came between, they re-embarked, and, though distressed, grieved not, for Zion had been seen, each wearing next the heart for charm some priestly scrip in leaf of palm. But these, these in dawn's pale rain, asleep upon beach Tyrian. Or is it sleep? No, rest, that rest which naught shall ruffle or molest. In gliding turns of dreams which mate, he saw from forth Damascus gate tall Islam in her mahmal go, elected camel, king of all, in mystic housings draped in flow, silk-fringed with many a silver ball, worked ciphers in the Koran's car and sultan's cloth. He hears the jar of Janissaries armed, a throng which drum barbaric, shout and gong invest, and camels, robe and shawl, of riders which they bear along, each sheik a pagod in his tower, cross-legged and dusky, there withal the affluence of the opal hour, curvetting troops of Moslem peers, and flash of scimitars and spears in groves of grass-green pennons fair, like Phrygians' palms in fanning air, wherefrom the crescent silvery soars. Then crowds pell-mell, a concourse wild, convergings from Levantine shores, on foot, on donkeys, litters rare, whole families, twin panniers piled, rich men and beggars, all beguiled to cheerful trust in Allah's care. Allah, toward whose prophets urn and holy city fond they turn, as forth in pilgrimage they fare. But long the way, and when they note, ere yet they pass wide suburbs green, some camp in field nor far remote, inviting, pastoral in scene, some child shall leap and trill in glee, Mecca, 'tis Mecca, mother, see! Then first she thinks upon the waste, whither the Simum maketh haste, where baskets of the white-ribbed dead sift the fine sand, while dim ahead, in long, long line, their way to tell, the bones of camels bleaching dwell, with skeletons but part interred, relics of men which friendless fell, whose own hands in last office scooped over their limbs the sand, but drooped. Worse than the desert of the word, El Tih, the great, the terrible. Ere town and tomb shall greet the eye, many shall fall, nor few shall die, which, punctual at set of sun, spread the worn prayer cloth on the sand, turning them toward the Mecca stone, their shadows ominously thrown oblique against the mummy land. These pass, they fade. What next comes near? The tawny peasants, human wave, which rolls over India year by year. India, the spawning place and grave. The turbaned billow floods the plains, rolling toward Brahma's rarer fanes, his Compostelle or brown Lorette, where sin absolved may grief forget. But numbers, plague-struck, faint and sore, drop livid on the flowery shore, arrested with the locust's sleep, or pass to muster where no man may peep. That vision waned, and, far afloat, from eras gone he caught the sound of hordes from China's furthest moat, crossing the Himalayan mound, to kneel at shrine or relic so of Buddha, the Mongolian foe, or Indian savior. What profound impulsion makes these tribes to range, stable in time's incessant change? Now first he marks, now awed he heeds the inter-sympathy of creeds, alien or hostile though they seem, exalted thought or groveling dream. The worn Greek matrons mark him there. Ah, young, our lassitude dost share? Home do thy pilgrim reveries stray? Art thou, too, weary of the way? Yes, sympathies of Eve awake, yet do but err, for how might break upon those simple natures true the complex passion? Might they view the apprehension tempest-tossed, the spirit in gulf of dizzying fable lost? End of section 5. Section 6 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tribes and Sects. He turned to go. He turned, but stood, in many notes of varying keys. From shrines like coves in Jordan's wood, hark to the rival liturgies, which, rolling underneath the dome, resound about the patient tomb and penetrate the aisles. The rite of Georgian and Maronite, Armenian and fervid Greek, the Latin organ, and wild clash of cymbals smitten cheek to cheek, which the dark Abyssinian sways. These like to tides together dash, and question of their purport raise. If little of the words he knew, might Clarel's fancy forge a clue? A malediction seemed each strain, himself the mark. O heart profane, O pilgrim infidel, begone, nor hear the sights of faith pollute. Thou who misgivest we enthrone a god untrue, in myth absurd as monstrous figments blabbed of Jove, or, worse, rank lies of Islam's heard. We know thee, thou there standing mute. Out, out, begone. Try nature's reign, who deem'st the supernature vain. To Lot's wave by black Kedron rove, on, by Mount Seir, through Edom move. There crouch thee with the jackal down, crave solace of the scorpion. 'Twas fancy, troubled fancy, weaved those imputations half believed. The porch he neared, the chorus swelled, he went forth like a thing expelled. Yet, going, he could but recall the wrangles here which oft befall, contentions for each holy place, and jealousies how far from grace. O bickering family bereft, was feud the heritage he left? End of section 6. Section 7 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Beyond the walls. In street at hand a silence reigns, which nature's hush of loneness feigns. Few casements, few, and latticed deep, high raised above the head below, that none might listen, pry, or peep, or any hint or inkling know of that strange innocence or sin which locked itself so close within. The doors, recessed in massy walls, and far apart, as dingy were as Bastille gates, no shape astir, except at whiles a shadow falls athwart the way, and key in hand, noiseless applies it, enters so and vanishes. By dry airs fanned, the languid hyssop waveth slow, dusty, on stones by ruin rent. 'Twould seem indeed the accomplishment whereof the greater prophet tells, in truth's forecasting canticles, where voice of bridegroom, groom, and bride is hushed. Each silent wall and lane, the city's towers in barren pride, which still a stifling air detain, so irked him, with his burden fraught, timely the Jaffa gate he sought. Thence issued, and at venture went, along a vague and houseless road, save narrow houses where abode the Turk in man's last tenement inearthed. But them he heeded not, such trance his reveries begot. Christ lived a Jew, and in Judea may linger any breath of him? If nay, yet surely it is here one best may learn if all be dim. Sudden it came in random play, here to Emmaus is the way, and Luke's narration straight recurred, how the two falterers' hearts were stirred, meeting the arisen, then unknown, and listening to his lucid word, as here in place they travelled on. That scene in Clarel's temper bred a novel sympathy, which said, I too, could I but meet some stranger of a lore replete, who, marking how my looks betray the dumb thoughts clogging here my feet, would question me, expound and prove, and make my heart to burn with love, Emmaus were no dream today. He lifts his eyes, and, outlined there, saw, as in answer to the prayer, a man who silent came and slow, just over the intervening brow of nigh a slope, nearer he drew, revealed against clear skies of blue, and, in that Syrian air of charm, he seemed, illusion such was given, emerging from the level heaven, and vested with its liquid calm, scarce aged like time's wrinkled suns, but touched by chastenings of eld, which halloweth life's simpler ones. In wasted strength he seemed upheld, and visibly by faith serene, Paul's evidence of things not seen. No staff he carried, but one hand a solitary book retained. Meeting the students, his mild eyes fair greeting gave, in faint surprise, but, noting that untranquil face, concern and anxiousness found place beyond the occasion and surmise. Young friend in Christ, what thoughts molest, that here ye droop so? Wanderest, without a guide where guide should be? Receive one, friend, the book, take ye. From man to book in startled way the youth his eyes bent. Book how grey and weather-stained in woeful plight, much like that scroll left bare to blight, which poet pale, when hope was low, bade one who into Libya went, fling to the wasteful element, yes, leave it there, let wither so. Ere Clarel ventured on reply, anew the stranger proffered it, and in such mode he might espy it was the page of Holy Writ. Then unto him drew Clarel nigher, Thou art? The sinner Nehemiah. End of section 7. Section 8 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Votary. Sinner, so spake the saint, a man long tarrying in Jewry's court. With him the faith so well could sort, his home he'd left, nor turned again, his home by Narragansett's marge, giving those years on death-witch verge, fondly to that enthusiast part, oft coming of a stricken heart unselfish, which finds solace so, though none in sooth might hope to know, and few surmise his forepast bane, such needs have been, since seldom yet lone liver was, or wanderer met, except he closeted some pain or memory thereof, but thence, maybe, was given him deeper sense of all that travail life can lend, which man may scarce articulate better than herds which share. What end? How hope? Turn whither? Where was gate for expectation save the one of Beryl, pointed by St. John? That gate would open, yea, and Christ thence issue, come unto his own, and earth be re-imparadised. Passages, presages he knew, Zion restore, convert the Jew, reseat him here, the waste bedew, then Christ returneth, so it ran. No founded mission chartered him, single in person as in plan. Absorbed he ranged, in method dim, a flitting tract dispensing man. Tracts in each text scribe ever proved, in east which he of Tarsus roved. Though well such heart might sainthood claim, unjust alloy to reverence came. In Smyrna's mart, sojourning there, waiting a ship for Joppa's stair, pestered he passed through Gentile throngs, teased by an eddying urchin host, his tracts all fluttering, like tongues, the fireflakes of the Pentecost. Deep red he was in seers devout, the which forecast Christ's second prime, and on his slate would cipher out the mystic days and dates sublime, and, time and times and half a time, expound he could, and more reveal, yet frequent would he feebly steal close to one side, asking, in way of weary age, the hour of day. But how he lived, and what his fare, ravens and angels, few beside, dreamed or divined, his garments spare, true marvel seemed, nor unallied to clothes worn by that wandering band, which ranged and ranged the desert sand with Moses, and for 40 years, which 20 times reclad the spheres in green, and plumed the birds anew. One vesture wore, from home he brought the garb which still met sun and dew, ashen in shade, by rustics wrought, Latin, Armenian, Greek, and Jew, full well the harmless vagrant kenned. The small meek face, the habit grey, in him they owned our human clay. The Turk went further, let him wend, him Allah cares for, Holy One, a Santon held him, and was none bigot enough scorn's shaft to send. For, say what cynic will or can, man sinless is revered by man, through all the forms which creeds may lend. And so, secure nor pointed at, among brave turbans freely roamed the hat. End of section 8. Section 9 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Saint and Student. Nay, take it, friend in Christ, and held the book in proffer new, the while his absent eyes of dreamy eld some floating vision did beguile, of heaven perchance the wafted hem, as if in place of earthly white a haze of spirits met his sight, and Clarel were but one of them. Consult it, heart, wayfarer you, and this a friendly guide, the best. No ground there is that faith would view, but here 'tis rendered with the rest. The way to fields of Beulah dear, and New Jerusalem is here. I know that guide, said Clarel, yes, and mused a while in bitterness, then turned and studied him again, doubting and marveling. A strain of trouble seemed the elder brow. A pilgrim art thou? Pilgrim thou? Words simple, which in Clarel bred more than the simple saint divined, and, thinking of vocation fled, himself he asked, or do I rave? Or have I left now far behind the student of the sacred lore? Direct he then this answer gave, I am a traveller, no more. Come then with me, in peace we'll go. These ways of Salem well I know. Me let be guide, whose guide is this, and held the book in witness so, as 'twere a guide that could not miss. Heart, come with me. All times I roam, yea, everywhere my work I ply, in Salem's lanes, or down in gloom of narrow glens which outer lie. Ever I find some passer-by. But thee I'm sent to, share and rove, with me divide the scrip of love. Despite the old man's shattered ray, won by his mystic saintly way, revering too his primal faith, and grateful for the human claim, and deeming he must know each path, and help him so in languid frame, the student gave assent, and caught dim solacement to previous thought. End of section 9. Section 10 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rambles. Days fleet. They rove the storied ground. tread many a site that rues the ban, where serial wrecks on wrecks confound era and monument and man, or rather, in stratifying way, bed and impact and overlay. The Hospitallers' cloisters shamed crumble in ruin unreclaimed on shivered Fatmite palaces, reared upon crash of Herod's sway, in turn built on the Maccabees, and on King David's glory they, and David on antiquities of Jebusites and Ornan's floor, and hunters' camps of ages long before. So Glenroy's tiers of beaches be, abandoned margins of the glacial sea. Amid that waste from joy debarred, how few the islets fresh and green, yet on Moriah, tree and sward in Allah's courts park-like were seen from roof near-by, below, fierce ward being kept by Mauritanian guard of bigot blacks. But of the reign of Christ did no memento live, save soil and ruin? Negative seem yielded in that crumbling fane. Erst gem to Baldwin's sacred fief, the chapel of our Dame of Grief. But hard by Ophel's winding base, well watered by the runnel led, a spot they found, not lacking grace, named Garden of King Solomon, though now a cauliflower bed, to serve the kitchens of the town. One day as here they came from far, the saint repeated with low breath, Adonijah, Adonijah, the stumbling stone of Zoheleth. He wanders, Clarel thought, but no, for text and chapter did he show, narrating how the prince in glade this very one the banquet made, the plotter's banquet, long ago, even by the stone named Zoheleth, but startled by the trump that blew, proclaiming Solomon, pale grew with all his guests. From lower Glen they slanted up the steep, and there attained a higher terraced den, or small and silent field, quite bare. The mentor breathed, "Come early here, a sign thou'lt see." Clarel drew near. "What sign?" he asked, whereto with sighs, "Abashed by morning's holy eyes, this field will crimson, and for shame." Struck by his fantasy and frame, Clarel regarded him for time, then noted that dull reddish soil, and caught sight of a thing of grime, whose aspect made him to recoil. A rotting charnel house forlorn, midway unearthed, caved in and torn, and Clarel knew one scarce might err. The field of blood, the bad Aceldama. By Olivet in waning day the saint in fond illusion went, dream mixed with legend and event, and as with reminiscence fraught, narrated in his rambling way how here at eve was Christ's resort, the last low sheep bell tinkling lone, Christ and the dear disciple, John. Oft by the golden gate that looks on Shave down, and far across toward Bethany's secluded nooks, that gate which sculptures rare emboss in arches twin, the same where rode Christ entering with secret load, same gate, or on or near the site, when palms were spread to left and right before him, and with sweet acclaim were waved by damsels under sway of trees wherefrom those branches came. Over and under palms he went unto that crown how different. The port walled up by Moslem hands, in dread of that predicted day, when pealing hymns, armed Christian bands, so Islam seers despondent vouch, shall storm it, wreathed in Mary's May. By that sealed gate, in languor's slouch, how listless in the golden day. Clarel the mentor frequent heard the time for Christ's return allot, a dream, and like a dream it blurred the sense, faded, and was forgot. moved by some mystic impulse, far from motive known or regular. The saint would thus his lore unfold, though inconclusive, yes, half told the theme he'd leave, then nod, droop, doze, start up and prattle, sigh, and close. End of section 10. Section 11 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lower Gihon. Well for the student might it last, this dreamful frame which Lethe bred. Events obtruded, and it passed. For on a time the twain were led from Gihon's upper pool and glade down to the deeper gulf. They strayed along by many silent cells cut in the rock, void citadels of death. In porch of one was seen a mat of tender turf, faint green, and quiet standing on that sward a stranger whom they overheard, low murmuring, equivocal, "Woost thou the weary to thee? Tell, thou tomb, so winsome in thy grace, to me no reassuring place." He saw them not, and they, to shun disturbing him, passed, and anon met 3 demoniacs, sad 3, ranging those wasteful limits o'er, as in old time. That look they wore, which in the moody man bids flee. 'Tis, "What have I to do with thee?" 2 shunned approach, but one did sit, lost in some reminiscence sore of private wrong outrageous. He, as at the larger orb of it, looming through mists of mind, would bound, or cease to pour upon the ground as late, and so be inly riven by arrows of indignant pain. Convulsed in face, he glared at heaven, then lapsed in sullenness again. Dire thoughts the pilgrim's mind beset, and did Christ come, in such a scene, encounter the poor Gadarene long centuries ago? And yet, behold, but here came in review, though of their nearness unaware, the stranger, downward wending there, who, marking Clarel, instant knew, at least so might his start declare, a brother that he well might own in tie of spirit. Young he was, with crescent forehead, but alas, of frame misshaped. Word spake he none, but vaguely hovered, as may one not first who would accost, but deep under reserve the wish may keep. Ere Clarel, here embarrassed grown, made recognition, the unknown compressed his lips, turned, and was gone. Mutely for moment face met face, but more perchance between the two was interchanged than e'en may pass in many a worded interview. The student in his heart confessed a novel sympathy impressed, and late remissness to retrieve fain the encounter would renew. And yet, if oft one's resolution be overruled by constitution, herein his heart he might deceive. Ere long, retracing higher road, Clarel with Nehemiah stood by David's tower, without the wall, where black the embattled shadows fall at morn over Hinnom. Groups were there, come out to take the evening air, watching a young Lord Turk in pride, with fez and sash as red as coral, and on a steed whose well-groomed hide was all one burnished burning sorrel, scale the lit slope, then veering wide, rush down into the gloomful gorge, the steel hoof showering sparks as from a forge. Even Nehemiah, in senile tone of dreamy interest, was one that shooting star to gaze upon. But rallying, he bent his glance toward the opposing eminence, and turning, "Seest thou not," he said, "as sinks the sun beyond this glen of Moloch, how clouds intervene and hood the brightness that was shed. But yet few hours, and he will rise in better place, and beauty get. Yea, friend in Christ, in morning skies return he will over Olivet, and we shall greet him. Say ye so? Betimes then will we up and go. Farewell. At early dawn await Christ's bondman old at Stephen's gate. End of section 11. Section 12 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Celio. But ere they meet in place assigned, it needs, to make the sequel clear, a crossing thread be first entwined. Within the Terra Santa's wall, a prefix dropped, the Latins here, so the Franciscan convent call, commended to the warden's care, the mitred father warden there, by missives from a cardinal. It chanced an unaccompanied youth, by birth a Roman, shelter found. In casual contact, daily round, mixed interest the stranger won. Each friar, the humblest, could but own his punctual courtesy, in sooth, though this still guarded a reserve, which, not offending, part estranged. Sights, and places all he ranged, unwearied, but would ever swerve from escort such as here finds place, or cord-girt guide, or chamberlain, marshal in oriental town, by gilt-globed staff or office known, sword by his side, in golden lace, tall herald making clear the van. But what most irked each tonsured man, distrust begat, concern of heart, was this: though the young man took part in chapel service, 'twas as guest who but conformed. He showed no zest of faith within, faith personal. Ere long the warden, kindly all, said inly with himself, "Poor boy, enough hast thou of life annoy. Let be reproach, tied up in knot of body by the fleshly withes, needs must it be the spirit writhes and takes a warp. But Christ will blot some records in the end, and own, so far as in by out is shown. Not idle was the monk's conceit. Fair head was set on crook and lump, Absalom's locks but Aesop's hump. Deep in the grave eyes last retreat, one read through guarding faint of pride, quick sense of all the ills that gride in one contorted so. But here, more to disclose in bearing chief, more than to monks might well appear, there needs some running mention brief. Fain had his brethren have him grace some civic honorable place, and interest was theirs to win ample preferment. He as kin was loved, if but ill understood. At heart they had his worldly good, but he postponed, and went his way unpledged, unhampered, so that still, leading a studious life at will, and prompted by an earnest mind, scarce might he shun the fevered sway of focused question in our day. Overmuch he shared, but in that kind which marks the Italian turn of thought, when, counting Rome's tradition not, the mind is coy to own the rule of sect replacing sect or school. At sea, in brig which swings no boat, to founder is to sink. On day when from St. Peter's balcony the raised pontific fingers bless the city and the world, the stress he knew of fate. Blessest thou me, one wave here on this heaving sea of heads? How may a blessing be? Luckless, from action's thrill removed, and all that yields our nature room, in courts a jest, and, harder doom, never the hunchback may be loved, never. For Beatrice, Bice, oh, diminutive once sweet, made now all otherwise. Didst thou but fool? arch practice in precocious school? Nay, rather 'twas ere thou didst bud into thy riper womanhood. Since love, arms, courts abjure, why then remaineth to me what? The pen? Dead feather of eternal life, nor efficacious much, save when it makes some fallacy more rife. My kin, I blame them not at heart, would have me act some routine part, subserving family, and dreams alien to me, elusive schemes. This world clean fails me, still I yearn. Me then it surely does concern some other world to find, but where? In creed? I do not find it there. That said, and is the emprise o'er? Negation, is there nothing more? This side the dark and hollow bound, lies there no unexplored rich ground? Some other world, well, there's the new. Ah, joyless and ironic too. They vouch that virgin spheres assigned seat for man's recreated kind. Last hope and proffer, they protest, brave things, sun rising in the west, and bearded centuries but gone for ushers to the beardless one. Nay, nay, your future's too sublime. The past is half of time, the proven half. Thou Pantheon old, 2,000 years have round thee rolled. Yet thou, in Rome, thou bidst me seek wisdom in something more antique than thou thyself. Turn then, what seer, the senior of this Latian one, speaks from the ground, transported here in eastern soil, far buried down, for consecration and a grace enlocking Santa Croce's base. Lies earth of Jewry, which of yore the homeward bound Crusaders bore in fleet from Jaffa. Trajan's hall, that huge ellipse imperial, was built by Jews, and Titus' arch transmits their conqueror in march of trophies which those peers adorn. There yet, for an historic plea, in heathen triumph's harlotry, the seven-branched candlestick is born. What then? Though all be whim of mine, yet by these monuments I'm schooled, arrested, strangely overruled. Methinks I catch a beckoning sign, a summons as from Palestine. Yea, let me view that pontiff land, whose sway a cult can so command, make even papal Rome to be her appanage or colony. Is Judah's mummy quite unrolled, to pluck the talisman from fold? But who may well indeed forecast the novel influence of scenes remote from his habitual past, the unexpected supervenes, which Celio proved. 'Neath Zion's lee his nature, with that nature blent, evoked an upstart element, as do the acid and the alkali. End of section 12. Section 13 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Arch. Blue lights sent up by ship forlorn are answered oft but by the glare of rockets from another, torn in the same gale's inclusive snare. 'Twas then when Celio was lanced by novel doubt, the encounter chanced in Gihon, as recited late, and at a time when Clarel, too, on his part, felt the grievous weight of those demoniacs in view. So that when Celio advanced, no wonder that the meeting eyes betrayed reciprocal surmise and interest. 'Twas thereupon the Italian, as the eve drew on, regained the gate, and hurried in as he would passionately win surcease to thought by rapid pace. Eastward he bent, across the town, till in the Via Crucius lone an object there arrested him. With gallery which years deface, its bulk athwart the alley grim, the arch named Ecce Homo through, the same, if childlike faith be true, from which the Lamb of God was shown by Pilate to the wolfish crew. And Celio, in frame how prone to kindle at that scene recalled, perturbed he stood, and heart enthralled. No raptures which with saints prevail, nor trouble of compunction born, he felt, as there he seemed to scan, aloft in spectral guise, the pale, still face, the purple robe, and thorn, and inly cried, "Behold the man! Yon man it is this burden lays, even he who in the pastoral hours, abroad in fields and cheered by flowers, announced a heaven's unclouded days, and, with such persuasive lips, those lips now sealed while doom delays, won men to look for solace there, but, crying out in death's eclipse, when rainbow none his eyes might see, enlarged the margin for despair. My God, forsakest me. Upbraider, we upbraid again. Thee we upbraid. Our pangs constrain pathos itself to cruelty. Ere yet thy day no pledge was given of homes and mansions in the heaven, paternal homes reserved for us. Heart hoped it not, but lived content, content with life's own discontent, nor deemed that fate e'er swerved for us. The natural law men let prevail, then reason disallowed the state of instinct's variance with fate. But thou, see, in wrack how pale, who did the world with throes convulse, behold him, yea, behold the man who warranted, if not began, the dream that drags out its repulse. Nor less some cannot break from thee. Thy love so locked is with thy lore, they may not rend them and go free. The head rejects, so much the more the heart embraces. What? The love? If true what priests avouch of thee, the shark thou madest, yet claim'st the dove. Nature and thee in vain we search. Well urged the Jews within the porch. How long wilt make us still to doubt? How long? 'Tis 18 cycles now. Enigma and evasion grow, and shall we never find thee out? What isolation loans thy state, that all we else know cannot mate with what thou teachest? Nearing thee, all footing fails us. History shows there a gulf where bridge is none. In lapse of unrecorded time, just after the apostles' prime, what chance or craft might break it down? Served this a purpose? By what art of conjuration might the heart of heavenly love, so sweet, so good, corrupt into the creed's malign, begetting strife's pernicious brood, which claimed for patron thee divine? Anew, for this thou bleedest, anguished face, yea, thou through ages to accrue, shalt the Medusa shield replace. In beauty and in terror too shalt paralyze the nobler race. Smite or suspend, perplex, deter, tortured shalt prove a torturer. Whatever ribald future be, thee shall these heed, amaze their hearts with thee, thy white, thy red, thy fairness, and thy tragedy. He turned, uptorn in inmost frame, nor weened he went the way he came, till meeting two there, nor in calm, a monk and layman, one in creed, the last with novice ardor warm, newcomer, and devout indeed, to whom the other was the guide, and showed the places. Here, he cried, at pause before a wayside stone, thou mark'st the spot where that bad Jew his churlish taunt at Jesus threw, bowed under cross with stifled moan. caitiff, which for that cruel wrong thenceforth till doomsday drives along. Starting, as here he made review, Celio winced, Am I the Jew? Without delay, afresh he turns, descending by the way of thorns, winning the proto-martyr's gate, and goes out down Jehoshaphat. Beside him slid the shadows flung by evening from the tombstones tall upon the bank far sloping from the wall. Scarce did he heed, or did but slight, the admonishment the warder rung, that with the setting of the sun, now getting low and all but run, the gate would close, and for the night. End of section 13. Section 14 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the Glen. If Savonarola's zeal devout, but with the faggot's flame died out, if Leopardi, stoned by grief, a young Saint Stephen of the doubt, might merit well the martyr's leaf. In these if passion held her claim, let Celio pass, of breed the same, nor ask from him, not found in them, the Attic calm or Saxon phlegm. Night glooming now and valley dead, the Italian turned, regained the gate, but found it closed, the warder fled. And strange hush of an eastern town, where life retreats with set of sun. Before the riveted, clamped wood, alone in outer dark he stood. A symbol is it? Be it so. Harbor remains, I'll thither go. A point there is where Kedron's shore, narrowing, deepening, steepening more, shrinks to an adamantine pass, flanked by 3 tombs, from base to head hewn from the cliff in cubic mass, one quite cut off and islanded, and one presents in Petra row pillars in hanging portico or balcony, here looking down vacantly on the vacant glen. A place how dead, hard by a town. 'Twas here that Celio made his den, where erst, as by tradition held, St. James from hunters lay concealed, Levites and bigots of the thong. Hour after hour slowly dragged along. The glen's wall, with night round about, blended as clouds with cloud-rack may. But lo, as when off Tamura the splash of north lights on the sea crimsons the bergs, so here start out some crags aloft how vividly. A pace he won less narrow-bound. From the high gate, behold, a stream of torches, lava-like it wound out from the city locked in dream, and red adown the valley flowed. Was it his friends the friars? From height meet rescue bringing in that light to one benighted? Yes, they showed a file of monks, but how? Their wicks invest a shrouded crucifix, and each with flambeau held in hand, cramped laymen mingle with the band of cord-girt gowns. He looks again. Yes, 'tis the Terra Santa's train. Nearer they come. The warden goes, and other faces Celio knows. Upon an office these are bound, consolatory, which may stem the affliction or relieve the wound of those which mute accompany them in mourner's garb. Aside he shrunk until had passed the rearmost monk. Then, cloaked, he followed them in glade where fell the shadow deeper made. Kedron they cross, much so might move, if legend hold, which none may prove, the remnant of the 12 which bore down through this glen in funeral plight the mother of our Lord by night to Sepulchre. Nay, just before her tomb alleged, the monks and they which mourn pause and uplift a lay, then rise, pass on, and bow the knee in dust beside Gethsemane. One named the bitter cup, and said, Saviour, thou knowest, it was here the angels ministered, Thy head supported, kissed thy lidded eyes, and pale swooned cheek till thou didst rise. Help these then, unto these come near. Out sobbed the mourners, and the tear from Celio trickled, but he mused, Weak am I, by a myth abused. Up Olivet the torchlight train filed slowly, yielding tribute strain at every sacred place they won, nor tarried long, but journeyed on to Bethany. Through stony lane went down into the narrow house or void cave named from Lazarus. The flambeaux reddened the dark wall, their shadows on that redness fall. To make the attestation rife, the resurrection and the life, through him the Lord of miracle. The warden from the page doth bruit the story of the man that died and lived again, bound hand and foot with grave clothes, rose, electrified. Whom then they loosed, let go, even he whom many people came to see, the village hinds and farmhouse maids, afterward at the supper given to Jesus in the balmy even, who raised him vital from the shades. The lesson over, well they sang, O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? It rang and ceased, and from the outward cave these tones were heard. But died he twice? He comes not back from paradise or Hades now. A vacant tomb by Golgotha they show, a cell, a void cell here. And is it well? Razor and raised divide one doom, both vanished now. No thrills forewarn of fish that leaps from midnight tarn. The very wave from which it springs is startled and recoils in rings. So here with Celio and the word which from his own rash lips he heard. He, hastening forth now all unseen, recrossed the mountain and ravine, nor paused till on a mound he sate, biding St. Stephen's opening gate. Ere long in gently fanning flaws, an odoriferous balmy air foreruns the morning, then withdraws, or, westward heralding, roves there. The startled east a tremor knows, flushes, anon superb appears in state of housings, shawls, and spears, such as the Sultan's vanguard shows. Preceded thus, in pomp the sun august from Persia draweth on, waited by groups upon the wall of Judah's upland capital. End of section 14. Section 15 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Under the minaret. Lo, shoot the spikes above the hill. Now expectation grows and grows, yet vain the pageant, idle still, when one would get at nature's will, to be put off by purfled shows. He breaks. Behold, thou orb supreme, 'tis Olivet which thou ascendest, the hill and legendary chapel. Yet how indifferent thy beam! Awe nor reverence pretendest, dome and summit dost but dapple with gliding touch a tingling gleam. Knowest thou the Christ? Believest in the dream? 'Twas Celio, seated there, as late, upon the mound, but now the gate flung open welcomes in the day, and lets out Clarel with the guide. These from the wall had hailed the ray, and Celio heard them there aside, and turning, rose. Was it to greet? But ere they might accost or meet, from minaret in grounds hard by of Omar, the muezzin's cry. Tardy, for Mustafa was old, and age a laggard is, was rolled, announcing Islam's early hour of orison. Along the walls and that deep gulf over which these tower, far down toward Rogel, hark, it calls. Can Siloa hear it, yet her wave so listless lap the hollow cave? Is Zion deaf? But, promptly still, each turban at that summons shrill, which should have called, ere perfect light, bowed, hands on chest, or arms upright, while over all those fields of loss, where now the crescent rides the cross, sole at the marble masthead stands the Islam herald, his 2 hands upon the rail, and sightless eyes turned upward reverent toward the skies. And none who share not this defect the rules to function here elect. Since, raised upon the lifted perch, what leave for prying eyes to search into the privacies that lurk in courts domestic of the Turk, whose tenements in every town guard well against the street alone. But what's evoked in Clarel's mien, what look, responsive look, is seen in Celio, as together there they pause? Can these a climax share? Mutual in approach may glide minds which from poles adverse have come, belief and unbelief, may doom of doubt make such to coincide. Upon one frontier brought to dwell, arrested by the Izan high, in summons as from out the sky, to matins of the infidel? The god alleged, here in abode, ignored with such impunity, scarce true is writ a jealous god. Think ye such thoughts? If so it be, yet these may eyes transmit and give? Mere eyes? So quick, so sensitive? Howbeit Celio knew his mate, again, as down in Gihon late, he hovered with his overture, an overture that scorned debate. But inexperienced, shy, unsure, challenged abrupt, or yea or nay, again did Clarel hesitate, when quick the proud one with a look which might recoil of heart betray, and which the other scarce might brook in recollection, turned away. Ah, student, ill thy sort have sped, the instant proffer, it is fled. When, some days after, for redress, repentant Clarel sought access, he learned the name, with this alone, from convent Celio was gone, nor knew they whither. Here in press to Clarel came a dreamy token. What speck is that so far away that wanes and wanes in waxing day? Is it the sail ye fain had spoken last night when surges parted ye? But on, it is a boundless sea. End of section 15. Section 16 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Wall of Wail. Beneath the toppled ruins old, in series from Moriah rolled, slips Kedron furtive? Underground, peasants avouch they hear the sound. In aisled lagunes and watery halls under the temple, silent sleep what memories elder, far and deep, what ducts and chambered wells and walls. And many deep substructions be, which so with doubt and gloom agree. To question one is borne along. Based thee the right? Subserved the wrong? 'Twas by an all-forgotten way, whose mouth an outer glen forbid, by heaps of rubbish long lay hid, cloaca of remotest day. 'Twas by that unsuspected vault, with outlet in mid-city lone, a spot with ruin all bestrown, the peasants in sedition late captured Jerusalem in strait, took it by underground assault. Go wander, and within the walls, among the glades of cactus trees, where no life harbors, peers, or calls, wild solitudes like shoals in seas unsailed, or list at still sundown, list to the hand-mills as they drone, domestic hand-mills in the court, and groups there in the dear resort, mild matron pensive by her son, the little prattler at her knee. Under such scenes abysses be, dark quarries where few care to pry, whence came those many cities high, great capitals successive reared, and which successive disappeared on this same site, to powder ground, dispersed their dust blows round and round. No shallow gloss may much avail when these or kindred thoughts assail, which Clarel proved, the more he went a rover in their element. For, trusting still that in some place where pilgrims linger he anew the missing stranger yet would face and speak with, never he withdrew his wandering feet. In aimless sort, passing across the town amort, they came where camped in corner waste some Edomites were at repast, sojourners mere, and of a day, dark-hued, nor unlike birds of prey which on the stones of Tyre alight. While Clarel fed upon that sight, the saint repeating in his ear meet text applying to the scene, as liberated from ravine, voices in choral note they hear, and, strange as lilies in morass, at the same moment, lo, appear emerging from a stony pass, a lane low vaulted and unclean, damsels in linen robes, heads bare, enlinked with matrons pacing there, and elders grey, the maids with book, companions would one page o'erlook, and vocal thus they wound along, no glad procession, spite the song. For truth to own, so downcast they, at least the men, in sordid dress and double file, the slim array, but for the maidens' gentleness, and voices which so bird-like sang, had seemed much like a coffle gang. But Nehemiah a key supplied. Alas, poor misled Jews, he sighed, ye do but dirge among your dead. The Hebrew quarter here we tread, and this is Friday, wailing day. These to the temple wend their way, and shall we follow? Doing so, they came upon a sunken yard obscure, where dust and rubbish blow. Felonious place, and quite debarred from common travel. On one side a blind wall rose, stable and great, massed up immense, and Ararat, founded on bevelled blocks how wide, reputed each a stone august of Solomon's fane, else fallen to dust, but now adopted for the wall to Islam's courts. There, lord of all, the Turk permits the tribes to creep abject in rear of these dumb stones, to lean or kneel, lament and weep. Sad mendicants shut out from gate inexorable, sighs and groans, to be restored, we wait, long wait. They call to count their pristine state on this same ground, the lifted rows of peristyles, the porticos, crown upon crown, where Levite trains in chimes of many a silver bell, daintily small as pearls in chain, hemming their mantles musical, passed in procession up and down, viewing the belt of guarding heights, and march of shadows there, and flights of pigeon pets, and palm leaves blown, or heard the silver trumpets call, the priestly trumps to festival. So happy they, such Judah's prime, but we, the remnant, lo, we pale, cast from the temple, here we wail, yea, perish ere comes Shiloh's time. Hard by that joyless crew which leant with brows against the adamant, sad buttresses thereto, hard by, the student marks the black Jew bowed. His voice he hears amid the crowd which supplicates stern Shaddai. And earnest, too, he seeth there one scarcely Hebrew in his dress, rural, and hard cheeks' swarthiness, with nothing of an Eastern air. His eyes met Clarel's unremoved. In end a countryman he proved, a strange apostate. On the twain contrasted so, the white, the black, man's earliest breed and latest strain. Behind the master Moslem's back, skulking, and in great Moses' track, gazed Clarel with the wonderment of wight who feels the earth upheave beneath him, and learns, ill-content, that terra firma can deceive. When now those Friday wails were done, Nehemiah, sidling with his book, unto a lorn decrepit one, proffered a tract. "'Tis Hebrew, look," zealous he urged, "it points the way, sole way, dear heart, whereby ye may rebuild the temple." Answer none gat he from Isaac's pauper son, who, turning, part as in disdain, crept toward his squalid home. Again, enwrapt stood Clarel, lost awhile. "Yon Jew has faith. Can faith be vain?" "But is it faith?" "Aye, faith's the word. What else? Faith then can thus beguile her faithfullest. Hard, that is hard." So doubts invaded, found him out. He strove with them, but they proved stout, nor would they down, but turn regard. Among the maids those rites detained, one he perceived, as it befell, whose air expressed such truth unfeigned, and harmonies inlinked, which dwell in pledges born of record pure. She looked a legate to ensure that paradise is possible, now as hereafter. 'Twas the grace of nature's dawn, an Eve-like face and Nereid eyes with virgin spell, candid as day, yet baffling quite like day through unreserve of light. A dove she seemed, a temple dove, born in the temple or its grove, and nurtured there. But deeper viewed, what was it that looked part amiss, a bit impaired? What lack of peace? Enforced suppression of a mood, regret with yearning intertwined, and secret protest of a virgin mind. Hebrew the profile, every line, but as in haven fringed with palm, which Indian reefs embay from harm, belulled as in the vase the wine. Red budded corals in remove peep coy through quietudes above, so through clear olive of the skin, and features finely hagarine, its way a telltale flush did win, a tint which unto Israel's sand blabbed of the June in some far clover land. Anon by chance the damsel's eye fell on Nehemiah, and the look a friendly recognition spoke, returned in kind. When by and by the groups break up and homeward bent, then, nor unnoted by the youth, that maiden with the apostate went, whose voice paternal called her, "Ruth!" "Tell, friend," said Clarel eagerly, as from the Wall of Wail they passed, "father and daughter? Who may be that strange pervert?" No willing haste the mentor showed, awhile he fed on anxious thoughts. Then grievingly the story gave, a tangled thread, which, cleared from snarl and ordered so, follows transferred, with interflow of much Nehemiah scarce might add. End of section 16. Section 17 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Nathan had sprung from worthy stock, austere, ascetical, but free, which hewed their way from sea-beat rock wherever woods and winter be. The pilgrim keel and storm and stress had erred, and on a wilderness. But shall the children all be schooled by hap which their forefathers ruled? Those primal settlers put in train new emigrants which inland bore. From these too emigrants again westward pressed further, more bred more, at each remove a goodlier wain, a heart more large, an ampler shore, with legacies of farms behind, until in years the wagons wind through parks and pastures of the sun, warm plains as of Esdraelon. 'Tis nature in her best benign. Wild in symmetry of mold, with freckles on her tawny gold, the lily alone looks pantherine. The libbered lily never broods the gloom here of grim hemlock woods, breeding the witchcraft spell malign, but groves like isles in Grecian seas, those dotting isles, the Sporades. But who the gracious charm may tell, long rollings of the vast serene, the prairie in her swimming swell of undulation. Such glad scene was won by venturers from far, born under that severer star the landing patriarchs knew. In fine, to Illinois, a turf divine of promise, how auspicious spread, ere yet the cities rose thereon. From Sacco's mountain wilds were led the sire of Nathan, wife and son, life's lot to temper so, and shun mountains whose camp withdrawn was set above one vale he would forget. After some years their tale had told, he rested, lay forever stilled with sachems and mound builders old. The son was grown, the farm he tilled, a stripling, but of manful ways, hardy and frugal. Oft he filled the widow's eyes with tears of praise. An only child, with her he kept, for her sake part, the Christian way, though frequent in his bosom crept precocious doubt unbid. The sway he felt of his grave life and power of vast space from the log-house door daily beheld. 3 Indian mounds against the horizon's level bounds dim showed across the prairie green like dwarfed and blunted mimic shapes of pyramids at distance seen from the broad delta's planted capes of vernal grain. In nearer view with trees he saw them crowned, which drew from the red sagamores of eld entombed within the vital gum which green kept each mausoleum. Hard by, as chanced, he once beheld bones like sea corals, one bleached skull, a vase vined round and beautiful with flowers, felt with bated breath the floral revelry over death. And other sights his heart had thrilled. Lambs had he known by thunder killed, innocence, and the type of Christ betrayed. Had not such things sufficed to touch the young pure heart with awe, memory's mint could move him more. In prairie twilight, summer's own, the last cow milked, and he alone, in barnyard dreamy by the fence, contrasted, came a scene immense, the great white hills, mount flanked by mount, the Saco and Amonoosuc's fount, where, in September's equinox, nature hath put such terror on, that from his mother man would run, our mother, earth. The founded rocks unstable prove, the slide, the slide! Again he saw the mountain side sliced open. Yet again he stood under its shadow, on the spot, now waste, but once a cultured plot, though far from village neighborhood, where, nor by sexton hearsed at even, somewhere his uncle slept. No mound, since not a trace of him was found. So whelmed the havoc from the heaven. This reminiscence of dismay, these thoughts unhinged him. On a day, waiting for monthly grist at mill in settlement some miles away, it chanced upon the window-sill a dusty book he spied, whose coat, like the Scotch miller's powdered twill, the mealy owner might denote. Called off from reading, unaware the miller e'en had left it there. A book all but forsaken now, for more advanced ones not so frank, nor less in vogue and taking rank, and yet it never shall outgrow that infamy it first incurred, though, viewed in light which moderns know, capricious infamy absurd. The blunt, straightforward Saxon tone, workaday language, even his own, the sturdy thought, not deep but clear, the hearty unbelief sincere, arrested him much like a hand clapped on the shoulder. Here he found, body to doubt, rough standing ground. After some pages brief were scanned, "Wilt loan me this?" he anxious said. The shrewd Scot turned his square, strong head. The book he saw, in troubled trim, fearing for Nathan, even him so young, and for the mill, may be, should his unspoken heresy get bruited so. The lad but part might penetrate that senior heart. Vainly the miller would dissuade. Pledge gave he, and the loan was made. Reclined that night by candle dim, he read, then slept,
and woke afraid. The white hills slide, the Indian skull. But this wore off, and unto him came acquiescence, which, though dull, was hardly peace. An altered earth sullen he tilled, in Adam's frame, when thrust from Eden out to dearth, and blessed no more, and wise in shame. The fall, nor aught availed at need to Nathan, not each filial deed done for his mother, to allay this ill. But though the deists' sway, broad as the prairie fire, consumed some pansies which before had bloomed within his heart, it did but feed to clear the soil for upstart weed. Yes, ere long came replacing mood. The god, expelled from given form, went out into the calm and storm. Now, ploughing near the isles of wood, in dream he felt the loneness come. In dream regarded there the loam turned first by him. Such mental food need quicken, and in natural way, each germ of pantheistic sway, whose influence, nor always drear, tenants our maiden hemisphere, as if, dislodged long since from cells of Thracian woodlands, hither stole, hither, to renew their old control. Pan and the pagan oracles. How frequent when Favonius low breathed from the copse which mild did wave over his father's sylvan grave, and stirred the corn, he stayed the hoe, and leaning, listening, felt a thrill which heathenized against the will. Years sped, but years attain not truth, nor length of life avails at all, but time instead contributes ruth. His mother, her the garners call, when sicklemen with sickles go, the churl of nature reaps her low. Let now the breasts of Ceres swell, in shooks with golden tassels gay, the Indian corn its trophies ray about the long house. Is it well with death's ripe harvest? To believe, belief to win, nor more to grieve. But how? A sect about him stood in thin and scattered neighborhood, uncanny and in rupture new, nor were all lives of members true and good. For them who hate and heave contempt on right and creed sublime, yet to their own rank fable cleave, abject the latest shame of time. These quite repelled, for still his mind, erring, was of no vulgar kind. Alone, and at doubt's freezing pole, he wrestled with the pristine forms, like the first man. By inner storms held in solution, so his soul ripened for hour of such control as shapes, concretes. The influence came, and from a source that well might claim surprise. 'Twas in a lake port new, a mart for grain. By chance he met a Jewess who about him threw else than Nerea's amorous net and dubious wile. 'Twas Miriam's race, a Sibyl breathed in Agar's grace, a Sibyl, but a woman too. He felt her grateful as the rains to Rephaim and the Rama plains in drought. Ere one herself did woo. Wilt join my people? Love is power, came the strange plea in yielding hour. Nay, and turn Hebrew? But why not, if backward still the inquirer goes to get behind man's present lot of crumbling faith? For rear wall shows far behind Rome and Luther, what? The crag of Sinai. Here then plant thyself secure, 'tis adamant. Still as she dwelt on Zion's story, he felt the glamour, caught the gleam. All things but these seemed transitory, love and his love's Jerusalem, and interest in a mitred race, with awe which to the fame belongs. These in receptive heart found place when Agar chanted David's songs. 'Twas passion, but the Puritan mixed latent in his blood a strain how evident of Hebrew source. 'Twas that, diverted here in force, which biased, hardly might do less. Here to append, how earnestness, which disbelief for first fruits bore, now, in recoil, by natural stress constrained to faith in more than prior disbelief had spurned, as if, when he toward credence turned, distance therefrom but gave career for impetus that shot him sheer beyond. Agar rejoiced, nor knew how such a nature, charged with zeal, might yet overpass that limit due, observed by her. For woe or weal they wedded, one in heart and creed. Transferring fields with title deed, from rustic life he quite withdrew, traded and throve. 2 children came, sedate his heart, nor sad the dame, but years subvert, or he outgrew, while yet confirmed in all the myth, the mind infertile of the Jew. His northern nature, full of pith, vigor and enterprise and will, having taken thus the Hebrew bent, might not abide inactive so, and but the empty forms fulfill, needs utilize the mystic glow, for nervous energies find vent. The Hebrew seers announce in time the return of Judah to her prime. Some Christians deemed it then at hand. Here was an object, up and do. With seed and tillage help renew, help reinstate the Holy Land. Some zealous Jews on alien soil, who still from Gentile ways recoil, and loyally maintain the dream, salute upon the Paschal Day with, "Next year, in Jerusalem." Now Nathan turning unto her, greeting his wife at morning ray, these words breathed on the Passover. But she, who mutely startled lay, in the old phrase found import new, in the blithe tone a bitter cheer that did the very speech subdue. She kenned her husband's mind austere, had watched his reveries grave, he meant no flourish mere of sentiment. Then what to do, or how to stay? Decry it? That would faith unsay. Withstand him? But she gently loved. And so with Agar here it proved, as oft it may, the hardy will overpowered the deep monition still. Enough, fair fields and household charms they quit, sell all, and cross the main with Ruth and a young child in arms. A tract secured on Sharon's plain, some sheds he built, and ground walled in defensive, toil severe but vain. The wandering Arabs wanted long, nor crime they deemed it, crime nor sin, to scale the desert convents strong. In sly foray leaped Nathan's fence and robbed him, and no recompense attainable where law was none, or perjured. Resolute hereon, Agar, with Ruth and the young child, he lodged within the stronghold town of Zion, and his heart exiled to abide the worst on Sharon's lee. Himself and honest servants 3 armed husbandmen became, as erst his sires in Pequod wilds immersed. Hittites, foes pestilent to God, his fathers old those Indians deemed. Nathan the Arabs here esteemed the same, slaves meriting the rod, and out he spake it, which bred hate the more imperiling his state. With muskets now his servants slept, alternate watch and ward they kept in grounds beleaguered. Not the less visits at stated times he made to them in Zion's walled recess. Agar with sobs of suppliance prayed that he would fix there. Ah, for good, Tarry, abide with us, thine own, put not these blanks between us. Should such space be for a shadow thrown? Quit Sharon, husband, leave to brood, serve God by cleaving to thy wife, thy children, if come fatal strife, which I forebode, nay, and she flung her arms about him there, and clung. She pled, but though his heart could feel, 'twas mastered by inveterate zeal. Even the nursling's death ere long balked not his purpose, though it wrung. But time the cruel, whose smooth way is feline, patient for the prey that to this twig of being clings, and fate, which from her ambush springs, and drags the loiterer soon or late unto a sequel unforeseen. These doomed him, and cut short his date. But first was modified the lien the husband had on Agar's heart, and next a prudence slid athwart, after distrust. But be unsaid that steep toward which the current led. Events shall speak. And now the guide, who did in sketch this tale begin, parted with Clarel at the inn, and ere long came the eventide. End of section 17. Section 18 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Night. Like sails convened when calms delay off the twin forelands on fair day, so on Damascus's plain behold, mid groves and gardens, girdling ones, white fleets of sprinkled villas, rolled in the green ocean of her environs. There when no minaret receives the sun that gilds yet Saint Sophia, which loth and later it bereaves, the peace fulfills the heart's desire. In orchards mellowed by eve's ray, the prophet's son in turban green, mild, with a patriarchal mien, gathers his fruity spoil. In play of hide and seek where alleys be, the branching Eden brooks ye see peeping, and fresh as on the day when haply Abram's steward went. Mild Eliezer, musing, say, by those same banks, to join the tent in Canaan pitched. From Hermon stray cool airs that in a dream of snows temper the ardor of the rose, while yet to moderate and reach a tone beyond our human speech, how steals from cloisters of the groves the Ave of the vesper doves. Such notes, translated into hues, thy wall, Angelico, suffuse, whose tender pigments melt from view, die down, die out, as sunsets do. But rustling trees aloft entice to many a housetop, old and young. Aerial people, see them throng, and the moon comes up from paradise. But in Jerusalem, not there loungers at eve to roof repair, so frequent, haply 2 or 3 small quiet groups far off you see, or some all unaccompanied one, like shipboy at masthead alone, watching the star rise. Silently, so Clarel stands, his vaulted room opening upon a terrace free, lifted above each minor dome, on grade beneath, glides away the twilight of the wailing day. The apostate story fresh in mind, fain Clarel here had mused thereon, but more upon Ruth's lot, so twined with clinging ill, but every thought of Ruth was strangely underrun by Celio's image. Celio, sought vainly in body, now appeared as in the spiritual part, haunting the air and in the heart. Back to his chamber Clarel veered, seeking that alms which unrest craves of slumber, alms withheld from him, for midnight, rending all her graves, showed in a vision far and dim still Celio, and in pallid stress, fainting amid contenting press of shadowy fiends and cherubim. Later, anew he sought the roof, and started, for not far aloof he caught some dubious object dark, huddled and hooded, bowed and set under the breast-high parapet, and glimmering with a dusky spark. It moved, it murmured, in deep prayer 'twas Abdon under Talith, rare that scarf of supplication, old, of India stuff, with braid of gold in cipher. Did the black Jew keep the saying, prayer is more than sleep? Islam says that. The Hebrew rose, and, kindled by the starry sky, in broidered text that mystic flows, the Talith gleams. Divested then he turned, not knowing Clarel nigh, and would have passed him all unseen. But Clarel spake. It roused annoy. An Eastern Jew in rapt employ, spied by the Gentile, But a word dispelled distrust, goodwill restored. "Stay with me," Clarel said, "go not. A shadow, but I scarce know what. It haunts me. Is it presage? Hark! That piercing cry from out the dark. 'Tis for some parted spirit. Gone, just gone. The custom of the town, that cry is. Yea, the watcher's breath instant upon the stroke of death. Anew, 'tis like a tongue of flame shot from the fissure. And stood still. Can fate the boding thus fulfill? First ever I, first to disclaim such premonitions. Thrillest yet, 'tis over, but we might have met? Hark, hark, again the cry is sped. For him it is, found now, nay, fled. End of section 18. Section 19 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Fulfilment. Such passion! But have hearts forgot that ties may form where words be not? The spiritual sympathy transcends the social, which appears in that presentiment, may be, of Clarel's inquietude of fears proved just. Yes, some retreat to win even more secluded than the court the Terra Santa locks within. Celio had found withdrawn resort and lodging in the deeper town. There, by a gasping ill distressed, such as attacks the hump-bowed one. After 3 days the malady pressed. He knew it, knew his course was run, and, turning toward the wall, found rest. 'Twas Syrians watched the parting hour, and Syrian women shrilled the cry that wailed it. This, with added store, learned Clarel, putting all else by to get at items of the dead. Nor, in the throb that casts out fear, aught recked he of a scruple here, but, finding leaves that might bestead the jotted journaled thoughts he read. A second self therein he found, but stronger, with the heart to brave all questions on that primal ground laid bare by faith's receding wave, but lo, arrested in event, hurried down Hades' steep descent, cut off while in progressive stage, perchance, ere years might more unfold. Who young dies, leaves life's tale half told. How then, is death the book's fly-page? Is no hereafter? If there be, death foots what record? How forestalls a quittance in eternity? Advance, too, and through age on age, here the tree lies not as it falls. For howsoe'er in words of man the word and will of God be feigned, no incompletions heaven ordained. Clarel, through him these reveries ran. End of section 19. Section 20 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vale of Ashes. Beyond the city's thin resort, and northward from the Ephraim port, the Vale of Ashes keepeth place. If stream it have which showeth face, thence Kedron issues when it flood. A pathless dell men seldom trace, the same which after many a rood down deepens by the city wall into a glen, where, if we deem Joel's wild text no runic dream, an archangelic trump shall call the nations of the dead from wreck, convene them in one judgment hall, the hollow of Melchizedek. That upper glade by quarries old reserves for weary ones a seat, porches of caves, stone benches cold, grateful in sultry clime to meet. To this secluded spot austere, priests bore, Talmudic records treat. The ashes from the altar, here they laid them, hollowed in release, shielded from winds in glade of peace. From following the bier to end, hitherward now see Clarel tend. A dell remote from Celio's mound, as he for time would shun the ground so freshly opened for the dead, nor linger there while aliens stray and ceremonious gloom is shed. Withdrawing to this quiet bay, he felt a natural influence glide in lenitive through every vein, and reach the heart, lull heart and brain. The comrade old was by his side, and solace shared, but this would pass, or dim eclipse would steal thereon, as over autumn's hillside grass the cloud. Howbeit, in freak anon, his Bible he would muttering con, then turn, and brighten with a start. I hear them in my heart. Yea, friend in Christ, I hear them swell, the trumpets of Emmanuel. Illusion, but in another hour, when oft he would foretell the flower and sweets that time should yet bring in, a happy world with peace for dower, this more of interest could win. For he, the solitary man, who such a social dream could fan, what had he known himself of bliss? And, nearing now his earthly end, even that he pledged he needs must miss. To Clarel now such musings lend a vague disturbance, as they wend returning through the noiseless glade. But in the gate Nehemiah said, My room and court is pleasant, see, not yet you've been there, come with me. End of section 20. Section 21 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By places. On Salem's surface undermined, lo, present alley, lane or wind obscure, which pilgrims seldom gain or tread, who wanted guides retain. Humble the pilot's native there, following humbly need ye fare, afoot, for never camels pass, camels which elsewhere in the town stalk through the street and brush the gown, nor steed, nor mule, nor smaller ass. Some bypaths, flanked by wall and wall, affect like glens, dismantled, torn, disastrous houses ripe for fall. Haggard as Horeb, or the rock named Hermit, antler of Cape Horn, shelter, in chamber grimed, or hall, the bearded goatherd's bearded flock, or quite abandoned, sold to fear, yawn, and like plundered tombs appear. Here, if alone, strive all ye can, needs must ye start at meeting man, yet man here harbors, even he, harbors like lizard in dry well, or stowaway in hull at sea down by the kelson, criminal, or penitent, or wretch undone, or anchorite, or kinless one, or wight cast off by kin, or soul which anguished from the hunter stole, like Imam Bey the Mameluke. He, armed and, happily, mounted well, leaped the inhuman citadel in Cairo, fled, yea, bleeding, broke through shouting lanes his breathless way into the desert, nor at bay even there might stand, but, fox-like, on, and ran to earth in Zion's town. Here maimed, disfigured, crouched in den, and crouching died, securest then. With these be hearts in each degree of craze, whereto some creed is key, which, mastered by the awful myth, find here on native soil the pith, and leaving a shrewd world behind, the trances open-eyed resigned, as visionaries of the word walk like somnambulists abroad. End of section 21. Section 22 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hermitage. Through such retreats of dubious end, behold the saint and student wend, stirring the dust that here may keep, like that on mummies long asleep in Theban tomb. These alleys past, a little square they win, a waste shut in by towers so hushed, so blind, so tenantless and left forlorn, as seemed an ill surmise was born of something prowling there behind. An arch, with keystone slipped half down like a dropped jaw. They enter that, repulse nor welcome in the gate, climbed, and an upper chamber won. It looked out through low window small on other courts of bale shut in, whose languishment of crumbling wall breathed that despair alleged of sin. Prediction and fulfilment met in faint appealings from the rod. Wherefore forever dost forget, for so long time forsake, O God? But Clarel turned him, heedful more to note the place within. The floor rudely was tiled, and little there a human harbour might express, save a poor chest, a couch, a chair. A hermitage, how comfortless! The beams of the low ceiling bare were wreck stuff from the Joppa strand, scant the live timber in that land. Upon the cot the host sat down, short breathing, with late travel spent, and wiping beads from brow and crown, essayed a smile, in kindness meant. But now a little foot was heard, light coming. On the hush it fell, like tinkle of the camel bell in Uz. Hark! Yea, she comes, my bird, cried Nehemiah, who hailed the hap. Yea, friend in Christ, quick now ye'll see God's messenger which feedeth me. And rising to the expected tap, he oped the door. Alone was seen Ruth, with a napkin coarse yet clean, folding a loaf. Therewith she bore a water pitcher, nothing more. These alms, the snowy robe and free, the veil which hid each tress from sight, might indicate a vestal white of priestess of sweet charity. The voice was on the lip, but eyes arrested in their frank accost checked speech, and looked in opening skies upon the stranger. Said the host, easing her hands, "Bird, bird, come in. Well-doing never was a sin. God bless thee." In suffusion dim his eyes filled. She, eluding him, retreated. "What, and flown?" breathed he. "Daily this raven comes to me. But what should make it now so shy?" The hermit motioned here to share the loaf with Clarel, who put by the proffer. So with Crusoe air of castaway on isle in sea withdrawn, he broke the unshared bread, but not before a blessing said. Loaf in left hand, the right hand raised higher, and eyes which heavenward gazed. Ere long, reflection done, the youth lured him to talk of things, in range linking themselves at last with Ruth. Her sire he spake of. Here 'twas strange how o'er the enthusiast stole a change, a meek, superior look in sooth. Poor Nathan, did man ever stray as thou, to Judaize today? To deem the crook of Christ shall yield to Aaron's staff, to till thy field in hope that harvest time shall see Solomon's hook in golden glee reaping the ears. Well, well, meseems, heaven help him, dreams, but dreams. Dreams, dreams. But thou too, with faith sincere, surely believ'st in Jew restored. Yea, as forerunner of our Lord. Poor man, he's weak. 'Tis even here, touching his forehead, he's amiss. Clarel scarce found reply to this, conjecturing that Nathan too must needs hold Nehemiah in view, the same, the which an after day confirmed by proof. But now from sway of thoughts he would not have recur, he slid, and into dream of her who late within that cell shed light, like the angel succourer by night of Peter dungeoned. But apace he turned him, for he heard the breath, the old man's breath, in sleep. The face, though tranced, struck not like trance of death, all rigid, not a mask like that, iced o'er, which none may penetrate, conjecturing of aught below. Death freezes, but sleep thaws, and so the inmate lay, some lines revealed, effaced, when life from sleep comes back. And what their import? Be it sealed. But Clarel felt as in a fright did Eliphaz the Temanite, when past the vision ere it spake. He stole forth, striving with his thought, leaving Nehemiah in slumber caught, alone, and in an unlocked room, safe as a stone in vacant tomb, stone none molest, for it is not. End of section 22. Section 23 of Clarel by Herman Melville, This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Close. Next day the wanderer drawing near, saluting with his humble cheer, made Clarel start. Where now the look that face but late in slumber took? Had he but dreamed it? It was gone. But other thoughts were stirring soon, to such good purpose that the saint, through prompting scarce by him divined, anew led Clarel through constraint of inner byways, yet inclined away from his peculiar haunt, and came upon a little close, one wall whereof a creeper won. In casement sills small pots in rows showed herb and flower, the shade and sun. Surprise how blessed in town, but seer. Low-breathed the guide, they harbour here, Agar, and my young raven, Ruth. And, see, there's Nathan, nothing loath, just in from Sharon, 'tis his day, and, yes, the rabbi in delay. The group showed just within the door, swung open where the creeper led. In lap the petting mother bore the half-reclining maiden's head. The stool drawn neighbouring, the chair, in front erect, the father there. Hollow in cheek, but rugged, brown, Sharon's red soil upon his shoon, with zealot gesture urged some plea which brought small joy to Agar's eyes, whereto turned Ruth's. In scrutiny impassive, wrinkled, and how wise, if wisdom be but craft profound, sat the hoar rabbi, this his guise, in plaits a headdress agate bound, a sable robe with mystic hem, clasps silver, locked in monogram. An unextinguished lamp they view, whose flame scarce visibly did sway, which having burned till morning dew might not be quenched on Saturday, the unaltered Sabbath of the Jew. Struck by the attitudes, the scene, and loath, a stranger, to advance obtrusive, coming so between, while in emotion new and strange, Ruth thrilled him with life's first romance. Clarel abashed and faltering stood, with cheek that knew a novel change. But Nehemiah with air subdued made known their presence, and Ruth turned, and Agar also, and discerned the stranger, and a settle placed. Matron and maid with welcome graced both visitors, and seemed to find in travel talk which there ensued relief to burdens of the mind. But by the sage was Clarel viewed with stony and unfriendly look, fixed inquisition, hard to brook. And that embarrassment he raised the rabbi marked, and colder gazed, but in redemption from his glance, for a benign deliverance, on Clarel fell the virgin's eyes, pure home of all we seek and prize, and crossing with their humid ray the Levite's arid eyes of grey. But skill is none to word the rest. To Clarel's heart there came a swell, like the first tide that ever pressed inland, and of a deep did tell. Thereafter little speech was had, save syllables which do but skim. Even in these the zealot, made a slave to one tyrannic whim, was scant, while still the sage unkind sat a torpedo fish, with mind intent to paralyze, and so, perchance, make Clarel straight forego acquaintance with his flock, at least with two, whose yearnings, he the priest more than conjectured, oft did flow averse from Salem. None the less a talismanic gentleness, maternal welled from Agar faint. Through the sad circle's ill constraint, her woman's way could yet instill her prepossession, her goodwill. And when at last they bade good-bye, the visitors, another eye spake at the least of amity. End of section 23. Section 24 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Gibe. In the south wall, where low it creeps, crossing the hollow down between Moriah and Zion, by dust heaps of rubbish and a lonely scene, a little door there is, and mean, such as a stable may befit. 'Tis locked, nor do they open it, except when days of drought begin, to let the water donkeys in from Rogel. 'Tis in sight the gate of Scripture named the Dung Gate. That, also, the legends this instil, through which from over Kedron's rill, in fear of rescue should they try the way less roundabout and shy. By torch the tipstaves Jesus led, and so through back street hustling sped to Pilate. Odor bad it has, this gate in story, and, alas, in fact as well, and is in fine like ancient Rome's Port Esquiline, wherefrom the scum was cast. Next day, ascending Zion's rear, without the wall, the saint and Clarel stay their feet, being hailed, and by a shout from one who nigh the small gate stood. Ho, ho there, worthy pilgrims, ho! Acquainted in this neighborhood? What city's this? Town beautiful of David? I'm a stranger, no. 'Tis heavy prices here must rule. Choice house lot now, what were it worth? How goes the market? And more mirth. Down there into the place unclean they peer. They see the man therein, an iron gray, short, rugged one, round-shouldered, and of knotty bone, a hammer swinging in his hand, and pouch at side by the ill door. Him had they chanced upon before, or rather at a distance seen, upon the hills, with curious mien, and eyes that, scarce in pious dream or sad humility, 'twould seem, still earthward bent, would pry and pore. Perceiving that he shocked the twain, his head he wagged, and called again. What city's this? Town beautiful. No more they heard, but to annul the cry, here Clarel quick as thought turned with the saint and refuge sought, passing an angle of the wall. When now at slower pace they went, Clarel observed the sinless one turning his Bible leaves content, and presently paused. Dear son, the Scripture is fulfilled this day. Note what these lamentations say. The doom the prophet doth rehearse in chapter 2nd, 14th verse. All that pass by clap their hands at thee, they hiss and wag the head, saying, Is this the city? Read, thyself here read it, where it stands. Inquisitive he quick obeyed, then dull relapsed, and nothing said, though more he mused, still labouring there, upward, by arid gullies bare. What object sensible to touch, or quoted fact may faith rely on? If faith confideth overmuch, that here's a monument in Zion. Its substance ebbs, see, day and night, the sands subsiding from the height. In time, absorbed, these grains may help to form a new seabed, slug and kelp. The gate, cried Nehemiah, the gate of David! Wending through the strait, and marking that, in common drought, 'twas yellow waste within as out. The student mused. The desert, see, it parts not here, but silently, even like a leopard by our side. It seems to enter in with us, at home amid men's homes would glide. But hark, that wail how dolorous, so grieve the souls in endless dearth, yet sounds it human, of the earth. End of section 24. Section 25 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Huts. The stone huts face the stony wall inside, the city's towering screen, leaving a reptile lane between, and streetward not a window small, cranny nor loophole least is seen. Through excess of biting sympathies, so hateful to the people's eyes, those lepers and their evil nook, no outlook from it will they brook, none enter, condolence is none. That lava glen in Luna's sphere, more lone than any earthly one, whereto they Tycho's name have given, not more from visitant is riven than this stone lane. But who crouch here? Have these been men? These did men greet as fellows once? It is a scene, illusion of time's mirage fleet, on dry shard heaps, and things which rot, scarce into weeds, for weeds are green. Backs turned upon their den, they squat, some gossips of that tribe unclean. Time was when Holy Church did take, over lands then held by Baldwin's crown, true care for such, for Jesu's sake, who, so they read in ages gone, even as a leper was foreshown, and, though apart their lot she set, it was with solemn service yet, and forms judicial lent their tone. The sick mass offered, next was shed upon the afflicted human one the holy water. He was led unto the house aloof, his home thenceforth, and here, for type of doom, some cemetery dust was thrown over his head. Die to the world, her wings of hope and fear be furled. Brother, live now to God alone. And from the people came the chant, My soul is troubled, joy is curbed, all my bones they are disturbed. God, thy strength and mercy grant. And next, in order due, the priest each habit and utensil blessed, hair cloth and barrel, clapper, glove, and one by one, as these were given, with law's dread charge pronounced in love, so, link by link, life's chain was riven, the leper faded in remove. The dell of isolation here to match, console, and, could man prove more than a man, in part endear. How well had come that smothered text, which Julian's pagan mind hath vexed. And for soul that finds it clear, he lives forbid. From him our faces have we hid. No heart desires him, none redress. He hath nor form nor comeliness. For a transgressor he's suspected. Behold, he is a thing infected, smitten of God, by men rejected. But otherwise the ordinance flows, for, moving toward the allotted cell, beside the priest the leper goes. I've chosen it, here will I dwell. He's left. At gate the priest puts up a cross, a can, therein doth drop the first small alms, which laymen swell. To aisles returned, the people kneel, heart-piercing suppliants appeal. But not the austere maternal care, when closed the ritual, ended there with benediction. Yet to heal, Rome did not falter, could not faint. She prompted many a tender saint, widow or virgin ministrant. But chiefly may Cybele here in chance citation fitly show, Countess who under Zion's brow, in house of St. John Almoner, tended the cripples many a year. Though long from Europe's clime be gone, that pest which in the perished age could tendons such in love engage, still in the east the rot eats on. Natheless the Syrian leper goes unfriended, save that man bestows, his eye averting, chanceful pence, then turns, and shares disgust of sense. Bonds sympathetic bind these three, faith, reverence, and charity. If faith once fail, the faltering mood affects, need must, the sisterhood. End of section 25. Section 26 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Gate of Zion. As Clarel entered with the guide, beset they were by that sad crew, with inarticulate clamor plied, and faces, yet defacements too, appealed to them, but could not give expression. There, still sensitive, our human nature, deep inurned in voiceless visagelessness, yearned. Behold, proud worm, if such can be, what yet may come, yea, even to thee. Who knoweth? Canst forecast the fate of infinite ages? Probe thy state. Sinless art thou? Then these sinned not. These are men, and thou art what? For Clarel, turning in affright, fain would his eyes renounce the light. But Nehemiah held on his path mild and unmoved, scarce seemed to heed the suitors, or deplore the scath. his soul preoccupied and freed from actual objects through the sway of visionary scenes intense, the wonders of a mystic day and Zion's old magnificence. Nor hither had he come to show the leper huts, but only so to visit once again the hill and gate Davidic. In ascent they win the port's high battlement, and thence in sweep they view at will that theatre of heights which hold, as in a Colosseum's fold, the guarded Zion. They command the Mount of Solomon's offence, the crag of evil counsel, and Iscariot's gallows eminence. Pit too they mark where long ago dull fires of refuse shot below, the city's litter smouldering burned, clouding the glen with smoke impure, and griming the foul shapes obscure of dismal chain gangs in their shame, raking the garbage thither spurned. Tophet the place, transferred in name to penal hell. But shows there naught to win here a redeeming thought? Yes. Welcome in its nearer seat, the white conaculum they greet, where still an upper room is shown, in dream avouched the very one wherein the supper first was made, and Christ those words of parting said, those words of love by loved St. John so tenderly recorded. Ah, they be above us like a star, those paschal words, but they descend, and as within the wall they wend, a horror hobbling on low crutch draws near, but still refrains from touch. Before the saint in low estate he fawns, who with considerate mild glance regards him. Clarel shrank. And he, is he of human rank? Knowest thou him? He asked. Yea, yea, and beamed on that disfeatured clay. Tulib, to me, to him are due these thanks, the God of me and you and all, to whom his own shall go in paradise and be reclad, transfigured like the morning glad. Yea, friend in Christ, this man I know, this fellow man. And afterward the student from true sources heard how Nehemiah had proved his friend, sole friend even of that trunk of woe, when sisters failed him in the end. End of section 26. Section 27 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Matron and Maid. Days fleet. No vain enticements lure Clarel to Agar's roof. Her tact prevailed. The rabbi might not act, his will austere, and more, a prey to one devouring whim, Nathan yet more absented him. Welcome the matron never had for Clarel. Was the youth not one, new from the clime she doted on? And if indeed an exile sad, by daisy in a letter laid, reminded be of home delight, though there first greeted by the sight of that transmitted flower, how then not feel a kin emotion bred, at glimpse of face of countrymen, though stranger? Yes, a Jewess, born in Gentile land, where nature's wreath exhales the first creation's breath, the waste of Judah made her lorn. The student, sharing not her blood, nearer in tie of spirit stood than he she called Rabboni. So in Agar's liking did he grow, deeper in heart of Ruth, and learned the more how both for freedom yearned, and much surmised, too, left unsaid by the tried mother and the maid. Howe'er dull natures read the signs where untold grief a hermit pines, the anxious, strained, weak, nervous air of trouble, which like shame may wear her gabardine, though soul in faint may look pathetic self-restraint, for ends pernicious, real care, sorrow made dumb where duties move, never eluded love, true love, a deep diviner. Here for space the past of wife and daughter trace, of Agar's kin for many an age not one had seen the heritage of Judah, Gentile lands detained. So, while they clung to Moses' lore, far from the land his guidance gained. 'Twas Eld's romance, a treasured store like plate inherited. In fine it graced, in seemly way benign, that family feeling of the Jew, which, hallowed by each priestly rite, makes home a temple, sheds delight Naomi ere her trial knew. Happy was Agar ere the seas she crossed for Zion. Pride she took, pride, if in small felicities, pride in her little court, a nook where morning glories starred the door, so sweet without, so snug within. At sunny matin meal serene, her damask cloth she'd note. It bore in Hebrew text about the hem, mid-broidered cipher and device, "If I forget thee, O Jerusalem," and swam before her humid eyes, in rainbowed distance, paradise. Faith, ravished, followed fancy's path in more of bliss than nature hath. But ah, the dream to test by deed, to seek to handle the ideal and make a sentiment serve need, to try to realize the unreal. 'Twas not that Agar reasoned, nay, she did but feel, true woman's way. What solace from the desert win, far from known friends, familiar kin? How nearer God? The chanted Zion showed graves, but graves to gasp and die on. Nathan, her convert, for his sake grief had she stifled long, but now the nursling one lay pale and low. Oft of that waxen face she'd think beneath the stones. Her heart would sink, and in hard bitterness repine. Slim grass, poor babe, to grave of thine. Ruth, too, when here a child she came, would blurt in reckless childhood's way, "'Tis a bad place." But the sad dame would check, and, as the maiden grew, counsel she kept. Too much she knew, but how to give her feelings play. With cherished pots of herbs and flowers, she strove to appease the hungry hours, each leaf bedewed with many a tear for Gentile land, how green and dear. What though the dame and daughter both, in synagogue, behind the great dividing sexes, oft-times sate? It was with hearts but chill and loath. Never was heaven served by that cold form. With Clarel seemed to come a waftage from the fields at home, crossing the wind from Judah's sand, reviving Agar, and of power to make the bud in Ruth expand with promise of unfolding hour. End of section 27. Section 28 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tomb and Fountain. Clarel and Ruth, might it but be that ranged they could green uplands free by gala orchards, when they fling their bridal favors, buds of spring, and, dreamy in her morning swoon, the lady of the night, the moon, looks pearly as the blossoming. And youth and nature's fond accord wins Eden back, that tales abstruse of Christ the crucified, pain's Lord, seem foreign, forged, incongruous. Restrictions of that Eastern code immured the maiden, from abode frequent nor distant she withdrew, except with Jewess, scarce with Jew. So none the less in former mode, Nehemiah still with Clarel went, who grew in liking and content, in company of one whose word babbled of Ruth, my bird, God's bird. The twain were one mild morning led out to a waste where beauty clings, vining a grot how doubly dead, the rifled sepulchre of kings. Hewn from the rock, a sunken space conducts to garlands, fit for vase, in sculptured frieze above a tomb. Palm leaves, pineapples, grapes, these bloom, involved in dearth, to puzzle us, as 'twere thy line, Theocritus, dark Joel's text of terror threading. Yes, strange that Pocahontas' wedding of contraries in old belief, Hellenic cheer, Hebraic grief. The homicide Herods, men aver, inurned behind that wreathage were. But who is he uncovered seen, profound in shadow of the tomb reclined, with meditative mien intent upon the tracery? A low wind waves his Lydian hair, a funeral man, yet richly fair, fair as the sabled violets be. The frieze and this secluded one, retaining each a separate tone, beauty yet harmonized in grace, and contrast to the barren place. But noting that he was discerned, salute the stranger made, then turned, and shy passed forth in obvious state of one who would keep separate. Those cells explored, through dale they paced onward, and won Moriah's walls and seated them. Clarel recalls the colonnades that Herod traced. Herod, magnific Idumean, in marble along the mountain flank, column on column, rank on rank, above the valley Tyropion. Eastward, in altitude they view, across Jehoshaphat, a crag of sepulchres and huts. There too they journey, but a while they lag beneath, to mark the tombs in row, pierced square along the gloomy steep in beetling broadside, and with show of portholes in black battleship. They climb, and Clarel turning saw their late resort, the hill of law, Moriah, above the Kedron's bed, and, turreting his aged head, the angle of King David's wall. Acute scene here too best scanned, as 'twere that cliff, though not so tall, nor tempest sculptured therewithal, envisaged in Franconian land, the marvel of the pass. Anon a call he hears behind, in note familiar, being man's, remote no less, and strange in hollowed tone, as 'twere a voice from out the tomb. A tomb it is, and he in gloom of porch there biddeth them begone. Clings to his knee a toddling one, bewildered, poising in wee hand a pictured page. Nehemiah's boon, he passive in the sun at stand. Morosely then the Arab turns, snatches the gift, and drops and spurns. As down now from the crag they wend, reverted glance see Clarel lend. Thou guest of death, which in his house sleep'st nightly, mayst thou not espouse his daughter Peace? Aslant they come, where, hid in shadow of the rocks, stone steps descend unto Siloam. Proof to the fervid noonday tide, reflected from the glen's steep side, moist ledge with ledge here interlocks, vaulting a sunken grotto deep. Down there, as quiet as in sleep, anew the stranger they descried, sitting upon a step full low, watching the fountain's troubled tide, which after ebb began to flow, gurgling from viewless caves. The lull broke by the flood is wonderful. Science explains it, bides no less the true, innate mysteriousness. Through him there might the vision flit of angel in Bethesda's pool with porches 5, so troubling it that whoso bathed then was made whole? Or, by an equal dream beguiled, did he but list the fountain moan, like Ammon's in the Libyan wild, for muse and oracle both gone? By chance a jostled pebble there slipped from the surface down the stair. It jarred. It broke the brittle spell. Siloam was but a rural well. Clarel, who could again but shun to obtrude on this secluded one, turned to depart. Ere yet we go, said Nehemiah, I will below. Dim be mine eyes, more dim they grow. I'll wash them in these waters cool, as did the blind the Master sent, and who came seeing from this pool. And down the grotto stairs he went. The stranger, just descending, stood, and, as the votary laved his eyes, he marked, looked up, and Clarel viewed, and they exchanged quick sympathies, though but in glance, moved by that act of one whose faith transfigured fact. A bond seemed made between them there, and presently the trio fare over Kedron, and in one accord of quietude and chastened tone approach the spot, tradition's own, for ages held, the garden of our Lord. End of section 28. Section 29 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Recluse. Ere yet they win that verge and line, reveal the stranger, name him Vine. His home to tell, kin, tribe, estate, would not avail. A lighting grow, as on the tree the mistletoe, all gifts unique. In seeds of fate, born on the winds, these immigrate and graft the stock. Vine's manner shy, a clog, a hindrance might imply, a lack of parlour want. But grace, which is in substance deep and grain, may, peradventure, well pass by the polish of veneer. No trace of passion's soil or lucre's stain, though life was now half ferried o'er, if use he served not, but forbore. Such indolence might still but pine in dearth of rich incentive high. Apollo's slave in Mammon's mine? Better Admetus's shepherd lie. A charm of subtle virtue shed, a personal influence coveted, whose source was difficult to tell, as ever was that perfumed spell of paradise flowers invisible, which angels round Sicilia bred. A saint then do we here unfold? Nay, the ripe flush, Venetian mould evinced no nature saintly fine, but blood like swart Vesuvian wine. What cooled the current? Under cheer of opulent softness reigned austere control of self. Flesh, but scarce pride, was curbed. Desire was mortified, but less indeed by mortal sway than doubt if happiness through clay be reachable. No sackclothed man, howbeit, in sort Carthusian, though born a Sybarite, and yet not beauty might he all forget, the beauty of the world, and charm. He prized it though it scarce might warm. Like to the nunnery's denizen, his virgin soul communed with men but through the wicket. Was it clear this coyness bordered not on fear or an apprehensive sense? Not wholly seemed it diffidence, recluse, nor less did strangely wind ambiguous elfishness behind. All that, an Ariel unknown. It seemed his very speech and tone betrayed disuse. Thronged streets astir to Vine but ampler cloisters were. Cloisters? No monk he was, allow, but gleamed the richer for the shade about him, as in sombre glade of Virgil's wood the Sibyl's golden bough. End of section 29. Section 30 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Site of the Passion. And wherefore by the convents be gardens, ascetic roses twine? Nay, but there is a memory. Within a garden walking see the angered god, and where the vine and olive in the darkling hours inweave green sepulchres of bowers, who, to defend us from despair, pale undergoes the passion there in solitude? Yes, memory links Eden and Gethsemane, so that, not meaningless in sway, gardens adjoin the convents grey. On Salem's hill in Solomon's years of gala, oh, the happy town! In groups the people sauntered down, and, Kedron crossing, lightly wound where now the tragic grove appears, the palmy and a pleasure ground. The student and companions win the wicket, pause, and enter in. By roots strapped down and fold on fold, gnarled into wens and knobs and knees, in olives, monumental trees, the pangs survivors they behold. A wizened blue fruit drops from them, nipped harvest of Jerusalem. Wistful here Clarel turned toward Vine, and would have spoken, but as well hailed Dathan swallowed in the mine. Tradition, legend, lent such spell and wrapped him in remoteness so. Meanwhile, in shade the olives throw, Nehemiah pensive sat him down, and turned the chapter in St. John. What frame of mind may Clarel woo? He the night scene in picture drew, the band which came for sinless blood, with swords and staves, a multitude. They brush the twigs, small birds take wing, the dead boughs crackle, lanterns swing, till lo, they spy him through the wood. Master, 'tis Judas, then the kiss, and he falters not at this, speechless, unspeakably submiss. The fulsome serpent on the cheek sliming, endurance more than meek, endurance of the fraud foreknown, and fiend heart in the human one. Ah, now the pard on Clarel springs, the passion's narrative plants stings. To break away, he turns and views the white-haired under olive bowed, immersed in scripture. And he woos. Whate'er the chapter, read aloud. The saint looked up, but with a stare absent and wildered, vacant there. As part to kill time, part for task, some shepherd old pores over book, shelved farm book of his life forepast, when he bestirred him and amassed. If chance one interrupt, and ask, What read you? He will turn a look which shows he knows not what he reads, or knowing, he but weary heeds, or scarce remembers. Here much so with Nehemiah dazed out and low, and presently, to intercept, over Clarel, too, strange numbness crept. A monk, custodian of the ground, drew nigh, and showed him by the steep the rock or legendary mound where James and Peter fell asleep. Dully the pilgrim scanned the spot, nor spake. Signor, and think'st thou not 'twas sorrow brought their slumber on? St. Luke avers no sluggard rest, nay, but excess of feeling pressed till ache to apathy was won. To Clarel 'twas no hollow word, experience did proof afford, for Vine aloof he loitered, shrunk in privity, and shunned the monk. Clarel awaited him, he came, the shadow of his previous air merged in a settled neutral frame, assumed, maybe. Would Vine disclaim all sympathy the youth might share? About to leave, they turned to look for him, but late estranged in book. Asleep he lay, the face bent down, viewless between the crossing arms, one slack hand on the good book thrown in peace that every care becharms. Then died the shadow off from Vine, a spirit seemed he not unblessed, as here he made a quiet sign unto the monk. Spare to molest, let this poor dreamer take his rest, his fill of rest. But now at stand, who there alertly glances up by grotto of the bitter cup, spruce, and with volume light in hand, bound smartly, late in reference scanned? Inquisitive Philistine, lo, tourists replace the pilgrims so. At peep of that brisk dapper man, over Vine's face a ripple ran, of freakish mockery, elfin light, whereby what thing may Clarel see? O angels, rescue from the sight! Paul Pry, and in Gethsemane? He shrunk the thought of it to fan, nor liked the freak in Vine that threw such a suggestion into view, nor less it hit that fearful man. End of section 30. Section 31 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rolfe. The hill above the garden here they rove, and chance ere long to meet a second stranger, keeping cheer apart. Trapper or pioneer he looked, astray in Judah's seat, or one who might his business ply on waters under tropic sky. Perceiving them as they drew near, he rose, removed his hat to greet, disclosing so in shapely sphere a marble brow over face embrowned. So Sunium by her fane is crowned. One read his superscription clear, a genial heart, a brain austere, and further deemed that such a man, though given to study, as might seem, was no scholastic partisan or euphonist of academe, but supplemented Plato's theme with daedal life in boats and tents, a messmate of the elements, and yet more bronzed in face than mind, sensitive still and frankly kind, too frank, too unreserved, may be, and indiscreet in honesty. But what implies the tinge of soil, like tarnish on Pizarro's spoil? Precious in substance rudely wrought, Peruvian plate, which here is caught. What means this touch of the untoward, in aspect hinting nothing froward? From Baalbec, for a new sojourn, to Jewry Rolfe had made return, to Jewry's inexhausted shore of barrenness, where evermore some lurking thing he hoped to gain, slip quite behind the parrot lore conventional, and what attain? Struck by each clear or latent sign expressive in the stranger's air, the student glanced from him to vine. Peers, yes, needs that these must pair. Clarel was young, in promise fine, to him here first were brought together exceptional natures, of a weather strange as the tropics with strange trees, strange birds, strange fishes, skies and seas. To one who in some meager land his bread wins by the horny hand, what now mayhap, what outcome new, elicited by contact true, frank, cordial contact of the twain? Crude wonderment, and proved but vain. If average mortals social be, and yet but seldom truly meet, closing like halves of apples sweet, how with the rarer in degree? The informal salutation done, Vine into his dumb castle went, not as all parley he would shun, but looking down from battlement, ready, if need were, to accord reception to the other's word. Nay, far from wishing to decline, and neutral not without design. Maybe. Look, by Christ's belfry set appears the Moslem minaret. So, to fill trying pause alone, cried Rolfe, and o'er the deep defile of Kedron pointed toward the town, where, thronged about by many a pile monastic, but no vernal bower, the Saracen shaft and Norman tower in truce stand guard beside that dome which canopies the Holy's home. The tower looks lopped, it shows forlorn, a stunted oak whose crown is shorn, but see, palm-like the minaret stands, superior, and the tower commands. Yon shaft, said Clarel, seems ill-placed. Aye, seems, but 'tis for memory based. The story's known, how Omar there, after the town's surrender meek, hallowed to him, as dear to Greek, clad in his clouts of camel's hair, and with the patriarch robed and fine, walking beneath the dome divine. When came the Islam hour for prayer, declined to use the carpet good, spread for him in the church, but stood without, even yonder where is set the monumental minaret, and, earnest in true suppliance cried, smiting his chest, Me overrule, Allah, to me be merciful. 'Twas little shared he victor pride, though victor. So the church he saved, of purpose from that law engraved, which prompt transferred to Allah sole each fane whereon his right might roll. Long afterward, the town being stormed by Christian knights, how ill conformed the butchery then to Omar's prayer and heart magnanimous, but spare. Response they looked, and thence he warmed. Yon grey cathedral of the tomb, who reared it first? A woman weak, a second Mary, first to seek in pagan darkness which had come, the place where they had laid the Lord. Queen Helena, she traced the site, and cleared the ground, and made it bright with all that zeal could then afford. But Constantine, there falls the blight. The mother's warm emotional heart subserved it still the son's cold part. Even he who, timing well the tide, laced not the cross upon Rome's flag supreme, till Jove began to lag behind the new religion's stride. And Helena, may it be the saint herself not quite was free from that which in the years bygone made certain stately dames of France, such as the fair de Maintenon, to string their rosaries of pearl, and found brave chapels, sweet romance, coquetry of the borrowed curl. You let me prate. Nay, nay, go on, cried Clarel, yet in such a tone it showed disturbance. Laud the dame, her church, admit, no doom it fears, unquelled by force of battering years and sieges, sword and flame, fallen, rebuilt, to fall anew, by armies shaken, earthquake too. Lo, it abides, if not the same, in selfsame spot. Last time 'twas burnt, the rationalist a lesson learnt. But you know all. Nay, not the end, said Vine, and Clarel, we attend. Well, on the morrow never shrunk from wonted rite the steadfast monk, though hurt and even maimed were some by crash of the ignited dome. Staunch stood the walls, as friars profess, and not in fraud, the central cell, Christ's tomb and faith's last citadel. The flames did tenderly caress, nor harm, while smoking, smouldering beams, fallen across, lent livid gleams to Golgotha. But none the less, in robed procession of his God, the mitred one the cinders trod. Before the calcined altar there the host he raised, and hymn and prayer went up from ashes. These, ere chill, away were brushed, the trowel shrill, and hod and hammer came in place. 'Tis now some 80 years ago, in Lima's first convulsion so, when shock on shock had left slim trace of 100 temples, and, in a mood of malice dwelling on the face itself has tortured and subdued to uncomplaint, the cloud pitch black lowered o'er the rubbish, and the land, not less than sea, did countermand her buried courses, heave them back, and flocks and men fled on the track which wins the Andes. Then went forth the prelate with intrepid train, rolling the anthem mid the rain of ashes white. In rocking plain new boundaries staked they, south and north, for ampler piles. These stand. In cheer the priest reclaimed the quaking sphere. Hold it he shall, so long as spins the star of tragedies, this orb of sins. That, Clarel said, is not my mind. Rome's priest forever rule the world? The priest, I said, though some be hurled from anchor, nor a haven find, not less religion's ancient port, till the crack of doom shall be resort in stress of weather for mankind. Yea, long as children feel affright in darkness, men shall fear a god, and long as daisies yield delight, shall see his footprint in the sod. Is't ignorance? This ignorant state science doth but elucidate, deepen, enlarge. But though 'twere made demonstrable that God is not, what then? It would not change this lot. The ghost would haunt, nor could be laid. Intense he spake, his eyes of blue altering, and to eerie hue, like Tyrrhene seas when overcast, the which Vine noted, nor in joy, inferring thence an ocean waste of earnestness without a buoy, an influence which afterward acquaintance led him to discard or modify, or not employ. Clarel ill relished. Rolfe, in tone half elegiac, thus went on. Philae, upon thy sacred ground, Osiris' broken tomb is found. A god how good, whose good proved vain. in strife with bullying Python slain. For long the ritual chant or moan of pilgrims by that mystic stone went up, even much as now ascend the liturgies of yearning prayer to one who met a kindred end, Christ, tombed in turn and worshipped there. And pointed, "Hint you," here asked Vine, "in Christ Osiris must decline anew? Nay, nay, and yet, past doubt, strange is that text St. Matthew won from grey Hosea in sentence, 'Out of Egypt have I called my son.'" Here Clarel spake, and with a stir not all assured an eager plight. "But does not Matthew there refer only to the return from flight into Egypt?" "May be so," said Rolfe, "but then Hosea? Nay, we'll let it pass." And fell delay of talk. They mused. "To Cicero," Rolfe sudden said, "is a long way from Matthew, yet somehow he comes to mind here, he and his fine tomes, which, change the gods, would serve to read for modern essays. And indeed his age was much like ours. Doubt ran, faith flagged, negations which sufficed lawyer, priest, statesman, gentleman, not yet being popularly prized, the augurs hence retained some state, which served for the illiterate. Still, the decline so swiftly ran from stage to stage that to believe, except for slave or artisan, seemed heresy. Even doubts which met horror at first grew obsolete, and in a decade, to bereave of founded trust in Sire Supreme was a vocation. Sophists throve, each weaving his thin thread of dream into the shroud for Numa's Jove. Caesar his atheism avowed before the Senate. But why crowd examples here? The gods were gone. Tully scarce dreamed they could be won back into credence, less that earth ever could know yet mightier birth of deity. He died, Christ came, and, in due hour, that impious Rome, emerging from vast wreck and shame, held the forefront of Christendom. The inference? The lesson? Come. Let fools count on faith's closing knell. Time, God, are inexhaustible. But what, so earnest? Aye, again. Hard for a fountain to refrain, breathed Vine. Was that but irony? At least no envy in the strain. Rolfe scarce remarked, or let go by. For Clarel, when ye, meeting, scan in waste the Baghdad caravan, and solitude puts on the stir, clamor, dust, din of Nineveh, as horsemen, camels, footmen all, soldier and merchant, free and thrall, pour by in tide processional. So to the novice streamed along Rolfe's filing thoughts, a wildering throng. Their sway he owned, and yet how Vine, who breathed few words or gave dumb sign, him more allured, suggestive more of choicer treasure, rarer store reserved, like kids doubloons long sought, without the wand. The ball of thought and chain yet dragging, on they strained, oblique along the upland, slow and mute, until a point they gained where devotees will pause, and know a tenderness may be. Here then, while tarry now these pilgrim men, the interval let be assigned a niche for image of a novel mind. End of section 31. Section 32 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of Rama. That Rama whom the Indians sung, a god he was, but knew it not, hence vainly puzzled at the wrong, misplacing him in human lot. Curtailment of his right he bare, rather than wrangle, but no less was taunted for his tameness there. A fugitive without redress, he never the Holy Spirit grieved, nor the divine in him bereaved, though what that was he might not guess. Live they who, like to Rama, led unspotted from the world aside, like Rama are discredited, like him in outlawry abide? May life and fable so agree? The innocent, if lawless elf, ethereal in virginity, retains the consciousness of self. Though black frost nip, though white frost chill, nor white frost nor the black may kill the patient root, the vernal sense, surviving hard experience as grass the winter. Even that curse which is the wormwood mixed with gall, better dependent on the worse. Divine upon the animal, that cannot make such natures fall, though yielding easy rein, indeed, to impulse which the fibres breed, nor quarrelling with indolence, shall these the cup of grief dispense, deliberate to any heart? Not craft they know, nor envy's smart. Theirs be the thoughts that dive and skim, theirs the spiced tears that overbrim, and theirs the dimple and the lightsome whim. Such natures, and but such, have got familiar with strange things that dwell repressed in mortals, and they tell of riddles in the prosiest lot. Mince ye some matter for faith's sake, and heaven's good name? 'Tis these shall make revolt there, and the gloss disclaim. They con the page kept down with those which Adam's secret frame disclose, and Eve's, nor dare dissent from truth, although disreputable, sooth. The riches in them be a store unmerchantable in the ore. No matter, 'tis an open mine. Dig, find ye gold, why, make it thine. The shrewder knack hast thou, the gift. Smelt then, and mould, and good go with thy thrift. Was ever earth-born wight like this? Aye, in the verse, maybe, he is. End of section 32. Section 33 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By the Stone. Over against the temple here, a monastery unrestored, named from prediction of our Lord, crumbled long since. Outlying near, some stones remain, which seats afford, and one, the fond traditions state, is that whereon the Saviour sate and prophesied, and sad became to think what, under sword and flame, the proud Jerusalem should be, then spread before him sunnily, pillars and palms, the white, the green, marble enfoliaged, a fair scene. But now, a vision here conferred, pale as Pompeii disinterred. Long Rolfe, on knees his elbows resting, and head enlocked in hands upright, sat facing it in steadfast plight, and brooded on that town slow wasting. And here, he said, here did he sit, in leafly covert, say, beheld the city and wept over it. Luke's words, and hard to be excelled, so just the brief expression there, truth's rendering, with earnest air more he threw out, in kind the same. The which did Clarel ponder still, for though the words might frankness claim, with reverence for sight and name, no further went they, nor could fill faith's measure, scarce her dwindled gill now standard. On the plain of Troy, mused Clarel, as one might look down from Gargarus with quiet joy in verifying Homer's sights, yet scarce believe in Venus's crown, and rescues in those Trojan fights whereby she saved her supple son. So Rolfe regards from these wan heights yon walls and slopes to Christians dear. Much it annoyed him and perplexed, then free concession so sincere, concession due both sight and text, dissent itself would less appear to imply negation. But anon they mark in groups, hard by the gate which overlooks Jehoshaphat, some Hebrew people of the town. Who marvels that outside they come, since few within have seemly home? Said Rolfe. They chat there on the seats, but seldom gossip in their streets. Who here may see a busy one? Where's naught to do, not much is done. How live they then? What bread can be? In almost every country known, rich Israelites these kinsmen own. The hat goes round the world. But see! Moved by his words, their eyes more reach toward that dull group. Dwarfed in the dream of distance sad, penguins they seem, drawn up on Patagonian beach. "O city," Rolfe cried, "house on moor, with shutters burst and blackened door, like that thou showest, and the gales still round thee blow the banshee wails. Well might the priest in temple start, hearing the voice, 'Woe, we depart!'" Clarel gave ear, albeit his glance diffident skimmed Vine's countenance, and mainly here he interest took in all the fervid speaker said, reflected in the mute one's look, a face indeed quite overlaid with tremulous meanings, which evade or shun regard, nay, hardly brook fraternal scanning. Rolfe went on, "The very natives of the town, methinks, would turn from it and flee but for that curse which is its crown, that curse which clogs so, poverty. See them, but see yon cowering men, the brood without the hen. City, that dost the prophet's stone, how oft against the judgment dread, how often would I fain have spread my wings to cover thee, mine own, and ye would not, hadst thou but known the things which to thy peace belong." Nehemiah it was, rejoining them, grey as the old Jerusalem, over which how earnestly he hung. But him the seated audience scan, as he were sole surviving man of tribe extinct or world. The ray which lit his features died away, he flagged, and, as some trouble moved, apart and aimlessly he roved. End of section 33. Section 34 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. They tarry. How solitary on the hill sitteth the city, and how still, how still! From Vine the murmur came, a cadence, as it were, compelled even by the picture's silent claim. That said, again his peace he held, biding, as in a misty rain, some motionless lone fisherman by mountain brook. But Rolfe, thy word is Jeremiah's, and here well heard. I, seer of Anathoth, behold, yon object tallies with thy text. How then, stays reason quite unvexed? Fulfilment here but falleth cold. That stable proof which man would fold, how may it be derived from things subject to change and vanishings? But let that pass. All now's revised. Zion, like Rome, is Neberized. Yes, doubt attends. Doubt's heavy hand is set against us, and his brand still warreth for his natural lord, King Commonplace, whose rule abhorred yearly extends in vulgar sway, absorbs Atlantis and Cathay, aye, reaches toward Diana's moon, affirming it a clinkered blot, deriding pale Endymion. Since thus he aims to level all, the Milky Way he'll yet allot for Appian to his capital. Then tell then, what charm may save thy marvel, Palestine? From grave whereto winds many a bier and pall of old illusion, what for earth? Ah, change irreverent, at odds with goodly customs, gracious gods, new things elate so thrust their birth up through dejection of the old, as through dead sheaths, is here foretold the consummation of the past, and garish dawning of a day whose noon-not saints desire to stay. And hardly I, who break love's fast with Christ, with what strange lords may sup? The reserves of time seem marching up. But nay, what novel thing may be, no germ being new, by fate's decree have not earth's vitals heaved in change repeated, some wild element or action been evolved, the range of surface split, the deeps unpent, continents in God's cauldrons cast, and this without effecting so the neutralizing of the past, whose rudiments persistent flow, from age to age transmitting, own, the evil with the good, the taint deplored in Solomon's complaint. Fate's pot of ointment, wilt have done, Lord of the fly, God of the grub, needst foul all sweets, thou Beelzebub? He ended. To evade or lay deductions hard for tender clay, Clarel recalled each prior word of Rolfe, which scarcely kept accord, as seemed, with much dropped latterly. For vine he twitched from ground a weed, apart then picked it, seed by seed. Ere long they rise, and climbing greet a thing preeminent in seat, whose legend still can touch the heart. It prompted one there to impart a chapter of the Middle Age, which next to give, but let the page the narrator's rambling way forget, and make to run in even flow his interrupted tale, and let description brief the sight foreshow. End of section 34. Section 35 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Arculf and Adamnan. In spot revered by myriad men, whence, as alleged, Emmanuel rose into the heaven, receptive then, a little plastered tower is set, pale in the light that Syria knows, upon the peak of Olivet. 'Tis modern, a replacement, note, for ample pile of years remote, nor yet ill suits in dwindled bound man's faith retrenched. 'Twas Hakim's deed, mad Caliph, founder still of creed long held by tribes not unrenowned, who erst the pastoral height discrowned of Helena's church. Woe for the dome, and many a goodly temple more, which hither lured from Christendom the childlike pilgrim throngs of yore. 'Twas of that church, so brave erewhile, blessed landmark on the olive height, which Arculf told of in the isle Iona, shipwrecked there in sight, the palmer dragged they from the foam, the Culdees of the abbey fair, him shelter yielding and a home. In guerdon for which love and care received in St. Columba's pile, with travel talk he did beguile their eve of Yule. The tempest beat, it shook the abbey's founded seat, rattling the crucifix on wall, and thrice was heard the clattering fall of gable tiles. But host and guest, abbot and palmer, took their rest inside monastic ingle tall. What unto them were those lashed seas, or Patmos, or the Hebrides? The isles were God's. It was the time the church in Jewry dwelt at ease, though under Arabs. Omar's prime, penultimate of pristine zeal, while yet throughout faith's commonweal the tidings had not died away, not yet had died into dismay of dead echoes that recede. Glad tidings of great joy indeed thrilled to the shepherds on the sward. Behold, to you is born this day a Saviour, which is Christ the Lord. While yet in chapel, altar, shrine, the mica in the marble new glistened like spangles of the dew. One minster then was Palestine, all monumental. Arculf first the wonders of the tomb rehearsed, and Golgotha, then told of trees, olives, which in the twilight breeze sighed plaintive by the convent's lee. The convent in Gethsemane, perished long since. Then, on the hill, in sight revealed through Jesu's grace, Hereat both crossed themselves apace. A great round church with goodly skill is nobly built, and fragrant blows morning through triple porticoes. But over that blessed place where meet the last prints of the wounded feet, the roof is open to the sky. 'Tis there the sparrows love to fly. Upon Ascension Day, at end of Mass, vocal winds descend among the worshippers. Amain the abbot signs the cross again, and Arculf on, and all that night the mountain temple's western flank, the same which fronts Moriah's height, in memory of the apostles' light, shows 12 dyed fires in Oriel's 12. Thither, from towers on Kedron's bank, and where the slope and terrace shelve, the gathered townsfolk gaze afar, and those 12 flowers of flames suffuse their faces with reflected hues of violet, gold, and cinnabar. Much so from Naples. In our sail we touched there, shipping jar and bale. I saw Vesuvius' plume of fire redden the bay, tinge mast and spire. But on Ascension Eve, 'tis then a light shows, kindled not by men. Look, pointing to the hearth, dost see how these dun embers here by me lambent are licked by flaky flame? All of it gleams then much the same, caressed, curled over, yea, encurled by fleecy fires which typic be. O Lamb of God, O Light o' the world! In fear, and yet a fear divine, once more the Culdee made the sign, then fervid snatched the palmer's hand, clung to it like a very child, thrilled by some wondrous story wild of elf or fay, nor could command his eyes to quit their gaze at him who had seen it. But how grim the Pictish storm-king sang refrain, scoffing about those gables high over Arculf and good Adamnan. The abbot and the palmer rest, the legends follow them and die, those legends which, be it confessed, did nearer bring them to the sky, did nearer woo it to their hope of all that seers and saints avow, than Galileo's telescope can bid it unto prosing science now. End of section 35. Section 36 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Tower. The tower they win. Some Greeks at hand, pilgrims in silence view the land. One family group in listless tone are just in act of faring down. All leave at last, and these remain as by a hearthstone on the plain when roof is gone. But can they shame to tell the evasive thought within? Does intellect assert a claim against the heart, her yielding kin? But he, the wanderer, the while, see him, and what may so beguile? Images he the ascending Lord, pale as the moon which day may meet, convoyed by a serene accord and swoon of faces young and sweet, mid chaplets, stars, and halcyon wings, and many ministering things. As him they mark enkindled so, what inklings, negatives, they know. But leaving him in silence due, they enter there, the print to view. Affirmed of Christ, the parting foot, they mark it, nor a question moot, next climb the stair and win the roof, thence on Jerusalem look down, and Kedron cringing by the town, whose stony lanes map-like were shown. Is yon the city aloof? Said Rolfe. Nay, liker 'tis some print, old blurred, bewrinkled mezzotint, and distant, look, what lifeless hills, dead long for them the hymn of rills and birds, nor trees nor ferns they know, nor lichens there hath leave to grow in the baleful glens which blacked the blood of the son of Kish. Far peep they gain of waters which in cauldron brewed, sunk mid the mounts of leaden bane, the Sodom wave, or putrid sea, or sea of salt, or cities 5, or lots, or deaths, asphaltity, or asafoetida, all these being names indeed which they jive, that sight of foul iniquities, abhorred, with a wordless look intent, as if the scene confirmed some thought which in heart's lonelier hour was lent. Vine stood at gaze, the rest were wrought according unto kind, the Mount of Olives, and, in distance there, the charnel wave, who may recount? Hope's hill descries the pit despair, flitted the thought, they nothing said, and down they drew, as ground they tread. Nehemiah met them, pleaseth ye? Fair stroll awaits, if all agree, over the hill let us go on. Bethany is a pleasant town, I'll lead, for well the way I know. He gazed expectant, would they go? Before that simpleness so true, Vine showed embarrassed, Clarel too, yet thanked him with a grateful look benign, and Rolfe the import took, and whispered him in softened key, some other day. And might it be such influence their spirits knew from all the tower had given to view, untuned they felt for Bethany? End of section 36. Section 37 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A sketch. Not knowing them in very heart, nor why to join him they were loth, he, disappointed, moved apart, with sad pace creeping, dull, as doth along the bough the nerveless sloth. For ease upon the ground they sit, and Rolfe, with eyes still following where Nehemiah slow-footed it, asked Clarel, "Know you anything of this man's prior life at all?" "Nothing," said Clarel. "I recall," said Rolfe, "a mariner like him." "A mariner?" "Yes, one whom grim disaster made as meek as he, there plodding." Vine here showed the zest of a deep human interest. "We crave you of his history." And Rolfe began, "Scarce would I tell of what this mariner befell, so much as it with cloud o'ercast, were he not now gone home at last into the green land of the dead, where he encamps and peace is shed. Hardy he was, sanguine and bold, the master of a ship, his mind in night watch frequent he unrolled, as seamen sometimes are inclined. On serious topics, to his mate, a man to creed austere resigned. The master ever spurned at fate, Calvin's or Zeno's, always still manlike he stood by man's free will, and power to effect each thing he would, did reason but pronounce it good. The subaltern held in humble way that still heaven's overruling sway, will and event. On waters far, where mapman never made survey, gliding along in easy plight, the strong one brake the lull of night, emphatic in his wilful war. But staggered, for there came a jar with fell arrest to keel and speech, a hidden rock, the pound, the grind, collapsing sails o'er deck declined, sleek billows curling in the breach, and nature with her neutral mind. A wreck. 'Twas in the former days, those waters then obscure, a maze, the isles were dreaded, every chain. Better to brave the immense of sea, and venture for the Spanish main, beating and rowing against the trades, than float to valleys neath the lee, nor far removed, and palmy shades. So deemed he, strongly erring there. To boats they take, the weather fair, never the sky a cloudlet knew. A temperate wind unvarying blew, week after week, yet came despair. The bread, though doled, and water stored, ran low and lower, ceased. They burn, they agonize, till crime abhorred lawful might be. O trade wind, turn! Well may some items sleep unrolled, never by the one survivor told. Him they picked up, where, cuddled down, they saw the jacketed skeleton, lone in the only boat that lived, his signal frittered to a shred. Strong needst thou be, the rescuers said, who hast such trial sole survived. I willed it, gasped he, and the man, renewed ashore, pushed off again. How bravely sailed the pennoned ship, bound outward on her sealing trip, Antarctic. Yes, but who returns too soon, regaining port by land, who left it by the bay? What spurns were his that so could countermand? Nor mutineer, nor rock, nor gale, nor leak had foiled him. No, a whale of purpose aiming stove the bow. They foundered. To the master now owners and neighbors all impute an inauspiciousness. His wife, gentle, but unheroic, she, poor thing, at heart knew bitter strife between her love and her simplicity. A Jonah is he? And men bruit the story. None will give him place in a third venture. Came the day dire need constrained the man to pace a night patrolman on the quay, watching the bales till morning hour through fair and foul. Never he smiled. Call him, and he would come, not sour in spirit, but meek and reconciled. Patient he was, he none withstood, oft on some secret thing would brood. He ate what came, though but a crust. In Calvin's creed he put his trust, praised heaven, and said that God was good, and his calamity but just. So Silvio Pellico from cell door forth tottering, after dungeoned years, crippled and bleached, and dead his peers, grateful, I thank the Emperor. There ceasing, after pause Rolfe drew regard to Nehemiah in view. Look, the changed master, roams he there? I mean, is such the guise, the air? The speaker sat between mute vine and Clarel. From the mystic sea, Glaucon's serpent, sleek and fine, in loop on loop seemed here to twine his clammy coils about the three. Then unto them the wannish man draws nigh, but absently they scan. A phantom seems he, and from zone where naught is real, though the wind's eye moan. End of section 37. Section 38 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sparrow. After the hint by Rolfe bestowed, redoubled import, one may ween, had Nehemiah's submissive mien for Clarel, nay, his poor abode, and thither now the twain repair, a new significance might bear. Thin grasses, such as sprout in sand, Clarel observes in crannies old along the cornice. Not his hand the mower fills with such, nor arms of him that binds the sheaf enfold. Now mid the quiet which becharms that mural wilderness remote, querulous came the little note of bird familiar, one of them so numerous in Jerusalem. Still snared for market, it is told, and two were for a farthing sold, the sparrow. But this single one, plaining upon a terrace nigh, was like the psalmist's making moan for loss of mate, forsaken quite, which on the housetop doth alight and watches, and her lonely cry no answer gets. In sunny height, like dotting bees against the sky, what twitterers over the temple fly. But now the arch and stair they gain, and in the chamber sit the twain. Clarel in previous time secure, from Nehemiah had sought to lure some mention of his life, but failed. Rolfe's hintful story so prevailed, anew he thought to venture it. But while in so much else aside, subject to senile lapse of tide, in this hid matter of his past, the saint evinced a guardful wit. His waning energies seemed massed here, and but here to keep the door. At present his reserve of brow reproach in such sort did avow, that Clarel never pressed him more. Nay, fearing lest he trespass might, even in tarrying longer now, he parted. As he slow withdrew, well pleased he noted in review the Hermitage improved in plight. Some one had done a friendly thing. Who? Small was Clarel's wondering. End of section 38. Section 39 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Clarel and Ruth. In northern clime how tender show the meads beneath heaven's humid bow, when showers draw off and dewdrops cling to sunset's skirt, and robins sing though night be near. So did the light of love redeem in Ruth the trace of grief, though scarce it might efface. From wider rambles which excite the thought, or study's lone repose, daily did Clarel win the close. With interest feminine and true, the matron watched that love which grew. She hailed it, since a hope was there, made brighter for the grief's degree. How shines the gull ye watch in air, white, white against the cloud at sea. Clarel, bereft while still but young, mother or sister had not known. To him now first in life was shown, in Agar's frank demeanor kind, what charm to woman may belong, when by a natural bent inclined to goodness in domestic play. On earth no better thing than this, it canonizes very clay. Madonna, hence thy worship is. But Ruth, since love had signed with fate the bond, and the first kiss had sealed, both for her own and Agar's state, much of her exile grief seemed healed. New vistas opened, and if still forebodings might not be forgot as to her sire's eventual lot, yet hope, which is of youth, could thrill. What frame to foster and defend, Clarel, when in her presence, strove the unrest to hide which still could blend with all the endearings of their love. Ruth part divined the lurking care, but more the curb, and motive too. It made him but love's richer heir, so much the more attachment grew. She could not think but all would prove subject in end to mighty love. That cloud which in the present reigned, by flushful hope's aurora stained, at times redeemed itself in hues of shell and hummingbird and flower. Could heaven two loyal hearts abuse? The death moth, let him keep his bower. End of section 39. Section 40 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mounds. Ere twilight and the shadow fall on Zion hill without the wall, in place where Latins set the bier borne from the gate, who lingers here, where, typing faith exempt from loss, by sodless mound is seen a cross? Clarel it is, at Celio's grave. For him, the pale one, ere yet cold, assiduous to win and save, the friars had claimed as of their fold, lit by the light of ritual wicks, had held to unprotesting lips in mistimed zeal the crucifix. And last, among the fellowships of Rome's legitimate dead, laid one not saved through faith, nor papal Rome's true son. Life's flickering hour they made command faith's candle in doubt's dying hand. So some, who other forms did hold, rumored or criticized or told the tale. Not this did Clarel win to visit the hermit of the mound. Nay, but he felt the appeal begin, the poor petition from the ground. Remember me, For all life's din let not my memory be drowned. And thought was Clarel's, even for one of tribe not his, to him unknown through vocal word or vital cheer, a stranger, but less strange made here, less distant, whom life held apart, life whose cross purposes make shy, death yields without reserve of heart to meditation. With a sigh turning, he slow pursued the steep until he won that levelled spot, terraced and elevated plot over Gihon, where yet others keep death's tryst. Afar from kindred lie Protestants, which in Salem die. There, fixed before a founded stone, with Bible mottos part bestrown, stood one communing with the bier. 'Twas Rolfe. Him I knew, said he, down pointing, but 'twas far from here. How far from here? A pause. But see, Job's text in wreath, what trust it giveth. I know that my Redeemer liveth. Poor Ethelwerd, thou didst but grope. I knew thee, and thou hadst small hope. But if at this spent man's deathbed some kind soul kneeled and chapter read, ah, own, to moderns death is drear, so drear. We die, we make no sign, we acquiesce in any cheer, no right we seek, no right decline. Is't nonchalance of languid sense, or the last indifference? With some, no doubt, 'tis peace within, in others, may be, care for kin. Exemplary through life, as well dying they'd be so, nor repel. He let his eyes half absent move about the mound. One's thoughts will rove. This minds me that in like content other forms were kept without dissent by one who hardly owned their spell. He, in fulfilment of pledged work, among Turks having passed for Turk, sickened among them. On deathbed silent he heard the Koran read. They shrilled the Islam wail for him. They shawled him in his burial trim. And now, on brinks of Egypt's waste, where the buried sultan's chapels rise, consistently toward Mecca faced, the blameless simulator lies, the turbaned Swiss, Sheikh Ibrahim, Brookhart, but home the Sparrow flees. Come, move we ere the gate they quit, and we be shut out here with these, who never shall re-enter it. End of section 40. Section 41 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the wall. They parted in the port. Nearby, long stone stairs win the battlement of wall, aerial gallery, and thither now the student bent to muse abroad. The sun's last rays shed round a nearing train the haze of mote and speck. Advanced in view and claiming chief regard came two dismounted, barefoot, one in dress expressive of deep humbleness of spirit, scarce of social state. His lineaments rebutted that, though all was overcast with pain, the visage of a doom-struck man not idly seeking holy ground. Behind, his furnished horse did bound, checked by a groom in livery fair. The master paced in act of prayer absorbed, went praying through the gate. The attentive student, struck thereat, the wall crossed, from the inner arch, viewing him emerging, while in starch of prelate robes, some waiting Greeks received him, kissed him on both cheeks, showing that specializing love and deference grave, how far above what Lazarus in grief may get, nor less sincere those priests were yet. Second in the dismounted list was one, a laic votarist, the cross and chaplet by his side, sharing the peace of eventide in frame devout. A Latin he, but not, as seemed, of high degree. Such public reverence profound in crossing Salem's sacred bound is not so common in late day, but that the people by the way in silent viewing eyes confessed the spectacle had interest. Nazarene Hebrews twain rode next, by one of the escort slyly vexed. In litter borne by steady mules a Russian lady parts the screen. A rider, as the gate is seen, dismounts, and her alighting rules. Her husband, checkered following there, like envoys from all Adam's race, mixed men of various nations pace, such as in crowded steamer come and disembark at Jaffa's stair. Mute mid the buzz of chat and prayer, plain-clad where others sport the plume, what countrymen are yonder three? The critic coolness in their eyes disclaims emotion's shallow sea, or misapply they precept-wise, nil admirari? Or, may be, rationalists these riders are, men self-sufficing, insular. Nor less they show in grave degree tolerance for each poor votary. Now when the last rays slanting fall, the last newcomer enters in, the gate shuts after with a din, tarries the student on the wall. Dubieties of recent date, scenes, words, events, he thinks of all, as, when the autumn sweeps the down, and grey skies tell of summer gone, the swallow hovers by the strait, impending on the passage long, upon a brink and poise he hung. The bird in end must needs migrate over the sea. Shall Clarel too launch o'er his gulf, Eden doubt, and woo remote conclusions? Unresigned, he sought the inn, and tried to read the fathers with a filial mind. In vain, heart wandered or repined. The evangelists may serve his need. Deep as he felt the beauty sway, estrangement there he could but heed, both time and tone so far away from him the modern, not to dwell. Rising he walked the floor, then stood irresolute. His eyes here fell upon the blank wall of the cell, the wall before him, and he viewed a place where the last coat of lime, white flakes whereof lay dropped below, thin scaling off, laid open so, upon the prior coat a rhyme pale penciled. In one's nervous trance, things near will distant things recall, and common ones suggest romance. He thought of her built up in wall, Christina of Colato, yes, the verse here breaking from recess, though immaterial, but a thought in some sojourning traveller wrought, scribbled, overlaid, again revealed, seemed like a tragic fact unsealed. So much can mood possess a man. He read, obscurely thus it ran. For me who never loved the stride, triumph and taunt that shame the winning side, toward him over whom in expectation's glow elate the advance of rabble banners gleam, turned from a world that dare renounce him so, my unweaned thoughts in steadfast trade-wind stream. If atheists and vitriolists of doom faith's gathering night with rockets red illume, so much the more in pathos I adore the low lamps flickering in Syria's tomb. What strain is this? But here, in blur, after return from Sepulchre, B.L. On the ensuing day he plied the host with question free, who answered him, a pilgrim, nay, how to remember, English though, a fair young Englishman, but stay. And after absence brief he slow with volumes came in hand. These, look, he left behind by chance. One book, with portrait of a mitred man, treated of High Church Anglican. Confession, fast, saint day, deplored that rubric old was not restored. but under finis there was writ a comment that made grief of it. The second work hath other cheer, started from Strauss, disdained Renan, by striding paces up to Pan, nor rested, but the goat god here capped with the red cap in the twist of Proudhon and the Communist. But random jottings in the marge disclosed some reader of the text whose fervid comments did discharge more dole than e'en dissent. Annexed in either book was penciled small, B.L., Oxford, St. Mary's Hall. Such proved these volumes, such as scanned by Clarel, wishful to command some hint that might supply a clue, better enabling to construe the lines their owner left on wall. End of section 41. Section 42 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tidings. Some of the strangers late arrived tarried with Abdon at the inn, and, ere long, having viewed the town, would travel further, and pass on to Siddim, and the Dead Sea Win, and Saba. And would Clarel go? 'Twas but for days. They would return by Bethlehem, and there sojourn a while, regaining Zion so. But Clarel undetermined stood, and kept his vacillating mood, though learning, as it happed, that Vine and Rolfe would join the journeying band. Loath was he here to disentwine himself from Ruth, nor less Lot's land and sea, and Judah's utmost drought fain would he view, and mark their tone, and prove if, unredeemed by John's wilderness augmented doubt. As chanced, while wavering in mind, and threading a hushed lane or wind, quick warning shout he heard behind, and clattering hoofs. He hugged the wall, then turned. In that brief interval the dust came on him, powdery light, from one who like a javelin flew, spectral with dust, and all his plight charged with the desert and its hue. A courier, and he bent his flight, as Clarel afterward recalled, whither lay Agar's close inwalled. The clank of arms, the clink of shoe, the cry admonitory too, smote him, and yet he scarce knew why. But when, some hours having flitted by, nearing the precincts of the Jew his host, he did Nehemiah see, waiting in arch, and with a look with some announcement's shadow took, his heart stood still. Fate's herald, he? What is it? What? The saint delayed. Ruth? Nathan. And the news conveyed. The threat oft-hurled, as oft reviled by one too proud to give it heed, the menace of stern foemen wild, no menace now was, but a deed. Burned was the roof on Sharon's plain, and timbers charred showed clotted stain, but, spirited away, each corse unsepulchred remained, or worse. Ah, Ruth, woe, Agar! Ill breeds ill, the widow with no future free, without resource perhaps, or skill to steer upon grief's misty sea. To grieve with them and lend his aid, straight to the house see Clarel fare, the house of mourning, sadder made, for that the mourned one lay not there, but found it barred. He, waiting so, doubtful to knock or call them, lo, the rabbi issues, while behind the door shuts to. The meeting eyes reciprocate a quick surprise, then alter, and the secret mind the rabbi bears to Clarel shows, in dark superior look he throws, censorious consciousness of power, death, and it is the Levite's hour. No word he speaks, but turns and goes. The student lingered. He was told by one without, a neighbor old, that never Jewish modes relent, sealed long would be the tenement to all but Hebrews, of which race kneeled comforters by sorrow's side. So both were cared for. clogged in pace he turned away. How past the tide of Ruth's seclusion might he gain relief from dull inaction's pain? Yes, join he would those pilgrims now, which on the morrow would depart for Siddim by way of Jericho. But first of all he letters sent, brief, yet dictated by the heart, announced his plan's constrained intent, reluctant, and consigned a ring for pledge of love and Ruth's remembering. End of section 42. Section 43 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A procession. But what? Nay, nay, without adieu of vital word, dear presence true, part shall I? Break away from love? But think, the circumstances move, and warrant it. Shouldst thou abide, cut off yet wert thou from her side for time, though she be sore distressed, herself would whisper, Go, 'tis best. Unstable, it was in a street half vault, where few or none do greet, he paced. Anon, encaved in wall, a fount arrests him, sculpture wrought after a Saracen design. Ruinous now and arid all, save dusty weeds which trail or twine. While lingering in a way that brought the memory of the golden bowl and pitcher broken, music rose, young voices, a procession shows, a litter rich with flowery wreath, singers and censers, and a veil. She comes, the bride, but ah, how pale! Her groom, that Bluebeard, cruel death, wedding his millionth maid today. She, stretched on that Armenian bier, leaves home and each familiar way, quits all for him, nearer, more near, till now the ineffectual flame of burning tapers born he saw, the westering sun puts these to shame. But hark, responsive marching choirs, robed men and boys, in rhythmic law a contest undetermined keep, aye, as the bass in dolings deep the serious, solemn thought inspires. In unconcern of rallying sort, the urchin treble shrills retort. But, true to part imposed, again the beards dirge out, and so they wind, till through the city gate the train files forth to Sepulchre, behind, left in his hermitage of mind. What troubles Clarel? See him there, as if astonishment in air he heard. Can love be fearful so? Jealous of fate, the future? All reverse? Mischance? Nay, even the pall and pit? No, I'll not leave her. No, 'tis fixed. I waver now no more. But yet again he thought it o'er, and self-rebukeful, and with mock, the superstitious doubter, own, biers need be borne. Why such a shock when passes this Armenian one? The words dispatched, and wouldst recall? 'Tis but for fleeting interval. End of section 43. Section 44 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Start. The twilight and the starlight pass, and breaks the morn of Candlemas. The pilgrims muster, and they win a common terrace of the inn, which, lifted on Mount Acra's cope, looks off upon the town aslope in grey of dawn. They hear the din of mongrel Arabs, the loud coil and uproar of high words they wage, harnessing for the pilgrimage. 'Tis special, marks the Orient life, which, roused from indolence to toil, indignant starts, enkindling strife. Though, spite the fray, no harm they share, how fired they seem by burning wrong, and small the need for strenuous care, and languor yet shall laze it long. Wonted to man and used to fate, a pearl-grey ass there stands sedate, while being saddled by a clown and buffeted. Of her anon. Clarel regards, then turns his eye away from all, beyond the town, where pale against the tremulous sky all of it shows in morning shy. Then on the court again looks down. The mountain mild, the wrangling crew, in contrast, why should these endue with vague unrest, and swell the sigh, add to the burden, tease the sense with unconfirmed significance, to horse, and, passing one by one their host the black Jew by the gate, his grave salute they take, nor shun his formal Godspeed. One, elate in air auroral, June of life, with quick and gay response is rife. But he, the Israelite alone, 'tis he reflects Jehovah's town. Experienced he, the vain elation gone, while flit athwart his furrowed face glimpses of that ambiguous thought which in some aged men ye trace when venture, youth, and bloom go by, scarce cynicism, though 'tis wrought not all of pity, since it scants the sigh. They part. Farewell to Zion's seat, ere yet anew her place they greet. In heart what hap may Clarel prove? Brief term of days, but a profound remove. End of Part 1. End of Section 44. Section 45 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2. The Wilderness. The Cavalcade. Adown the Dolorosa lane the mounted pilgrims file in train, whose clatter jars each open space. Then, muffled in, shares change apace as, striking sparks in vaulted street, clink, as in cave, the horses' feet. Not from brave Chaucer's Tabard Inn they pictured wend, scarce shall they win fair Kent and Canterbury ken, nor Franklin, Squire, nor Morris dance of wit and story good as then. Another age and other men, and life an unfulfilled romance. First went the turban, guide and guard in escort armed and desert trim, the pilgrims next, whom now to limn. One there the light rein slackly drew, and skimming glanced, dejected never, while yet the pilgrimage was new, on sights ungladsome howsoever. Cordial he turned his aspect clear on all that passed, man, yea, and brute, enheartening by a blithe salute, chirrup or pat in random cheer. This pleasantness which might endear suffused was with a prosperous look that bordered vanity, but took fair colour as from ruddy heart. A priest he was, though but in part, for as the Templar old combined the cavalier and monk in one, in Derwent likewise might you find the secular and cleric tone. Imported or domestic mode, thought's last adopted style he showed, abreast kept with the age, the year, and each bright optimistic mind, nor lagged with Solomon in rear, and Job the furthermost behind. Brisk marching in time's drum corps van, abreast with whistling Jonathan. Though English, with an English home, his spirits through Creole cross derived the light and effervescent foam, and youth in years mature survived. At saddle-bow a book was laid, convenient, tinted in the page which did urbanely disengage sadness and doubt from all things sad and dubious deemed. Confirmed he read, a priest o' the club, a taking man, and rather more than Lutheran. A cloth cape, light in air afloat, and easy set of cleric coat, seemed emblems of that facile wit which suits the age, a happy fit. Behind this good man's stirrups rode a solid, stolid elder, shod with formidable boots. He went like Talus in a foundry cast, furrowed his face with wrinkles massed. He claimed no indirect descent from Grampian kirk and covenant, but recent sallying from home late he assigned 3 days to roam. He saw the host go by, the crowd, made up from many a tribe and place of Christendom, kept seemly face, took off the hat, or kneeled, or bowed, but he the helm rammed down apace, discourteous to the host, agree, though to a parting soul it went, nor deemed that, were it mummery, 'twas pathos too, this hard descent, transferred to Salem and remove, led him to carp, and try disprove legend and sight by square and line. Aside time's violet mist he'd shove, quite disenchant the land divine. So fierce he hurled zeal's javelin home, it drove beyond the mark, pierced Rome, and plunged beyond, through enemy to friend. Scarce natural piety might live, abiding such a doom. Traditions beautiful and old, which with maternal arms enfold millions, else orphaned and made poor, no plea could lure him to endure. Concerned, meek Christian ill might bear to mark this worthy brother rash, deeming he served religion there, work up the fag end of Voltaire, and help along faith's final crash, if that impend. His fingers pressed a ferrule of blackthorn, he bore a pruning knife in belt, in vest a measuring tape wound round a core, and field-glass slung athwart the chest, while peeped from holsters old and brown horse pistols, and they were his own. A hale one followed, good to see, English and Greek in pedigree, of middle age, a ripe gallant, a banker of the rich Levant, in florid opulence preserved like peach in syrup, ne'er he swerved from morning bath and dinner boon, and velvet nap in afternoon, and lounge in garden with cigar. His home was Thessalonica, which views Olympus, but, may be, little he weened of Jove and gods in synod mid those brave abodes, nor, haply, read or weighed Paul's plea addressed from Athens o'er the sea unto the Thessalonians old. His bonds he scanned, and weighed his gold. Parisian was his garb, and gay. Upon his saddle pommel lay a rich Angora rug, for shawl or pillow, just as need might fall. Not the Brazilian leopard's hair or toucan's plume may show more fair, yet, serving light convenience mere, proved but his heedless affluent cheer. Chief exercise this sleek one took was toying with a tissue book at intervals, and leaf by leaf gently reducing it. In brief, with tempered yet Capuan zest, of cigarettes he smoked the best. This white did Lady Fortune love. Day followed day in treasure trove. Nor only so, but he did run in unmistrustful reveries bright beyond his own career to one who should continue it in light of lineal good times. High-walled, an Eden owned he nigh his town, which locked in leafy emerald a fresco lodge, there Nubians armed, tall eunuchs virtuous in zeal, in shining robes with glittering steel, patrolled about his daughter charmed, inmost enclosed in nest of bowers, by Gorgons served, the dread she-powers, duennas, maidens more than fair, how fairer in his rich conceit, an Argive face, and English hair, sunny as May in morning sweet, a damsel for Apollo meet, and yet a mortal's destined bride, bespoken, yes, affianced late to one who by the senior's side rode rakishly deliberate. A sprig of Smyrna, Glaucon he, his father, such ere long to be, well loved him, nor that soul he felt that fortune here had kindly dealt another court card into hand, the youth with gold at free command. No, but he also liked his clan, his kinsmen, and his happy way, and over wine would pleased repay his parasites. Well may ye say, the boy's the bravest gentleman. From Beirut late had come the pair, to further schemes of finance hid, and for a pasha's favour bid, and grave connivance. That affair yet lingered, so, dull time to kill, they wandered, anywhere, at will. Scarce through self-knowledge or self-love they ventured Judah's wilds to rove, as time, ere long, and place may prove. Came next in file 3 sumpter mules, with all things needful for the tent, and panniers which the Greek o'errules. For there, with store of nourishment, Rosoglio pink and wine of gold slumbered as in the smuggler's hold. Viewing those Levantines in way of the snared lion, which from great marks the light throngs on holiday, nor e'er relaxes in his state austerely sad, rode one whose air revealed, but for the nonce forbear. Mortmain his name, or so in whim some mortal wit had christened him. Upon that creature men traduce for patience under their abuse, for whose requital there's assigned no heaven, that thing of dreamful kind, the ass, elected for the ease, good Nehemiah followed these. His Bible under arm, and leaves of tracts still fluttering in sheaves. In pure good will he bent his view to right and left. The ass, pearl grey, matched well the rider's garb in hue, and sorted with the ashy way. Upon her shoulders' jointed play the white cross gleamed, which the untrue yet innocent fair legends say memorializes Christ our Lord, when him with palms the throngs adored upon the foal. Many a year the wanderer's heart had longed to view green banks of Jordan dipped in dew. Oft had he watched with starting tear pack-mule and camel, horse and spear, monks, soldiers, pilgrims, helm and hood, the variegated annual train in vernal Easter caravan, bound unto Gilgal's neighborhood. Nor less belief his heart confessed, not die he should till knees had pressed the palmer's beach, which trust proved true. 'Twas charity gave faith her due, without publicity or din, it was the student moved herein. He, Clarel, with the earnest face which fitful took a hectic dye, kept near the saint. With equal pace came Rolfe in saddle pommelled high, yet e'en behind that peaked redoubt sat Indian-like, in pliant way, as if he were an Osage scout, or gaucho of the Paraguay. Lagging in rear of all the train, as hardly he pertained thereto, or his right place therein scarce knew, rode one who frequent turned again to pour behind. He seemed to be in reminiscence folded ever, or some deep moral fantasy, at whiles in face a dusk and shiver, as if in heart he heard amazed the sighing of Ravenna's wood of pines, and saw the phantom knight Boccaccio's, with the dagger raised, still hunt the lady in her flight from solitude to solitude. 'Twas vain, nor less for daydream, still the rein he held with lurking will. So filed the muster whose array threaded the Dolorosa's way. End of section 45. Section 46 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Skull Cap. See him in his uncheerful headpiece. Libertads on the Mexic coin would better suit me for a shade-piece. Ah, had I known he was to join. So chid the Greek, the banker one, perceiving Mortmain there at hand, and in allusion to a dun skull-cap he wore. Derwent light reined the steed, and thus, beg pardon, now, it looks a little queer, concede, nor less the cap fits well-shaped brow, it yet may prove the wishing-cap of Fortunatus. No, indeed, no, for that had velvet nap of violet with silver tassel, much like my smoking-cap, you see. Light laughed the Smyrniote, that vassal of health and young vivacity. Glaucon, be still, the senior said, and yet he liked to hear him too. I say it doth but ill bestead to have a black cap in our crew. Pink, pink, cried Glaucon, pink's the hue. Pink cap and ribbons of the pearl, a paradise of bodice, the Queen of Sheba's laundry girl. Hallo, what now? They come to halt, down here in Glen. Well, we'll vault. His song arrested, so he spake, and light dismounted, wide awake. "A sprightly comrade have you here," said Derwent in the senior's ear. The banker turned him, "Folly, folly, but good against the melancholy." End of section 46. Section 47 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By the garden. Sheep tracks they'd look, at distance seen, did any herbage border them. Those slender footpaths slanting lean down or along waste slopes which hem the high-lodged, walled Jerusalem. Slipped from Bethesda's pool leads one which by an arch across is thrown, Kedron the brook. The Virgin's tomb, whence the near gate the Latins name, St. Stephen's, as the Lutherans claim, hard by the place of martyrdom. Time-worn and sculpture dim is set humbly inearthed by Olivet. 'Tis hereabout now halt the band, and by Gethsemane at hand. For few omitted trifles wait, and guardsmen whom adieus belate. Some light dismount, but hardly hear, where on the verge they might foretaste, or guess the flavour of the waste. Greek sire and son took festive cheer. Glaucon not less a topic found at venture. One old tree becharmed leaned its decrepit trunk deformed over the garden's wayside bound. See now, this yellow olive wood they carve in trinkets, rosary, rude. Of these we must provide some few for travel gifts, ere we for good set out for home. And why not, too, some of those gems the nuns revere? In hands of veteran vendors here, wrought from the Kedron's saffron block, in the monk's glen, Mar Saba's rock, and cameos of the Dead Sea stone. But what ye will, be it Esau's flock, the other said, but for that stone, avoid, nor name. That stone? What one? And cast a look of grieved surprise, marking the senior's ruffled guise. Those cameos of death's sea. Have done, I beg, unless all joy you'd cripple, both noun omit and participle. Dear sir, what noun? Strange grammar's this. Have I expressed myself amiss? Oh, don't you think it is but spleen? A well-bred man counts it unclean, this name of— Boy, and can't you guess? Last bankruptcy without redress. For heaven's sake! With that ill word, whose first is D and last is H, no matter what be in regard, let none of mine ear crape his speech, but shun it, aye, and shun the knell of each derivative. Oh, well, I see, with all my heart, each conjugation I will curb, all moods and tenses of the verb, and for the noun, to save from errors, I'll use instead, the king of terrors. Sir, change the topic, would 'twere done, this scheme of ours, and we clean gone from out this same dull land so holy, which breeds but blues and melancholy. To while our waiting I thought good to join these travellers on their road, but there's a bird in saucy glee trills, "Fool, retreat, 'tis not for thee." Had I fair pretext now, I'd turn, but yonder, he don't show concern. Glancing toward Derwent, lounging there, holding his horse with easy air, slack by the rein, with morning zest, in sound digestion unoppressed, the clergyman's good spirits made a Tivoli of that grim glade. And turning now his cheery eyes toward Salem's towers and solemn guise, stretched dumb along the Mount of God, he cried to Clarel waiting near, in saddle-seat and gazing drear, "A canter, lad, on steel clean shod, didst ever take on English sod? The downs, yet even here, for a fair matin ride withal, I like the run round yonder wall. Height have you, outlook, and the view varies as you the turn pursue." So he, through inobservance, blind to that preoccupied young mind, in frame how different, in sooth, pained and reverting still to Ruth, immured and parted from him there, behind those ramparts of despair. Mortmain, whose wannish eyes declared how ill through night hours he had fared, by chance overheard, and muttered, "Brass, a sounding brass and tinkling cymbal, who he that with a tongue so nimble affects light heart in such a pass?" And full his cloud on Derwent bent, "Yea, and but thou seem'st well content, but turn, another things to see, thy back's upon Gethsemane." The priest wheeled short. What kind of man was this? The other re-began, "'Tis Terra Santa, holy land, Terra Damnata, those at hand within." "You mean where Judas stood?" "Yes, monks locate and named that ground. They've railed it off. Good, very good. It minds one of a vacant pound. We tarry long. Why lags our man?" And rose. Anew glanced toward the height. Here Mortmain from the words and plight conjecture drew, and thus he ran. "Be some who with the god will sup, happy to share his paschal wine. 'Tis well, but the ensuing cup, the bitter cup, art a divine?" asked Derwent, turning that aside. "Methinks, good friend, too much you chide. I know these precincts. Still, believe, and let's discard each idle trope. Rightly considered, they can give a hope to man, a cheerful hope. Not for this world, the Christian plea, what basis has it, but that here man is not happy, nor can be? There it confirms philosophy. The compensation of its cheer is reason why the grass survives of verdurous Christianity. Aye, trampled lives, though hardly thrives in these mad days. Surprised at it, Derwent intently viewed the man, marked the unsolaced aspect wan, and fidgeted, yet matter fit had offered. But the other changed in quick caprice, and wilful ranged in wild invective. "O abyss! Here, upon what was erst the sod, a man betrayed the yearning god, a man, yet with a woman's kiss. 'Twas human, that unanimous cry, 'We're fixed to hate him, crucify!' The which they did, and hands nailed down might not avail to screen the face from each head-wagging, mocking one. This day, with some of earthly race, may passion similar go on? Inferring, rightly or amiss, some personal, peculiar cause for such a poignant strain as this, the priest disturbed not here the pause which sudden fell. The other turned, and, with a strange transition, burned invokingly, "Ye trunks of moan, Gethsemane olives, do ye hear the trump of that vainglorious land where human nature they enthrone, displacing the divine?" His hand he raised there, let it fall, and fell himself, with the last syllable, to moody hush, then fierce. "Hired band of laureates of man's fallen tribe, slaves are ye, slaves beyond the scribe of Nero. He, if flatterer blind, toadied not total humankind, which ye kerns do, but Bel shall bow and Nebo stoop. Ah, come, friend, come," pleaded the charitable priest, still bearing with him, anyhow, by fate unbidden to joy's feast. "Thou'rt strong, yield then the weak some room. Too earnest art thou, and with eye of one who fain would mollify all frowardness, he looked a smile. But not that heart might he beguile. Man's vicious, snaffle him with kings, or, if kings cease to curb, devise severer bit. This garden brings such lesson, heed it, and be wise in thoughts not new. Thou'rt ill today, here peering, but in cautious way, nor solace find in valley wild." The other wheeled, no more would say, and soon the cavalcade defiled. End of section 47. Section 48 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of Mortmain. Our friend there, he's a little queer, to Rolfe said Derwent, riding on. Beshrew me, there is in his tone not of your new world's chanticleer. Who's the eccentric, can you say? Partly, but 'tis at second hand. At the Black Jew's I met with one who, in response to my demand, did in a strange disclosure run respecting him. Repeat it, pray. And Rolfe complied, but here receive less the details of narrative than what the drift and import may convey. A Swede he was, illicit son of noble lady, afterwed, who, for a cause over which be thrown charity of oblivion dead, bore little love, but rather hate, even practised to ensnare his state. His father, while not owning, yet in part discharged the natural debt of duty, gave him liberal lore and timely income, but no more. Thus isolated, what to bind but the vague bond of humankind? The north he left, to Paris came, Paris, the nurse of many a flame, evil and good, this son of earth, the psalmanazer, made a hearth in warm desires and schemes for man. Even he was an Arcadian. Peace and goodwill was his acclaim, if not in words, yet in the aim. Peace, peace on earth, that note he thrilled. But scarce in way the cherubs trilled to Bethlehem and the shepherd band. Yet much his theory could tell, and he expanded it so well, disciples came, he took his stand. Europe was in a decade dim, upon the future's trembling rim the comet hovered, his a league of frank debate and close intrigue, plot, proselyte, appeal, denounce, conspirator, pamphleteer, at once, and prophet. Wear and tear and jar he met with coffee and cigar. These kept awake the man and mood and dream. That uncreated good he sought, whose absence is the cause of creeds and atheists, mobs and laws. Precocities of heart outran the immaturities of the brain. Along with each superior mind, the vain, foolhardy, worthless, blind, with Judases are nothing loath to clasp pledged hands and take the oath of aim, the which, if just, demands strong hearts, brows deep, and priestly hands. Experience with her sharper touch stung Mortmain. Why, if men prove such, dote I, love theory, overmuch? Yea, also, whither will advance this revolution sprung in France so many years ago? Where end? That current takes me, whither tend? Come, thou who makest such hot haste to forge the future, weigh the past. Such frame he knew, and timed event cogent a further question lent. Wouldst meddle with the state? Well, mount thy guns, how many men dost count? Besides, there's more that here belongs, be many questionable wrongs, by yet more questionable war. Prophet of peace, these wouldst thou bar? The world's not new, nor new thy plea, though even shouldst thou triumph, see, prose overtakes the victor's songs, victorious right may need redress, no failure like a harsh success. Yea, ponder well the historic page, of all who, fired with noble rage, have warred for right without reprieve, how many spanned the wings immense of Satan's muster, or could cheat his cunning tactics of retreat and ambuscade. Oh, now dispense. The world is portioned out, believe. The good have but a patch at best, the wise their corner. For the rest, malice divides with ignorance. And what is stable? Find one boon that is not lackey to the moon of fate. The flood ebbs out, the ebb floods back. The incessant shuttle shifts and flies, and wears and tears the web. Turn, turn thee to the proof that sifts. What if the kings in 48 fled like the gods? Even as the gods shall do, return they made, and sate and fortified their strong abodes, and, to confirm them there in state, contrived new slogans, apt to please Pan and the tribal unities. Behind all this still works some power unknowable thou'lt yet adore. That steers the world, not man. States drive, the crazy rafts with billows strive. Go, go, absolve thee. Join that band that washed them with the desert sand for lack of water. In the dust of wisdom sit thee down, and rust. So mused he, solitary pined, though his apostolate had thrown new prospects ope to Adam's kind, and fame had trumped him far and free. Now drop he did, a clod unknown. Nay, rather, he would not disown oblivion's volunteer to be. Like those new world discoveries bold, ending in stony convent cold, or dying hermits, as if they, chastised to Micah's mind austere, remorseful felt that ampler sway their lead had given for old career of human nature. But this man no cloister sought. He, under ban of strange repentance and last dearth, roved the grey places of the earth, and what seemed most his heart to wring was some unrenderable thing. 'Twas not his bastardy, nor bale Median in his mother pale, nor thwarted aims of high design, but deeper, deep as nature's mine. Though frequent among kind he sate, tranquil enough to hold a debate, his moods he had, mad fitful ones, prolonged or brief, outbursts or moans, and at such times would hiss or cry, Fair Circe, goddess of the sty. More frequent this, mock worse than wrong, the siren's kiss, the fury's thong. Such he, though scarce as such portrayed in full by Rolfe, yet Derwent said, at close, There's none so far astray, detached, abandoned, as might seem, as to exclude the hope, the dream of fair redemption. One fine day I saw at sea, by bit of deck, weedy, adrift from far away, the dolphin in his gambol light, through showery spray arch into sight. He flung a rainbow o'er that wreck. End of section 48. Section 49 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Clarel and Glaucon. Now slanting toward the mountain's head, they round its southern shoulder so. The immemorial path they tread, whereby to Bethany you go, from Salem over Kedron's bed and Olivet. Free change was made among the riders, lightly strayed with overtures of friendly note, to Clarel's side the Smyrniote, wishful from every one to learn, as well his giddy talk to turn. Clarel, in simpleness that comes to students versed more in their tomes than life, of Homer spake, a man with Smyrna linked, born there, 'twas said. But no, the light Ionian scarce knew that singing beggar dead, though white he'd heard of with the name. Homer? Yes, I remember me, saw note of hand once with his name. A fig for him, fig dealer he, the veriest old nobody. Then lightly skimming on, Did you by Joppa come? I did, and rue 3 dumpish days, like Sundays dull, such as in London late I knew. The gardens, though, are bountiful, but Bethlehem, beyond compare, such roguish ladies tarried there. You know it is a Christian town, decreed so under Ibrahim's rule. The Turk, e'en thus he rippled on, way giving to his spirits free, relieved from that disparity of years he with the banker felt, nor noted Clarel's puzzled look, who, novice-like, at first mistook, doubting lest satire might be dealt. Adjusting now the sporting gun, slung to his back with pouch and all, oh, but to sight a bird, just one, an eagle say, and see him fall. And, chatting still with giddy breath, of hunting feats over hill and dale, fine shot was mine by Nazareth, but birding's best in Tempe's vale. From Thessalonica, you know, 'tis thither that we fowlers stray. But you don't talk, my friend. Hi-ho, next month I wed. Yes, so they say. Meantime do sing a song or so to cheer one. Won't? Must I? Let's see. Song of Poor Devil Dandy. He. She's handsome as a jeweled priest, an ephod on the festa, and each poor blade like me must needs idolize and detest her. With rain beads on her odorous hair, from gardens after showers, all bloom and dew she trips along, intent on selling flowers. She beams, the rainbow of the bridge, but ah, my blank abhorrence, she buttonholes me with a rose, this flower girl of Florence. My friends stand by, and there, she says, an angel arch, a sinner. I grudge to pay, but pay I must, then dine on half a dinner. Hi-ho, next month I marry. Well, with that he turned aside and went, humming another air content. And Derwent heard him as befell. This lad is like a land of springs, he said. He gushes so with song, nor heeds if Olivet it wrong, said Rolfe. But no, he sings, he rings, he is the guinea, fiddle strings of youth too, which may heaven make strong. Meanwhile, in tetchy tone austere, that reprobated song and all, lowering rode the presbyter, a cloud whose rain ere long must fall. End of section 49. Section 50 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hamlet. In silence now they pensive win a slope of upland over hill eastward, where heaven and earth be twin in quiet, and earth seems heaven's sill. About a hamlet there full low, nor cedar, palm, nor olive show, the trees by ancient legend claimed as those whereof the cross was framed. Nor dairy white, nor well-curb green, nor cheerful husbandry was seen, though flinty tillage might be named, nor less if all showed strange and lone, the peace of God seemed settled down, Mary and Martha's mountain town. To Rolfe the priest said, breathing low, how placid, Carmel's beauty here, if added, could not more endear. Rolfe spake not, but he bent his brow, aside glanced Clarel on the face of meekness, and he mused, in thee, methinks, similitude I trace to nature's look and Bethany. But, ah, and can one dream the dream that hither through the shepherd's gate, even by the road we travelled late, came Jesus from Jerusalem? Who pleased him so in fields and bowers, yes, crowned with thorns, still loved the flowers. Poor gardeners here that turned the sod, friends were they to the Son of God? And shared he e'en their humble lot? The sisters here in pastoral plot, green to the door, did they yield rest, and bathe the feet, and spread the board for him, their own and brother's guest, the kindly Christ, even man's fraternal Lord? But see, how with a wandering hand, in absent-mindedness afloat, and dreaming of his fairyland, Nehemiah smooths the ass's coat. End of section 50. Section 51 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Guide and Guard. Descending by the mountain side, when crags give way to pastures wide, and lower opening, ever new, glades, meadows, hamlets meet the view, which from above did coyly hide, and with rekindled breasts of spring the robins through the orchard wing, excellent then, as there bestowed, and true in charm the downward road. Quite other spells and influence throw down going, down, to Jericho. Here first on path so evil starred, their guide they scan, and prize the guard. The guide, a Druze of Lebanon, was rumored for an emir's son, or offspring of a lord undone in Ibrahim's time. Abrupt reverse the princes in the east may know. Lawgivers are outlaws at blow, and Croesus dwindles in the purse. Exiled, cut off, in friendless state, the Druze maintained an air sedate, without the sacrifice of pride. Sagacious still he earned his bread, e'en managed to maintain the head, yes, lead men still, but if as guide to pilgrims. Here his dress to mark, a simple woolen cloak, with dark vertical stripes, a vest to suit, white turban like snow wreath, a boot exempt from spur, a sash of fair white linen, long fringed at the ends, the garb of Lebanon. His mare in keeping showed, the saddle plain, headstall untasseled, slender rein. But nature made her rich amends for art's default, full eye of flame tempered in softness, which became womanly sometimes, in desire to be caressed, ears fine to know least imitation, catch a hint as tinder takes the spark from flint and steel. Veil-like her clear attire of silvery hair, with speckled show of grayish spots, and ample flow of milky mane, much like a child the Druze she'd follow, more than mild. Not less, at need, what power she'd don, clothed with the thunderbolt would run, as conscious of the emir's son she bore, nor knew the hireling's lash, red rowel, or rebuke as rash. Courteous her treatment, but deem not this tokened a luxurious lot, her diet spare, sole staple earth. Beneath the burning sun she'd lie, with mane dishevelled, whence her eye would flash across the fiery dearth, as watching for that other queen, her mate, a beauteous palmyrene, the pride of Tadmore's tented scene. Athwart the pommel-cloth coarse spun a long pipe lay, and longer gun, with serviceable yataghan. But prized above these arms of yore, a new revolver bright he bore, tucked in the belt, and oft would scan, accoutred thus, through desert blight, whose lord is the Amalekite, and proffering, or peace or war, the swart Druze rode his silvery czar. Behind him, jogging two and two, came troopers 6 of tawny hue, bewrinkled veterans, and grave as Carmel's prophets of the cave, old Arab Bethlehemites, with guns and spears of grandsires old, weird ones. Their robes like palls funereal hung down from the shoulder, one fold flung in mufflement about the head, and kept there by a fillet's braid. Over this venerable troop went Belex, doughty in command, erst of the Sultan's saucy troop, which into death he did disband, politic Mahmud, when that clan, by fair pretence, in festive way, he trapped within the Artmedan, of old Byzantium's circus gay. But Belex a sultana saved, his senior, though by love enslaved, who fed upon the stripling's may, long since, for now his beard was grey, though goodly yet the features fine, firm chin, true lip, nose aquiline, type of the pure Osmanli breed. But equipment's gone to seed, shabby fate, his vesture's cloth hinted the Jew bezoar and moth. The saddle, too, a cast-off one, an aga's erst, and late was sewn with seed pearl in the seat. But now all that, with tag-work, all was gone, the tag-work of wee bells in row that made a small, snug, dulcet din about the housing's Damascene. But mark the bay. His 20 years still showed him pawing with his peers, pure desert air, doled diet pure, sleek tendons, brave result ensure. Ample his chest, small head, large eye, how interrogative with soul, responsive too, his master by, trim hoof and pace in strong control. Thy birthday well they keep, thou Don, and well thy birthday ode they sing, nor ill they named thee Solomon, prolific sire, long live the king. End of section 51. Section 52 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rolfe and Derwent. They journey, and, as heretofore, Derwent invoked his spirits bright against the wild's expanding moor. Do but regard yon Islamite and horse, equipments be but lean, nor less the nature still is rife, metal, you see, metal and mean. Methinks fair lesson here we glean, the inherent vigor of man's life, transmitted from strong Adam down, takes no infirmity that's won by institutions, which, indeed, be as equipments of the breed. God bless the marrow in the bone. What's Islam now? Does Turkey thrive? Yet Islamite and Turk they wive and flourish, and the world goes on. Aye, but all qualities of race which make renown, these yet may die, while leaving unimpaired in grace the virile power, was Rolfe's reply. For witness here I cite a Greek, God bless him, who tricked me of late in Argos. What a perfect beak and contour! Oh, 'twas delicate, and hero symmetry of limb, clownish I looked by side of him. Oh, but it does one's ardor damp, that splendid instrument, a scamp. These Greeks indeed they wear the kilt bravely, they skim their lucid seas, but, prithee, where is Pericles? Plato is where? Simonides? No, friend, much good wine has been spilt. The rank world prospers, but, alack, Eden nor Athens shall come back. And what's become of Arcady? He paused, then in another key, prone our era, man and nation, to slide into a degradation. With some, to age is that, but that. Pathetic grow'st thou, Derwent said, and lightly, as in leafy glade, lightly he in the saddle sat. End of section 52. Section 53 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Through Adomin. In order meet they take their way through Bahurim, where David fled, and Shimei, like a beast of prey, prowled on the side cliff overhead, and flung the stone and curse, and called it just, the king's reverse, still grieving grief, as demons may. In flanking parched ravine they won, the student wondered at the bale, so arid, as of Acheron run dry. Alert showed Belec's hail, uprising in the stirrup, clear of saddle, outlook so to gain, rattling his piece and scimitar. Dear me, I say, appealing ran from the sleek Thessalonian. Say on, the Turk with bearded grin, this is the Glen named Adomin. Uneasy glance the banker threw, though first now of such name he knew, or place, nor was his flutter stayed when Belec's, heading his brigade, drew sword, and with a summons cried, Ho, rout them! And his cohort veered, scouring the dens on either side, then all together disappeared amid wild turns of ugly ground, which well the sleuth dog might confound. The Druze, as if 'twere nothing new, the Turk doing but as bid to do, a higher standpoint would command. But here across his shortened rein and loosened, shrewd, keen yataghan, good Nehemiah laid a hand. Jalea, stay, not long I'll be, a word, one Christian word with ye. I've just been reading in the place how, on a time, Carl's far from grace left here half dead the faring man, those wicked thieves, but heaven befriends, still heaven at need a rescue lends. Mind ye the good Samaritan, in patient self-control high-bred, half of one's sense and ear the Druze inclined, the while his grave eye fed afar, his arms at hand for use. He, said the meek one, going on, not heeding but the tale he spun, he, when he saw him in the snare, he had compassion, and with care him gently wakened from the swound, and oil and wine poured in the wound, then set him on his own good beast, and bare him to the nighest inn, a man not of his town or kin, and tended whom he thus released. Up with him sat he all that night, put off he did his journey quite, and on the morrow, ere he went, for the mistrustful host he sent, and taking out his careful purse, he gave him pence, and thus did sue, Beseech ye now that well ye nurse this poor man whom I leave with you, and whatsoe'er thou spendest more, when I again come, I'll restore. Ye mind the chapter? Well, this day were some forlorn one here to bleed, aid would be meted to his need in good soul travelling this way. Speak I amiss? An answer, pray? In deference the armed man, o'er pistols, gun, and yataghan, the turban bowed, but nothing said, then turned, resumed his purpose, led by old traditionary sense, a liberal, fair reverence, the Orientals homage pay, and license yield in tacit way to men demented, or so deemed. Derwent meanwhile in saddle there heard all, but scarce at ease he seemed. So ill the tale and time did pair. Vine whispered to the saint aside, there was a Levite and a priest. Whom God forgive, he mild replied, as I forget, and there he ceased. Touching that trouble in advance, some hear, much like to landsmen wise, at sea in hour which tackle tries, the adventure's issue left to chance. In spent return the escort wind, reporting they had put to flight some prowlers. Look, one cried, behind a lesser ridge just glide from sight, though neither man nor horse appears, steel points and hair tufts of 5 spears. Like dorsal fins of sharks they show, when upright these divide the wave, and peer above, while down in grave of waters slide the body lean and charnel mouth. With thoughtful mien the student fared, nor might withstand something dubious in the Holy Land. End of section 53. Section 54 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A halt. In divers ways which vary it, stones mention find in hallowed writ. Stones rolled from well mouths, altar stones, idols of stone, memorial ones, sling stones, stone tables, Bethel high saw Jacob, under starry sky. On stones his head lay, desert bones. Stones sealed the sepulchres, huge cones heaved there in bulk. Death too by stones the law decreed for crime, in spite as well for taunt or type of ban, the same at place were cast, or man, or piled upon the pits of fight, reproached or even denounced the slain. So in the wood of Ephraim some laid the great heap over Absalom. Convenient too at wilful need, stones prompted many a ruffian deed, and ending oft in parting groans. By stones died Naboth, stoned to death was Stephen meek, and Scripture saith, against even Christ they took up stones. Moreover, as a thing profuse, suggestive still in every use, on stones, still stones, the Gospels dwell in lesson meet or happier parable. Attesting here the Holy Writ, in brook, in glen, by tomb and town, in natural way avouching it, behold the stones, and never one a lichen greens, and, turn them o'er, no worm, no life, but, all the more, good witnesses. The way now led where shoals of flints and stones lay dead. The obstructed horses tripped and stumbled, the Thessalonian groaned and grumbled, but Glaucon cried, Alack the stones! Or be they pilgrims' broken bones, wherewith they pave the turnpikes here? Is this your sort of world, mynheer? Not on your knee, no, 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 but sit you so, verily and verily, Paris, are you true or no? I'll look down your eyes and see. Helen, look, and look, and look. Look me, Helen, through and through. Make me out the only rake. Set down one and carry two. Have done, sir, roared the elder out. Have done with this lewd balladry. Amazed, the singer turned about, but when he saw that, past all doubt, the Scot was in dead earnest, he, "Oh now, monsieur, monsieur, monsieur," appealing there so winningly, conceding, as it were, his age, station, and moral gravity, and right to be morose indeed, nor less endeavouring to assuage the least. But scarce did he succeed. Rolfe likewise, if in other style, here sought that hard road to beguile. The stone was man's first missile, yes, Cain hurled it, or his sullen hand therewith made heavy. Cain, confess, a savage was, although he planned his altar. Altars such as Cain's still find we on far island chains, deep mid the woods and hollows dark, and set off like the Shittim ark. Refrain from trespass. With black frown each votary straight takes up his stone, as once against even me indeed. I see them now start from their rocks in malediction. Yet concede they were but touchy in their creed, said Derwent. But did you succumb? These irritable orthodox. Thereat the elder waxed more glum. A halt being called now with design, biscuit to bite and sip the wine, the student saw the turbaned Druze a courtesy peculiar use in act of his accosting vine, though but in trifle, as to how the saddle suited, and before, in little things, he'd marked the show of like observance. How explore the cause of this, and understand? The pilgrims were an equal band, why this preferring way toward one? But Rolfe explained in undertone, but few, believe, have nicer eye for the cast of aristocracy than Orientals. Well now, own, despite at times a manner shy, shows not our countryman in mould of a romanced nobility? His chary speech, his rich still air, confirm them in conjecture there. I make slim doubt these people hold vine for some lord who fain would go, for delicate cause, incognito. What means Sir Crab? In smouldering ire, the elder, not dismounting, views the nearer prospect. Ill content, the distance next his glance pursues. A land of Eblis burned with fire, recoils, then, with big eyebrows bent, lowers on the comrades, Derwent most, with luncheon now and flask engrossed. His bridle turns, adjusts his seat, and holsters where the pistols be, nor taking leave like Christians sweet, quite mindless of Paul's courtesy. With dumb indomitable chin, straight back he aims through Adomene. Alone, nor blandly self-sustained, robber and robber Glen disdained. As stiff he went, his humour dark from vine provoked a vivid spark, derisive comment, part restrained. He passes. Well, peace with him go. If truth have painted heart but grim, none here hard measure meant for him. Nay, Haitian airs around him blow, and woo and win to cast behind the harsher and inclement mind. But needs narrate what followed now. Part from us, Derwent cried, that way? I fear we have offended. Nay, what other cause? The desert, see. He and the desert don't agree, said Rolfe. Or rather, let me say, he can't provoke a quarrel here with blank indifference so drear. Ever the desert waves dispute. Cares not to argue, bides but mute. Besides, no topographic cheer. Surveyor's tape don't come in play. The same with which upon a day he upon all fours soused did roam, measuring the subducts of Siloam. Late asking him in casual way something about the tomb's old fane, these words I got, "Sir, I don't know. But once I dropped in, Not again. 'Tis monkish, 'tis a raree show. A raree show, saints' sights and stuff. Had I my will, I'd strip it, strip. I knew 'twere vain to try rebuff, but asked, did Paul, embarked in ship with Castor and Pollux for a sign, deem it incumbent there to rip from stern and prow the name and shrine? Saint Paul, sir, had not zeal enough, I always thought so, and went on. Where stands this fane, this Calvary one, alleged? Why, sir, within the sight of Herod's wall, can that be right? But why detail? Suffice, in few, even Zion's hill, he doubts that too. Nay, Sinai in his dry purview, he's dubious if, as placed, it meet requirements. Why then do his feet tread Judah? No good end is won, said Derwent. Curs need have a bone to mumble, though but dry nor sweet. Nay, that's too harsh and overdone. 'Tis still a vice these carpers brew. They try us set carping too. Ah, well, quick then in thought we'll shun him, and so foreclose all strictures on him. Howbeit, this confess offhand, amiss is robed in gown and band a disenchanter, friend, the wine. The banker passed it without word. Sad looked he. Why, these fools are stirred about a nothing. Plain to see, such comradeship did ill agree. Pedants and poor, not used to dine and ease of table talk benign. Steeds, pictures, ladies, gold, tokay, gardens and baths, the English news, Stamboul, the market, gain or lose? He turned to where young Glaucon lay, who now to startled speech was won. Look, is he crazy? See him there. The saint it was, with busy care, flinging aside stone after stone. Yet feebly, nathless, as he wrought, in charge imposed, though not unloved. While every stone that he removed laid bare but more. The student sighed, so well he kenned his ways distraught at influx of his eldritch tide. But Derwent, hastening to the spot, exclaimed, How now? Surely 'tis not to mend the way. With patient look, poising a stone as 'twere a clod, all things are possible with God. The humblest helper will he brook. Derwent stood dumb, but quick in heart, conjecturing how it was, addressed some friendly words, and slid apart. And, yet while by that scene impressed, came, as it chanced, where unbecalmed, Mortmain aloof sat all disarmed, legs lengthwise crossed, head hanging low, the skull-cap pulled upon the brow, hands groping toward the knees. Then where, a thug, the swordfish roams the sea, the falcon's pirate in the air? Betwixt the twain, where shalt thou flee, poor flying fish? Whither repair? What other element for thee? Whales, mighty whales have felt the wound, plunged bleeding through the blue profound. But where their fangs the sand sharks keep, be shallows worse than any deep. Hardly that chimed with Derwent's bell. Him too he left, when it befell that new they started on their way. To turn their current or allay, he talked with Clarel, and first knew Nehemiah's conceit about the Jew, the ways prepared, the tilth restored for the second coming of our Lord. Rolfe overheard, and shall we say that this is craze, or but, in brief, simplicity of plain belief? The early Christians, how did they for his return looked any day? From dwelling on Rolfe's thought, ere long on Rolfe himself the student broods. Surely I would not think a wrong, nor less I've shrunk from him in moods. A bluntness is about him set. Truth's is it? But he winneth yet, through taking qualities which join. Make these the character, the rest but rim? On Syracusan coin the barbarous letters shall invest the Relivio's infinite of charm. I know not, does he help or harm? End of section 54. Section 55 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of deserts. Though frequent in the Arabian waste, the pilgrim, up ere dawn of day, inhale thy wafted musk, Cathay, and Adam's primal joy may taste, beholding all the pomp of night bead thick with stars and swarms how bright, and so rides on alert and braced. Though brisk at morn the pilgrim start, ere long he'll know in weary hour small love of deserts, if their power make to retreat upon the heart their own forsakenness. Darwin quotes from Shelley that forever floats over all desert places known mysterious doubt, an awful one. He quotes, adopts it. Is it true? Let instinct vouch. Let poetry, science, and instinct here agree, for truth requires strong retinue. Waste places are where yet is given a charm, a beauty from the heaven above them, and clear air divine, translucent ether opaline, and some in evening's early dew put on illusion of a guise which Tantalus might tantalize afresh. Ironical unrolled, like western countries all in grain, ripe for the sickleman and wain, or, tawnier than the Guinea gold, more like a lion's skin unfold, attest the desert opening out direct from Cairo by the gate of victors, whence the annual rout to Mecca bound, precipitate their turbaned frenzy. Sands immense impart the oceanic sense. The flying grit like scud is made, pillars of sand which whirl about or arc along in colonnade, true kin be to the water-spout. Yonder on the horizon, red with storm, see there the caravan, straggling long-drawn, dispirited, mark how it labors like a fleet dismasted, which the cross-winds fan in crippled disaster of retreat from battle. Sinai had renown, ere thence was rolled the thundered law, ever a terror wrapped its crown, never did shepherd dare to draw too nigh, Josephus saith, for awe of one, some ghost or god austere, hermit unknown, dread mountaineer. When comes the sun up over Nile in cloudlessness, what cloud is cast o'er Libya, thou shadow vast of Cheops' indissoluble pile? Typ'st thou the imperishable past in empire posthumous and reaching sway, projected far across to time's remotest day? But curb, such deserts in air zone or object lend suggestive tone, redeeming them. For Judah here, let Erebus her rival own. 'Tis horror absolute, severe, dead, livid, honeycombed, dumb, fell, a caked, depopulated hell, yet so created, judged by sense, and visaged in significance of settled anger terrible. Profoundly cloven through the scene winds Kedron, word, the scholar saith, importing anguish hard on death. And aptly may such named ravine conduct unto Lot's mortal sea in cleavage from Gethsemane, where it begins. But why does man regard religiously this tract cadaverous and under ban of blasphement? Nay, recall the fact that in the pagan era old, when bolts, deemed Jove's, tore up the mound, great stones the simple peasant rolled, and built a wall about the gap, deemed hallowed by the thunderclap. So here, men here adore this ground which doom hath smitten. 'Tis a land direful yet holy, blessed though banned. But to pure hearts it yields no fear, and John, he found wild honey here. End of section 55. Section 56 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Banker. Infer the wilds which next pertain. though travel here be still a walk, small heart was theirs for easy talk. Oblivious of the bridal rein, Rolfe fell to Lethe altogether, bewitched by that uncanny weather of sultry cloud, and homesick grew the banker. In his reverie blew the cigarette a summer friend went out between his teeth, could lend no solace, soothe him, nor engage. And now disrelished he each word of sprightly, harmless persiflage, wherewith young Glaucon here would fain evince a jaunty disregard. But hush betimes o'ertook the twain, the more impressive, it may be, for that the senior, somewhat spent, florid overmuch and corpulent, labored in lungs and audibly. Rolfe, noting that the sufferer's steed was far less easy than his own, relieved him in his hour of need by changing with him, then in tone aside, half musing, as alone, unwise he is to venture here, poor fellow. 'Tis but sorry cheer for Mammon. Ill would it accord if Nabob with asthmatic breath lighted on Holbein's dance of death sly slipped among his prince from clod. Cosmetic users scarce are bold to face a skull. That sachem old, whose wigwam is man's heart within, how taciturn, and yet can speak, imparting more than volumes win. Not pleasure's darling cares to seek such counsellor, though worse he fares, since, heedless, taken unawares, a rest he finds. Look, at yon ground, how starts he now? So Abel's hound, snuffling his prostrate master wan, shrank back from earth's first murdered man. But, friend, how thrivest? Turning there to Derwent, he, with altered air, made vague rejoinder, nor serene. His soul, if not cast down, was vexed by nature in this dubious scene. His theory she harsh perplexed, the more so for wild Mortmain's mien, and Nehemiah an eldritch cheer. Lord, now thou goest forth from Seir, Lord, now from Edom marchest thou. Shunning the Swede, disturbed to know the saint in strange clairvoyance so, Clarel yet turned to meet the grace of one who not infected dwelt. Yes, Vine, who shared his horse's pace in level sameness, as both felt at home in dearth, but unconcern that never knew Vine's thoughtful turn of venerable escort showed. True natives of the waste abode, they moved like insects of the leaf, tint, tone adapted to the fief. End of section 56. Section 57 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Flight of the Greeks. King, who betwixt the cross and sword on ashes died in cowl and cord, in desert died, and, if thy heart betrayed thee not, from life didst part a martyr for thy martyred Lord. Anointed one and undefiled, a warrior manful, though a child in simple faith, Saint Louis, rise and teach us out of holy eyes whence came thy trust. So Rolfe, and shrank, awed by that region dread and great, thence led to take to heart the fate of one who tried in such a blank, believed, and died. Lurching was seen an Arab tall, on camel lean, up laboring from a Glen's remove, his long lance upright fixed above, the gun across the knee in guard. So rocks in hollow trough of sea a wreck with one gaunt mast, and yard displaced and slanting toward the lee. Closer he drew, with visage mute, austere in passing made salute. Such courtesy may Vikings lend, who through the dreary Hella wend. Under gun, lance, and scabbard hacked, pressed Nehemiah. With ado high he reached up an Arab tract from the low ass. Christ's gift to you! With clatter of the steel he bore, the lofty nomad bent him o'er in grave regard. The camel, too, her crane-like neck swerved round to view. No more to camel than to man, inscrutable the ciphers ran. But wonted unto arid cheer, the beast, misjudging, snapped it up, and would have munched, but let it drop. Her master, pulling down his spear, transfixed the page and brought it near, nor stayed his travel. On they went through solitudes, till made intent by small sharp shots which stirred rebound in echo. Over upland drear, on tract of less obstructed ground, came fairly into open sight a mounted train in tulip plight. 10 Turks, whereof advanced rode 4, with levelled pistols left and right, graceful diverging, as in plume, feather from feather. So brave room they made for turning toward each shore, ambiguous in nooks of blight, discharging shots, then reunite, and, with obeisance bland, adore their prince, a fair youth, who, behind, 'tween favourites of equal age, brilliant in Paynim equipage, with Eastern dignity how sweet, nods to their homage, pleased to mind their gallant curvets. Still they meet, salute and wheel, and him precede, as in a pleasure park or mead. The escorts join, and some would take to parley, as is wont. The Druze, howbeit, hardly seems to choose the first advances here to make, nor does he shun. Alert is seen one in voluminous turban green, beneath which in that barren place sheltered he looks as by the grace of shady palm tuft. Vernal he in sacerdotal chivalry. That turban by its hue declares that the great prophet's blood he shares. Kept as the desert stallions be, 'tis an attested pedigree. But the bigot, he could lower in mosque on the intrusive Giaour. To make him truculent for creed, family pride joined personal greed. Though foremost here his word he vents, officious in the conference, in rank and sway he ranged, in sooth, behind that fine sultanic youth which held his place apart, and, cool, in lapse or latency of rule, seemed mindless of the halting train and pilgrims there of Frankistan, or land of Franks. Remiss he wore an indolent look superior. His grade might justify the air, the viceroy of Damascus air. His father's jurisdiction sweeps from Lebanon to Ammon's steeps. Return he makes from mission far to independent tribes of war beyond the Horan. In advance of the main escort, gun and lance, he aims for Salem back. This learned, in anxiousness the banker yearned to join, nor Glaucon seemed averse. 'Twas quick resolved, and soon arranged through fair diplomacy of purse and Eastern compliments exchanged. Their wine, in pannier of the mule, upon the pilgrims they bestow, and pledge us, friends, in valley cool. If such this doleful road may know, farewell. And so the Moslem train received these Christians, happy twain. They fled, and thou? The way is done. Why further follow the emir's son? Scarce yet the thought may well engage to lure thee through these leafless bowers, that little avails a pilgrimage, whose road but winds among the flowers. Part here, then, would ye win release from ampler dearth, part, and in peace. Nay, part like Glaucon, part with song, the note receding dies along. Tarry never there, where the air lends a lone Hadean spell, where the ruin and the wreck, vine and ivy never deck, and wizard wan and sibyl dwell. There, oh, beware! Rather seek the grove, thither rove, where the leaf that falls to ground in a violet upsprings, and the oracle that sings is the bird above the mound. There, tarry there. End of section 57. Section 58 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By Achor. Jerusalem, the mountain town, is based how far above the sea, but down a lead line's long reach down, a deep sea lead. Beneath the zone of ocean's level, heaven's decree has sunk the pool whose deeps submerged the doom Pentapolis fire-scourged. Long then the slope, though varied oft, from Zion to the seats abject, for rods and roods ye wind aloft by verges where the pulse is checked, and chief both height and steepness show, ere Achor's gorge the barrier rends, and like a thunder cloud impends, ominous, over Jericho. Hard by the brink the Druze leads on, but halts at a projecting crown of cliff, and beckons them, nor goat nor fowler ranging far and high scales such a steep, nor vulture's eye scans one more lone. Deep down in throat it shows a sooty black. A forge abandoned, Rolfe said, thus may look. Yea, quoth the saint, and read the book. Flames have forked in Achor's gorge. His wizard vehemence surprised. Some new illusion they surmised, not less authentic text he took. Yea, after slaughter made at Ai, when Joshua's 3,000 fled, Achan the thief they made to die, they stoned him in this hollow here, they burned him with his children dear, among them flung his ingot red and scarlet robe of Babylon, meet end for Carmi's wicked son, because of whom they failed at Ai. 'Twas meet the trespasser should die, yea, verily, his visage took the tone of that uncanny nook. To Rolfe hear Derwent, study him, then weigh that most ungenial rule of Moses and the austere school, which e'en our saint can make so grim, at least while Achor feeds his eyes. But here speaks nature otherwise? Asked Rolfe. In region round about, she's Calvinistic, if devout, in all her aspect. Vine, o'ercast, estranged rode in thought's hid repast. Clarel, receptive, saw and heard, learning, unlearning, word by word. Ere long the wilds condense the ill. They hump it into that black hill, named for the 40 days and nights, the Quarantania's sum of blights. Up from the gorge it grows, height sheer depth, and death's repose. Sunk in the gulf the wave disowns, stranded lay ancient torrent stones. These mortmain marks, from your deep turn ye, appeal ye to the steep? But that looks off, and everywhere descries but worlds more waste, more bare. Flanked by the crag and glen they go. Ahead, ere long in greeting show the mounts of Moab, or the vale of Jordan opening into view, with cloud-born shadows sweeping through. The Swede, intent, lo, how they trail the mort-cloths in the funeral of gods, although he not confessed, in Derwent, marking there the scene, what interference was expressed as of harsh grit in oiled machine, disrelish grating interest. Howbeit, this he tried to screen. Pisgah, cried Rolfe, and pointed him. Peor, too, aye, long Abarim, the ridge. Well, for thee I sigh, poor Moses, saving Jericho and her famed palms in Memphian row. No cheerful landscape met thine eye, unless indeed yon Pisgah's high was caught, beyond each mount and plain, the blue Mediterranean. And might he then for Egypt sigh? He prompted Rolfe, but no reply, and Rolfe went on. Balboa's ken roved in fine sweep from Darien, the woods and waves in tropic meeting, bright capes advancing, bays retreating, green land, blue sea in charm competing. Meantime, with slant reverted eyes, Vine marked the crag of Agonies, exceeding high, as Matthew saith, It shows from skirt of that wild path, bare as an iceberg seemed by rain, toppling awash in foggy main off Labrador, grottos vine viewed upon the flank, or cells or tombs, void as the iceberg's catacombs of frost. He starts, a form endued with living guise, from ledges dim leans as if looking down toward him. Not pointing out the thing he saw, Vine watched it, but it showed no claw of hostile purpose, though indeed robbers and outlaws armed have dwelt vigilant by those caves where knelt of old the hermits of the creed. Beyond, they win a storied fount, which underneath the higher mount gurgles clay-white and downward sets toward Jericho in rivulets, which, much like children whose small mirth not funerals can stay, through dearth run babbling. One old hump-backed tree, sad grandam whom no season charms, droops o'er the spring her withered arms, and stones as in a ruin laid, like penitential benches be, where silent thickets fling a shade and gather dust. Here halting, here awhile they rest and try the cheer. End of section 58. Section 59 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Fountain. It brake how long ago, that morn which saw thy marvel done. Elisha, healing of the spring, a good deed lives, the doer low. See how the waters eager run, with bounty which they chiming bring. So out of Eden's bounds afar, hymned Pison through green Havilah. But ill those words in tone impart the simple feelings in the heart of Nehemiah, full of the theme, standing beside the marge, with cup and pearls of water beads adroop down thinnish beard of silvery gleam. Truly, said Derwent, glad to note that Achor found her antidote, truly the fount wells grateful here. Then to the student, for the rest, the sight is pleasant, nor unblessed these thickets by their shade endear. A scent half vacant Clarel gave, watching that miracle, the wave. Said Rolfe, reclining by the rill, needs life must end, or soon or late. Perchance set down it is in fate, that fail I must ere we fulfill our travel. Should it happen true, attention pray, I mend my will, and name executors in you. Bury me by the road, somewhere near spring or brook, palms plant me there, and seats with backs to them, all stone, in peace then go. The years shall run, and green my grave shall be, and play the part of host to all that stray in desert, water, shade, and rest their entertainment. So I'll win balm to my soul by each poor guest that solaced leaves the dead man's inn. But charges, mind, yourselves defray, seeing I've not. Where thrown he lay, vine, sensitive, suffused did show, yet looked not up, but seemed to weigh the nature of the heart, whose trim of quaint good fellowship could so strike on a chord long slack in him. But how may spirit quick and deep a constancy unfreakish keep? A reed there shaken fitfully he marks. Was't this we came to see in wilderness? And rueful smiled. The meek one, otherwise beguiled, here chancing now the ass to note, languidly munching straw and bran, drew nigh, and smoothed the roughened coat, and gave her bread, the wheatened grain. Vine watches, and his aspect knows a flush of diffident humor. Nay, me too let wait, I pray, on our snubbed kin here. And he rose. Erelong, alert the escort show. 'Tis stirrups, but the Swede moved not, aloof abiding in dark plot made by the deeper shadow. Go, my horse lead, but for me I stay. Some bread, there, that small loaf will do. It is my whim, I say. Mount, heed not me. And how long, pray? Asked Derwent, startled. Eve draws on. Ye would not tarry here alone. Thou man of God, nor desert here, nor Zin, nor Obi, yieldeth fear, if God but be. This waste, soon shall night fold the hemisphere, but safer then to lay me down, here, by yon evil summit faced. Safer than in the cutthroat town, though on the church steps. Go from me, begone. Tomorrow or next day Jordan ye greet, then round ye sway and win Lot's marge. In sight ye'll be, I'll intercept. Ride on, go. Nay, bewitched, why gape ye so at me? Shall man not take the natural way with nature? Tut, fling me the cloak. Away, precipitate, he broke, the skull-cap glooming through the glade. They paused, nor ventured to invade. While so, not unconcerned, they stood, the Druids said, Well, let be, why chafe? Nights here are mild, one's pretty safe when fearless. Bellex, come, the road. End of section 59. Section 60 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Night in Jericho. Look how a pine in luckless land, by fires autumnal overrun, abides a black extinguished brand, gigantic, killed, not overthrown, and high upon the horny bough perches the bandit Captain Crow, and caws unto his troop afar of foragers. Much so, in scar of blastment, looms the Crusaders' tower on the waste verge of Jericho. So the dun sheik in lawless power kings it aloft in sombre robe, lord of the tawny Arab mob, to which, upon the plains in view, he shouts down his wild hullabaloo. There on the tower, through eve's delay, the pilgrims tarry, till for boon, launched up from Nebo far away, balloon-like rose the nibbled moon, nibbled being after full one day. Intent they watched the planets rise, familiar, though in strangest skies, the ascending orb of furrowed gold, contracting, changed, and silvery rolled in violet heaven. The desert brown, dipped in the dream of argent light, like iron-plated, took a tone transmuting it, and Ammon shone in peaks of paradise, so bright. They gazed. Rolfe brake upon the calm. O haunted place, O powerful charm, where now Elijah's chariot seen, and yonder, read we writ aright, he went up, over against this sight, soaring in that deep heaven serene. To me 'twould but in beauty rise, nor hair-clad John would now surprise, but Volney. Volney? Derwent cried. Ah, yes, he came to Jordan's side, a pilgrim deist from the Seine. Aye, and Chateaubriand he too, the Catholic pilgrim, hither drew. Here formed his purpose to assert religion in her just desert against the red caps of his time. The book he wrote, it dies away, but those Septemberists of crime enlarge in vitriolists today. Nor while we dwell upon this scene can one forget poor Lamartine, a latter Palmer. Oh, believe, when, his fine social dream to grieve, strode fate, that realist, how grim, displacing, deriding, hushing him. Apt comment then might memory weave in lesson from this waste. That cry! And would the jackal testify from Moab? Derwent could but sway. Omit ye incitation, pray. The healthy pilgrims of times old? Robust they were, and cheery saw shrines, chapels, castles without flaw now gone. That river convent's fold, by willows nigh the pilgrim's strand of Jordan, was a famous hold. Prince Sigurd from the Norseman land, quitting his keel at Joppa, crossed hither, with Baldwin for his host, and Templars for a guard. Perchance under these walls the train might prance, by Norman warder eyed. Maybe, responded Vine, but why disown the Knight of the Leopard, even he, since hereabout that fount made moan, named Diamond of the Desert? Yes, beamed Rolfe, divining him in clue, such shadows one need confess that Scott's dreamed knight seems all but true, as men which history vouches. She, Tasso's Armida, by Lot's sea, where that enchantress, with sweet look of kindliest human sympathy, such webs about Rinaldo wove that all the hero he forsook. Lost in the perfidies of love, Armida starts at fancy's bid not less than Rahab, lass which hid the spies here in this Jericho. A lull. Their thoughts, mute plunging, strayed like Arethusa underground, while Clarel marked where slumber-bound lay Nehemiah in screening shade. Ere long, in reappearing tide, Rolfe, gazing forth on either side, how lifeless! But the annual rout at Easter here shall throng and shout, far populate the lonely plain, next day a solitude again, all pressing unto Jordan's dew, while in the saddle of disdain skir the Turk guards with fierce halloo, armed herdsmen of the drove. He ceased, and fell the silence unreleased, till yet again did Rolfe round peer upon that moonlit land of fear. Man sprang from deserts, at the touch of grief or trial overmuch, on deserts he falls back at need. Yes, 'tis the bare abandoned home recalleth then. See how the Swede, like any rustic crazy Tom, bursting through every code and ward of civilization, mask and fraud, takes the wild plunge. Who so secure, except his clay be sodden loam, as never to dream the day may come when he may take it, foul or pure? What in these turns of mortal tides, what any fellow creature bides, may hap to any. Pardon, pray, cried Derwent, but 'twill quick away. Yon moon in pearl cloud, look, her face peers like a bride's from webs of lace. They gazed until it faded there, when Rolfe with a discouraged air sat as rebuked, in winning strain, as 'twere in penitence urbane. Here Derwent, come, we wait thee now. No matter, Rolfe said, let it go. My earnestness myself decry, but as heaven made me, so am I. You spake of Mortmain, breathed Vine low, as embers not yet cold will catch quick at the touch of smallest match. Here Rolfe, in gusts of lonely pain beating upon the naked brain, God help him, aye, poor realist! So Derwent, and that theme dismissed. When Ashtaroth her zenith won, sleep drugged them, and the winds made moan. End of section 60. Section 61 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In mid-watch. Disturbed by topics canvassed late, Clarel, from dreams of like debate, started, and heard strange muffled sounds, outgivings of wild mountain bounds. He rose, stood gazing toward the height, bethinking him that thereaway, behind it o'er the desert lay the walls that sheltered Ruth that night. When Rolfe drew near, with motion slight, scarce conscious of the thing he did, partly aside the student slid, then, quick as thought, would fain atone. Whence came that shrinking start on bid? But from desire to be alone? Or skim or sound him, was Rolfe one whom honest heart would care to shun? By spirit immature or dim, was nothing to be learned from him? How frank seemed Rolfe, yet Vine could lure, despite reserve which overture withstood, e'en Clarel's, late repealed, finding that heart a fountain sealed. But Rolfe, however it might be, whether in friendly fair advance, checked by that start of dissonance, or whether wrapped in reverie, beyond, apart he moved, and leant down peering from the battlement upon its shadow. Then and there Clarel first noted in his air a gleam of oneness more than vines, an irrelation of a weed detached from vast Sargasso's mead, and drifting where the clear sea shines. But Clarel turned him, and anew his thoughts regained their prior clue, when lo, a fog, and all was changed. Crept vapors from the sea of salt, overspread the plain, nor there made halt, and blurred the heaven, as one estranged who watches from the shore, till the white speck is seen no more, that ship that bears his plighted maid, then turns and sighs as fears invade. See here the student, repossessed by thoughts of Ruth, with eyes late pressed, whither lay Salem, close and wind. The mist before him, mist behind, while intercepting memories ran of chant and beer Armenian. End of section 61. Section 62 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Syrian Monk. At early hour with Rolfe and Vine, Clarel ascends a minor height. They overtake in lone recline a strange wayfarer of the night, who, twixt the small hour and the grey, with cruse and scrip replenished late in Jericho at the wattled gate, had started on the upland way, a young strange man of aspect thin from vigils which in fast begin. Though, pinned together with the thorn, his robe was ragged all and worn. Pure did he show as mountain leaf by brook or coral washed in reef. Contrasting with the bleached head-dress, his skin revealed such swarthiness, and in the contour clear and grace, so all unworldly was the face, he looked a later Baptist John. They start. Surprise perforce they own, much like Da Gama's men may be, when sudden on their prow at sea lit the strange bird from shores unknown. Although at first from words he shrunk, he was, they knew, a Syrian monk. They so prevailed with him and pressed, he longer lingered at request. They won him over in the end to tell his story and unbend. He told how that for 40 days, not yet elapsed, he dwelt in ways of yonder Quarantanian height, a true recluse, an anchorite, and only came at whiles below, and ever in the calm of night, to beg for scraps in Jericho. 'Twas sin, he said, that drove him out into the desert, sin of doubt. Even he it was upon the mount by chance perceived, untold, by Vine, from Acor's brink. He gave account of much besides, his lonely mine of deep illusion, how the night, the first, was spent upon the height, and way he climbed. Up cliff, up crag, cleft crag and cliff which still retard, goat-like I scrambled where stones lag, poised on the brinks by thunder marred. A ledge I reached which midway hung where a hut oratory clung. Rude stones massed up, with cave-like door, eremite work of days of yore. White bones here lay, remains of feast dragged in by bird of prey or beast. Hence gazed I on the wilds beneath, Dengada and the coasts of death. But not a tremor felt I here, it was upon the summit fear first fell. There first I saw this world, and scarce man's place it seemed to be. The mazed Gehennas were so curled as worm tracks under bark of tree. I ween not if to ye 'tis known, since few do know the crag aright, years left unvisited and lone, that a wrecked chapel marks the site where tempter and the tempted stood of old. I sat me down to brood within that ruin, and my heart unwaveringly to set apart in meditation upon him who here endured the evil whim of Satan. Steadfast, steadfast down, mine eyes fixed on a flinty stone which lay there at my feet. But thought would wander. Then the stone I caught, convulsed it in my hand till blood oozed from the nails. Then came and stood the Saviour there, the imp and he. Fair showed the fiend, foul enemy, but the other, pale and dim, I saw but as the shade of him. That passed. Again I was alone, no, not long alone, as glides into dead grass the snake, lean rustling from the bedded brake. A spirit entered me. 'Twas he, the tempter, in return. But me he tempted now. He mocked, "Why strife? Dost hunger for the bread of life? Thou lackest faith. Faith would be fed. True faith could turn that stone to bread, that stone thou hold'st." Mute then my face I lifted to the starry space, but the great heaven it burned so bright. It cowed me, and back fell my sight. Then he, "Is yon the Father's home, and thou his child cast out to night? 'Tis bravely lighted, yonder dome. Part speak'st thou true. Yea, he is there, yea, and he is everywhere. Now and for aye, evil and he. Is there no good? Ill to fulfill, needful is good. Good salts the ill. He's just. Goodness is justice. See, through all the pirate spider's snare of silken arcs of gossamer, 'tis delicate geometry. Adorest the artificer? Nor answer knew I, save this way: Faith bideth. Noon, and wait for day? The sands half run. Eternal he, but I with a futurity which not exceeds his past. Agree, full time has lapsed. What ages hoar, what period fix, when faith no more, if unfulfilled, shall fool? I sat, sore quivered I to answer that, yet answered not, but lowly said, "And death? Why beat the bush in thee? It is the cunningest mystery. Alive thou know'st not death, and dead, death thou'lt not know. The grave will test, but he is, though doubt attend. Peace will he give ere come the end. Ha, thou at peace? Nay, peace were best, could the unselfish yearner rest. At peace to be, here on earth, where peace, heart peace, how few may claim, and each pure nature pines in dearth. Fie, thy soul might well take shame. There sunk my heart. He spake so true in that. O God, I prayed, come through the cloud. Hard task thou settest man to know thee. Take me back again to nothing, or make clear my view. Then stole the whisper intermitting, like tenon into mortis fitting, it slipped into the frame of me. Content thee, in conclusion caught, thou'lt find how thoughts' extremes agree. The forethought clinched by afterthought, the firstling by finality. There close fell, and therewith the stone dropped from my hand. His will be done. And skyward patient he appealed, raising his eyes, and so revealed first to the pilgrim's waiting view their virginal violet of hue. Rolfe spake, "Surely not all we've heard, peace, solace, was an end conferred?" His head but fell. He rose in haste, the rough hair girdle tighter drew about the hollow of the waist, departing with a mild adieu. They sat in silence. Rolfe at last, "And this but ecstasy of fast? Construe then Jonah in despair." The student turned, awaiting Vine, who answered nothing. Plaiting there a weed from neighboring ground uptorn, plant common enough in Palestine, and by the peasants named Christ's thorn. End of section 62. Section 63 of Clarel by Herman Melville, This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An apostate. Bark, Easter bark, with happier freight than Spanish spoil of Inca plate, which vernal glidest from the strand of statues poised like angels fair, on March morn sailest, starting, fanned, auspicious by Sardinian air, and carriest boughs through Calpe's gate to Norman ports and Belgian land, that the green Sunday, even there, no substituted leaf may wear, holly or willow's lither wand, but sprays of Christ's canonic tree, roams Palma Christi by decree, the date palm. Ah, in bounty launch, thou blessed Easter bark, to me, hither one consecrated branch. So Rolfe in burst, and turned toward vine, but he the thorn wreath still did twine. Rolfe watched him busy there and dumb, then cried, Did gardens favour it, how would I match thee here, and sit wreathing Christ's flower, chrysanthemum? Ere long the Syrian they view in slow ascent, and also two between him and the peak, one white, an Arab with a pouch, nor light. A desert Friday to the one who went before him, coming down, shagged Crusoe by the mountain spur. This last, when he the Votary meets, sad climbing slow, him loudly greets, stopping with questions which refer in some way to the crag amort, the crag, since thitherward his hand frequent he waves, as with demand for some exact and clear report touching the place of his retreat aloft. As seemed, in neutral plight submiss responds the anchorite. The wallet dropped beside his feet. These part. Master and man now ply yet down the slope, and he in van, round-shouldered, and though grey yet spry. A hammer swung. I've met that man elsewhere, thought Clarel. He whose cry and gibe came up from the dung gate in hollow, when we scarce did wait his nearer speech and wagging head, the saint and I. But naught he said hereof. The stranger closer drew, and Rolfe breathed, This now is a Jew, German, I deem, but re-advised, an Israelite say, Hegelized, convert to science, for but see the hammer, yes, geology. As now the other's random sight on Clarel mute and vine is thrown, he misinterprets their grave plight, and, with a banter in the tone, amused he cries, Now, yon height! Come, let it not alarm, a mount whereof I've taken strict account, its first geologist, believe, and, if my eyes do not deceive, 'tis Jura limestone, every spur, yes, and those signs the rocks imprint, which of plutonic action hint, no track is found, I plump aver, of Pluto's footings, Lucifer. The punning mock and manner stirred repugnance in fastidious vine, but Rolfe, who tolerantly heard, parleyed, and won him to define at large his rovings on the height. The yester afternoon and night he'd spent there, sleeping in a cave, part for adventure, part to spite the superstition, and outbrave. 'Twas a severe ascent, he said, in bits a ladder of steep stone with toe-holes cut and worn, each one by eremites long centuries dead. And of his cullings too he told. His henchmen here, the Arab white, bear solid texts from Bible old, true Rock of Ages, he averred, to read before a learned board, when home regained should meet his sight, a monograph he would indite, the theme, that crag. He went his way to win the tower. Little they say, but Clarel started at the view which showed opposed the anchorite, ascetical, and such a Jew. End of section 63. Section 64 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Under the Mountain. From Ur of the Chaldees roved the man, priest, shepherd, prince, and pioneer, swart Bedouin in time's dusky van, even he which first, with mind austere, arrived in solitary tone to think of God as one, alone, the first which brake with hearth and home for conscience' sake, whom piety ruled, prosperity blessed, longevity schooled, and time in fullness brought to Mamre's tomb, arch-founder of the solid base of Christendom. Even this, for why disown the debt when vouchers be? Yet, and yet, our saving salt of grace is due all to the East, nor least the Jew. Perverse, if stigma then survive, elsewhere let such in satire thrive, not here. Quite other end is won in picturing Margoth, fallen son of Judah. Him may Gabriel mend. Little for love, or to unbend, but swayed by tidings, hard to sift, of robbers by the river drift, in force recruited, they suspend their going hence to Jordan's trees. Released from travel, in good hour Nehemiah dozed within the tower. Uplands they range, and woo the breeze, where crumbled aqueducts and mounds override long slopes and terraces, and shattered pottery abounds, or such would seem, yet may but be the shards of tile-like brick dispersed, binding the wall or bulwark erst. Such as in Kent still serve that end, and Richborough Castle by the sea, a Roman hold, what breadth of doom as of the worlds in strata penned, so cosmic seems the wreck of Rome. Not wholly proof to natural sway of serious hearts and manners mild, uncouthly Margoth shared the way. He controverted all the wild, and in especial Sodom's strand of marl and clinker. Sirs, heed me, this total tract, and Esau's hand he waved, the plain, the vale, Lot's sea. It needs we scientists remand back from old theologic myth to geologic hammers. Pray, let me but give ye here the pith. As the Phlegraean fields no more befool men as the spookish shore where Jove felled giants, but are known the Solfatara and each cone volcanic to be but on par with all things natural, even so Siddim shall likewise be set far from fable. Part overhearing this, Derwent in rear with Rolfe, old Clo. We've heard all that, and long ago. Conceit of vacant emphasis. Well, well, hear archly Rolfe, but own how graceful your concession, one a score or two of years gone by, nor less therefrom at need ye'll fly. Allow, scarce easy 'tis to hit each slippery turn of cleric wit. Derwent but laughed, then said, but he, intelligence veneers his mien, though rude, unprofitably keen, sterile, and with sterility self-satisfied. But this is odd, not often do we hear you rail. The gown, it seems, does yet avail, since from the sleeve you draw the rod. But look, they lounge. Yes, all recline, and on the site where havoc clove the last late palm of royal line, sad Montezuma of the grove, the mountain of the imp they see, scowl at the freedom which they take, relaxed beneath his very lee. The bread of wisdom here to break, Margoth holds forth, the gossip tells of things the prophets left unsaid, with master key unlocks the spells and mysteries of the world unmade. Then mentions Salem. Stale is she. Lay flat the walls, let in the air, that folk no more may sicken there. Wake up the dead, and let there be rails, wires, from Olivet to the sea, with station in Gethsemane. The priest here flushed. Rolfe rose, and, how? You go too far. A long Dutch mile behind the genius of our time. Explain that, pray. And don't you know? Malbrino's helmet is sublime, the barber's basin may be vile. Whether this basin is that helm, to vast debate has given rise. Question profound for blinking eyes, but common sense throughout her realm has settled it. There, like vain wight, his fine thing said, bidding friends good night, he, to explore a rift they see, parted, bequeathing, as may be, a glance which said, "Again ye'll pine, left to yourselves here in decline, missing my brave vitality." End of section 64. Section 65 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Priest and Rolfe. Derwent fetched breath. A healthy man, his lungs are of the soundest leather. Health's insolence in a saurian, said Rolfe. With that they fell together, probing the purport of the Jew in last ambiguous words he threw. But Derwent, and in lenient way, explained it. Let him have his say, cried Rolfe. For one, I spare defiance with such a kangaroo of science. Yes, qualify, though, Derwent said, for science has her eagles too. Here musefully Rolfe hung the head, then lifted. Eagles? Aye, but few. And search we in their eyries lone, what find we, pray? Perchance a bone. A very cheerful point of view. 'Tis as one takes it. Not unknown that even in physics much late lore but drudges after Plato's theme, or supplements but little more, some Hindu's speculative dream of 1,000 years ago, and, own, Darwin is but his grandsire's son. But Newton and his gravitation! Think you that system's strong persuasion is founded beyond shock? Or much 'twould seem for man, a clod, to clutch God's secret so, and on a slate cipher all out, and formulate the universe. You Pyrrhonist! Why, now, perhaps you do not see, your mind has taken such a twist, the claims of stellar chemistry. What's that? No matter, time runs on, and much that's useful, grant, is won. Yes, but more is claimed. Now first they tell, the human mind is free to range. Enlargement, aye, but where's the change? We're yet within the citadel, may rove in bounds, and study out the insuperable towers about. Come, but there's many a merry man. How long since these sad times began? That steadied Rolfe. Where's no annoy, I too perchance can take a joy, yet scarce in solitude of thought. Together symbols need be brought ere mirth is made. The wight alone who laughs is deemed a witless one, and why? But that we'll leave unsought. By all means, O ye frolic shapes, thou dancing fawn, thou fawn with grapes, what think ye of them? Tell us, pray. Fine mellow marbles, but their hint? A mine as deep, as rich the mint of cordial joy in nature's sway, shared by somewhere anterior clay, when life was innocent and free. Methinks 'tis this they hint to me. He paused, as one who makes review of gala days. Then, warmly too, whither hast fled, thou deity, so genial, in thy last and best avatar, so ripe in form, pure as the sleet, as roses warm, our earth's unmerited fair guest. A god with peasants went abreast. Man clasped a deity's offered hand, and woman, ministrant, was then, how true, even in a Magdalen. Him following through the wilding flowers by lake and hill, or glad detained in Cana, ever out of doors, ere yet the disenchantment gained what dream they knew, that primal band of gypsy Christians, but it died. Back rolled the world's effacing tide, the world, by him denounced, defined, him first, set off and countersigned, once and for all, as opposite to honest children of the light. But worse came, creeds, wars, stakes. Oh, men made earth and human, yes, a den worse for Christ's coming, since his love, perverted, did but venom prove. In part that's past, but what remains after fierce seethings? Golden grains? Nay, dubious dregs. Be frank and own. Opinion eats, all crumbles down. Where stretched an isthmus rolls a strait. Cut off, Canst feel elate while all the depths of being moan, though luminous on every hand, the breadths of shallow knowledge more expand? Much as light ship-keeper pines mid shoals immense, where dreary shines his lamp, we toss beneath the ray of science beacon. This to trim is now man's barren office. Nay, starting abrupt, this earnest way I hate. Let doubt alone, best skim, not dive. No, no, cried Derwent gay, who late, upon acquaintance more, took no mislike to Rolfe at core, and fain would make his knell a chime, being pledged to hold the palmy time of hope, at least not to admit that serious check might come to it. No, sun doubt's root, 'twill fade, and for thy picture of the prime, green Christianity and glade, why, let it pass, 'tis good, in sooth, who summons poets to the truth. How Vine sidelong regarded him as 'twere in envy of his gift for light disposings, so to skim, Clarel surmised the expression's drift, thereby anew was led to sift good Derwent's mind, for Rolfe's discourse, prior recoil from Margoth's jeer, was less than startled shying here at earnest comment's random force. He shrunk, but owned 'twas weakness mere. Himself he chid, no more for me the petty half-antipathy. This pressure it need be endured. Weakness to strength must get inured, and Rolfe is sterling, though not less at variance with that parlour strain which counts each thought that borders pain a social treason. Sterling, yes, despite illogical wild range of brain and heart's impulsive counterchange. End of section 65. Section 66 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Concerning Hebrews. As by the wood drifts thistledown and settles on soft mosses fair, stillness was wafted, dropped and sown, which stillness Vine, with timorous air of virgin tact, thus break upon, nor with chance hint one can't forbear thinking that Margoth is a Jew. Hereat, as for response, they view the priest, and, well, why me, he cried, with one consent why turn to me? Am I professional? Nay, free. I grant that here by Judah's side queerly it jars with frame implied to list this geologic Jew. His way Jehovah's world construe. In Gentile 'twould not seem so odd, but here may preconceptions thrall? Be many Hebrews we recall, whose contrast with the breastplate bright of Aaron flushed in altar light, and Horeb's Moses, rock and rod, or closeted alone with God, quite equals Margoth's in its way. At home we meet them every day. The Houndsditch clothesman scarce would seem akin to seers. For one I deem Jew banker, merchant, statesman, these, with artist, actress known to fame, all strenuous in each Gentile aim, are nature's offhand witnesses, there's nothing mystic in her reign. Your Jews like wheat from Pharaoh's tomb, sow it in England, what will come? The weird old seed yields market grain. Pleased by his wit, while some recline, a smile uncertain lighted Vine, but died away. Jews share the change, Derwent proceeded. Range, they range. In liberal sciences they roam. They're leavened, and it works, believe. Signs are, and such as scarce deceive. From Holland, that historic home of erudite Israel, many a tome Talmudic shipped is over sea for antiquarian rubbish. Rest, cried Rolfe, e'en that indeed may be, nor lest the Jew keep fealty to ancient rites. Aaron's gemmed vest will long outlive Genevan cloth. Nothing in time's old camphor chest so little subject to the moth. But rabbis have their troublers too. Nay, if through dusty stalls we look, haply we disinter to view more than one bold free-thinking Jew that in his day with vigor shook faith's leaning tower, which stood the throw, here Derwent in appendix, look, Faith's leaning tower was founded so. Faith leaned from the beginning. Yes, if slant she holds her steadfastness. May be, and paused, but wherefore clog? Uriel Acosta, he was one who troubled much the synagogue, recanted then, and dropped undone, a suicide. There's Heine, too, in lineage crossed by blood of Jew, pale jester, to whom life was yet a tragic farce, whose wild death rattle, in which all voids and hollows met, desperately maintained the battle betwixt the dirge and castanet. But him leave to his Paris stone and rail and friendly wreath thereon. Recall those Hebrews, which of old, sharing some doubts we moderns rue, would fain eclectic comfort fold by grafting slips from Plato's palm on Moses' melancholy yew. But did they sprout? So we seek balm by kindred graftings. Is that true? Why ask? But see, there lived a Jew, no Alexandrine Greekish one, you know him, Moses Mendelssohn. Is't him you cite? True spirit stayed. He, though his honest heart was scourged by doubt Judaic, never laid his burden at Christ's door. He urged, admit the mounting flames enfold my basement, wisely shall my feet the attic win for safe retreat. And he said that? Poor man, he's cold. But was not this that Mendelssohn, who Hebrew kinswoman's Hebrew son, baptized to Christian, worthily won the good names of Neander so? If that link were, well might one urge from such example thy strange flow, conviction, breaking habit's tether, sincerest minds will yet diverge, like chance clouds scattered by mere weather, nor less at one point still they meet, the selfhood keep they pure and sweet. But Margoth, in reminder here, breathed Vine, as if while yet the ray lit Rolfe, to try his further cheer. But Margoth! He, poor sheep astray, the Levitic cipher quite erased, on what vile pigweed hath he grazed? Not his Spinoza's starry brow, a nonconformer, you'll allow, a lion in brain, in life a lamb, sinless recluse of Amsterdam, who, in the obscure and humble lane, such strangers seemed to entertain as sat by tent beneath the tree of Mamre's plain. Mysterious three, the informing guests of Abraham. But no, it had but ill beseemed, if God's own angels so could list to visit one, Pan's atheist, that high intelligence but dreamed, above delusion's vulgar plane deluded still, the erring twain, Spinoza and poor Margoth here, both Jews, which in descent do vary. In these what parted poles appear, the blind man and the visionary. And who's the eye that sees aright, if any? Clarel eager asked. Aside Rolfe turned as overtasked, and none responded. 'Twas like night descending from the seats of light, or seeming thence to fall. But here sedate a kindly tempered look, private and confidential spoke from Derwent's eyes, Clarel to cheer. Take heart, something to fit thy youth, instil I may, some saving truth. Not best just now to volunteer, thought Clarel. Pray, and what wouldst prove? Thy faith an over-easy glove. Meanwhile Vine had relapsed. They saw in silence the heart's shadow draw, rich shadow, such as gardens keep in bower aside, where glowworms peep in evening over the virgin bed, where dark green periwinkles sleep. There bud the violet of the dead. End of section 66. Section 67 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By the Jordan. On the third morn, a misty one, equipped they sally for the wave of Jordan. With his escort brown the Israelite attendance gave for that one day and night alone. Slung by a cord from saddle-bow, is it the mace of Ivanhoe? Rolfe views and comments. Note, I pray, he said to Derwent on the way, yon knightly hammer. 'tis with that he stuns, and would exterminate your creeds as dragons. With light fire of wit the priest rejoinder threw, but turned to look at Nehemiah. The laboring ass with much ado of swerving neck would, at the sight of bramble tops, snatch for a bite. And though it bred him joltings ill, in patience that did never tire, her rider let her have her will. The apostate, ready with his sneer, "Yes, you had better, 'tis a she." To Rolfe said Derwent, "There you see, it is these infidels that jeer at everything." The Jew withheld his mare and let Nehemiah pass. Who is this Balaam on the ass? But none his wonderment dispelled. Now skies distil a vaporous rain, so looked the sunken slimy plain, such semblance of the vacuum shared, as 'twere the quaking seabed bared by the Caracas. All was still, so much the more their bosoms thrill with dream of some withdrawn vast surge, his timed return about to urge and whelm them. But a cry they hear. The steed of Mortmain, led in rear, broke loose and ran. "Horse too run mad?" cried Derwent. "Shares his rider's mind, his rider late? Shun both their kind?" Poor Swede! But where was it he said we should rejoin? 'Tis by Lot's sea, remember, and pray heaven it be. Look, the steed's caught. Suspicious ground they skirt, with ugly bushes crowned, and thereinto, against surprise, the vigilant Spahi throws his eyes, to take of distant chance a bond. Jalea looks forward and beyond. At this some riders feel that awe which comes of sense of absent law, and irreligious humankind, relapsed, remanded, reassigned to chaos and brute passions blind. But is it Jordan, Jordan dear, that doth the evil bound define, which borders on the barbarous sphere? Jordan, even Jordan, stream divine. In Clarel ran such reverie here. Belex his flint adjusts and writes, sharp speaks unto his Bethlehemites. Then, signalled by Jalea, through air surveys the further ridges bare. Foreshortened against a long-sloped height, beyond the wave whose wash of foam beats to the base of Moab home, 7 furious horsemen fling their flight, like eagles when they launching rush to snatch the prey that hies to bush. Dwarfed so these look, while yet afar descried, but trusting in their star, onward a space the party push, but halt is called. The Druze rides on, bids Belex stand, and goes alone. Now, for the nonce, those speeders sink viewless behind the arborous brink. Thereto the staid one rides, peers in, then waves a hand. They gain his side, meeting the river's rapid tide, here sluicing through embowered ravine, such as of yore was Midian's screen for rites impure. Facing, and near, across the waves which intervene, in shade the robbers reappear, swart, sinuous men on silvery steeds, abreast, save where the copse impedes. At halt and mute, and in the van confronting them, with lengthy gun athwart the knee and hand thereon, Jalea waits. The mare and man show like a stone equestrian set up for homage. Over there 'twas hard for mounted men to move among the thickets interwove, which dipped the stream and made a snare. But, undeterred, the riders press this way and that among the branches, picking them lanes through each recess, till backward on their settling haunches the steeds withstand the slippery slope, while yet their outflung forefeet grope. Then, like sword push that ends in lunge, the slide becomes a weltering plunge, the willows drip, the banks resound, they halloo, and with spray are crowned. The torrent, swelled by Lebanon rains, the spirited horses bravely stem, snorting, half blinded by their manes, nor let the current master them, as the rope dancer on the hare poises the long slim pole in air, twirling their slender spears in pride. Each horseman in imperiled seat blends skill and grace with courage meet. Soon as they win the hither side, like quicksilver to beach they glide, dismounting, and essay the steep. The horses led by slackened rein, slippery foothold ill they keep. To help a grim one of the band, good Nehemiah with mickle strain down reaches a decrepit hand. The sheik ignores it, bandit done, foremost in stride as first in rank, rejects it, and the knoll is won. Challengingly he stares around, then stakes his spear upon the bank as one reclaiming rightful ground. Like otters when they land to go, rider and steeds how sleekly show. The first inquiring look they trace is gun by gun, as face by face. Salute they yield, for arms they view inspire respect sincere and true. Meantime, while in their bearing shows the thought which still their life attends, and habit of encountering foes, the thought that strangers scarce are friends, what think the horses? Czar must needs be sociable, the robber steeds she whinnies to, even fain would sway neck across neck in lovesome way. Great Solomon of rakish strain trumpets would be Don John again. The sheik, without a moment's doubt, Jaliyah for captain singles out, and, after parley brief, would fain handle that pistol of the guide, the new revolver at his side. The Druze assents, nor shows surprise. Barrel, cap, screw, the Arab tries, and the contrast needs he own, alack, for his poor lance and gun, though heirlooms both, the piece and stock half honeycombed, with cumbrous lock. The spear like some Crusaders' pole, dropped long ago when death damps stole over the night in Richard's host, then left to warp by acre lost. Dry rib of lance, but turning now upon his sweetheart, he was cheered. Her eye he met, the violet glow, peaked ear, the mane's redundant flow. It heartened him, and round he veered. Elate he shot a brigand glare. I, Ishmael, have my desert mare. Elicited by contact's touch, tyrannous spleen vecked Belex much, misliking in poor tribe to mark freedom unawed and nature's spark. With tutoring glance, a tempered fire, the Druze repressed the illiberal ire. The silvered saint came gently near, meekly intrepid, tract in hand, and reached it with a heart sincere unto the sheik, whose fingers spanned the shrewd revolver, loath to let that coveted bauble go as yet. Nay, breathed the Druze, and gently here, the print he likes not, let him be. Pray now, he deems it sorcery. They drew him back. In rufflement the sheik threw round a questioning eye. Jaliyah explained, and drew more nigh, recalling him to old content, regained the weapon, and, from stores kept for such need, wary he pours a dole of powder. So they part, recrossing Jordan, horse and gun, with warrior cry and brandished dart, where, in the years whose goal is won, the halcyon teacher waded in with John. End of section 67. Section 68 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The River-Rite. And do the clear sands pure and cold at last each virgin elf enfold? Under what drift of silvery spar sleeps now thy servant, holy Rude, which in the age of brotherhood, approaching here Bethabara, by wilds diverse depicted late, of Jordan caught a fortunate, fair twinkle starry under trees, and, with his crossed palms heartward pressed, bowed him, or dropped on reverent knees, warbling that hymn of beauty blessed, the Ave Maris Stella. Lo, the mound of him do field mice know? Nor less the rite, a rule serene, appropriate in tender grace, became the custom of the place with each devouter frank. A truce here following the din profuse of Moab's swimming robbers keen. Rolfe, late enamored of the spell of rituals olden, thought it well to observe the Latin usage. Look, showing a small convenient book in vellum bound, embossed thereon, 'tween angels with a rosy crown, viols, Cecilia on a throne. Thanks, Friar Benignus Muscatel. Thy gift I prize, given me in cell of St. John's Convent. Comrades, come. If heaven delight in spirits glad, and men were all for brothers made, grudge not, beseech, to joy with Rome. And launched the hymn. Quick to rejoice, the liberal priest lent tenor voice. And marking them in cheery bloom, on turf inviting, even vine, ravished from his reserve supine, drew near and overlooked the page. All self-surprised he overlooked, joining his note impulsively, yet, flushing, seemed as scarce he brooked this joy. Was joy a novelty? Fraternal thus the group engage, while now the sun, obscured before, illumed for time the wooded shore. In tribute to the beach and tide, the triple voices blending glide, assimilating more and more, till in the last ascriptive line which thrones the Father, lauds the Son, came concord full, completion fine, rapport of souls in harmony of tone. Meantime Nehemiah, eager bent, instinctive caught the sentiment, but checked himself, and in mixed mood, uncertain or relapsing stood, till ere the singers ceased to thrill. His joy is stayed. How cometh this? True feeling, steadfast faith are his, while they at best do but fulfill a transient and aesthetic glow. Knew he at last, could he but know, the rite was alien, that no form approved was his, which here might warm, meet channel for emotion's tide? Apart he went, scarce satisfied, but presently slipped down to where the river ran, and tasting spare, not quaffing, sighed, as sugar sweet, though unsweet was it from the flow of turbid, troubled waters fleet. Now Margoth, who had paced the strand, gauging the level of the land, computing part the Jordan's fall from Meром's spring, and therewithal had ended with a river sip, which straight he spewed, here curled the lip at hearing Nehemiah, the fool! Fool meek and fulsome like to this, too old again to go to school, was never. Wonder who he is, I'll ask himself. Who art thou, say? The chief of sinners. Lack a day, I think so too, and moved away, low muttering in his ill contempt at that so Christian bafflement, and hunted up his sumpter mule intent on lunch. A pair hard by he found, the third some person sly in deeper shade had hitched, more cool. This was that mule whose rarer wine, in pannier slung and blushing shy, the Thessalonian did decline away with him in flight to take, and friendly gave them when farewell he spake. End of section 68. Section 69 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Dominican. Ah, Rome, your tie, may child clean part? Nay, tugs the mother at the heart. Strange voice that was, which three there heard, reclined upon the bank. They turned, and he, the speaker of the word, stood in the grass, with eyes that burned, how eloquent upon the group. Here urging on before our troop, he said, I caught your choral strains, spurred quicker, lighted, tied my mule behind yon clump, and, for my pains, meet three, I ween, who slight the rule of Rome, yet thence do here indeed, through strong compulsion of the need, derive fair right. Or may I err? Surprised they knew, yet made a stir of welcome, gazing on the man in white robe of Dominican, of aspect strong, though cheek was spare, yellowed with tinge athlete may wear, whom rigorous masters overtrain, when they with scourge of more and more would macerate him into power. Inwrought herewith was yet the air and open frontage frankly fair of one who'd moved in active scene and swayed men where they most convene. His party came from Saba last, camping by Lot's wave overnight, French pilgrims, so did he recite, being questioned. Thereupon they passed to matters more of pith. Debate they held, built on that hymning late, till in reply to Derwent's strain, thus warmed he, that Dominican. Crafty is Rome, you deem? Her art is simple, quarried from the heart. Rough marbles, rudiments of worth, ye win from ledges under earth. Ye trim them, fit them, make them shine in structures of a fair design. Well, fervors as obscure in birth, precious though fleeting in their dates, Rome culls, adapts, perpetuates in ordered rites. 'Tis these supply means to the masses to beautify the rude emotion, lend meet voice to organs which would fain rejoice but lack the song, and oft present to sorrow bound an instrument which liberates. Each hope, each fear between the christening and the bier still Rome provides for, and with grace and tact which hardly find a place in uninspired designs. Let be, thou Paul, shall Festus yield to thee? Cried Rolfe, and yet, in altered tone, even these fair things, change goes on. Change? Yes, but not with us. In rout sword hilts rap at the Vatican, and lo, an old man comes out. What would ye? Change! I never change. Things changing not when all things change need perish then, one might retort, nor err. Aye, things of human sort. Rome superhuman? As ye will. Brave schemes these boyish times instill, but Rome has lived 1,000 years. Shall not 1,000 years know more than nonage may? Then all the cheers which hail the good time deemed at door are but the brayings which attest the foolish, many-headed beast. Hardly that inference I own. The people once elected me to be their spokesman. In this gown I sat in legislative hall, a champion of true liberty, God's liberty for one and all, not Satan's license. Mine's the state of a staunch Catholic Democrat. Indulgent here was Derwent's smile, incredulous was Rolfe's, but he, hardly those terms ye reconcile. And yet, what is it that we see? Before the church our human race stand equal. None attain to place therein through claim of birth or fee. No monk so mean but he may dare aspire to sit in Peter's chair. Why, true, said Derwent, but what then? That sums not all. And what think men? And briefly more about the rot of Rome in Luther's time, the canker spot. Well, said the monk, I'll not gainsay some things you put. I own the shame. Reform was needed, yes, and came, reform within. But let that go. That era's gone. How fares it now? Melanchthon was forecast by thee, who fain had tempered Luther's mind. This riot of reason quite set free. Sects bisected, sects disbanded, into plain deists underhanded? Against all this stands Rome's array. Rome is the Protestant today. The Red Republic slinging flame in Europe, she is your scarlet dame. Rome stands, but who may tell the end? Relapse barbaric may impend. Dismission into ages blind, moral dispersion of mankind. Ah, God, and dropped upon the knee, these flocks which range so far from thee, leave them not to be undone. Let them not cower as twixt the sea and storm, in panic crowd and drown. He rose, resumed his previous cheer, with something of a bearing sweet. Brother, said Derwent friendly here, I'm glad to know ye, glad to meet, even though, in part, your Rome seeks ends, not mine. But see, there pass your friends. Call they your name? Yes, he said, and rose to loose his mule. You're right. We go to win the further bed of Jordan by the convent's site. A parting word. Methinks ye hold reserved objections. I'll unfold but one. Rome being fixed in form, unyielding there, how may she keep adjustment with new times? But deep below rigidities of form, the invisible nerves and tissues change adaptively, as men that range from clime to clime, from zone to zone, say Russian hosts that menace Ind, through all vicissitudes still find the body acclimate itself, while form and function hold their own. Again they call, well, you are wise. Enough, you can analogize and take my meaning. I have done. No, one more point. Science but deals with nature. Nature is not God. Never she answers our appeals, or, if she do, but mocks the clod. Call to the echo, it returns the word you send. How thrive the ferns about the ruined house of prayer in woods. One shadow falleth yet from Christian spire, Turk minaret. Consider the indifference there. So 'tis throughout. Shall science, then, which solely dealeth with this thing named nature, shall she ever bring one solitary hope to men? 'Tis Abba Father that we seek, not the artificer. I speak, but scarce may utter. Let it be. Adieu. Remember, oh, not me, but if with years should fail delight, as things unmask abroad and home, then, should ye yearn in reason's spite, remember hospitable Rome. He turned, and would have gone, but no, new matter struck him. Ere I go, yet one word more, and bear with me, whatever your belief may be. If well ye wish to humankind, be not so mad, unblessed, and blind as, in such days as thee, to try to pull down Rome. If Rome could fall, 'twould not be Rome alone, but all religion. All with Rome have tie, even the railers which deny, all but the downright anarchist, Christ-hater, read, the vitriolist. Could libertine dreams true hope disable, Rome's tomb would prove Abdon's cradle. Weigh well the Pope, though he should be despoiled of Charlemagne's great fee, cast forth, and make a begging friar, that would not quell him. No, the higher Rome's in excelsis would extol her God, her de profundis roll the deeper, let destructives mind the reserves upon reserves behind. Offence I meant not, more's to tell, but frigates meet, hail, part, farewell. And, going, he a verse did weave, or hummed in low recitative. Yearly for 1,000 years on Christmas Day the wreath appears, and the people joy together. Prithee, prince or parliament, an equal holiday invent, outlasting centuries of weather. Arrested by a trembling shell, wee tinkle of the small mass bell, a giant drops upon the knee. Thou art wise, effect as much. Let thy wisdom by a touch reverence like this decree. End of section 69. Section 70 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of Rome. Patcher of the rotten cloth, pickler of the wing of the moth, toaster of bread stale in date, tinker of the rusty plate, botcher of a crumbling tomb, pounder with the holy hammer, gaffer-gammer, Rome, the broker take your trumpery picks, paten and chalice, turn ye, lo, here's bread, here's wine, in Mexico earthquakes lay flat your crucifix. All's geology, I trow, away to your Pope Joan, go. As he the robed one decorous went, from copse that doggerel was sent, and after cry, half screened from view 'twas Margoth, who, reclined at lunch, had overheard, nor spared to munch, and thence his contumely threw. Rolfe, rising, had replied thereto, and with some heat, but Derwent's hand caught at his skirt. Nay, of what use? But wind, foul wind. Here fell a truce, which Margoth could but understand. Wiping his mouth he hied away. The student who apart though near had heard the Frank with tingling cheer awaited now the afterplay of comment, and it followed. Own, said Rolfe, he took no shallow tone, that new Saint Dominic. Who'll repay? Wilt thou? To Derwent turning. No, not I, but had our Scot been near to meet your papal nuncio, fight fire with fire. But for me here you must have marked I did abstain. Odd, odd, this man who'd make our age to Hildebrands an appanage, so able too, lit by our light, curious he should so requite, and, yes, lurked somewhat in his strain, and in his falling on the knee, those supple hinges I let be. Is the man false? No, hardly that. 'Tis difficult to tell, but see, Doubt late was an aristocrat, but now the barber's clerks do swell in cast clothes of the infidel. The more, then, one can now believe, the more one's differenced, perceive from ribald commonplace. Here Rome comes in, this intellectual man, half monk, half tribune, partisan, who, as he hints, 'tis troublesome to analyze, and thankless too, much better be a dove, and coo softly. Come then, I'll e'en agree his manner has a certain lure, disinterested, earnest, pure, and liberal. 'Tis such as he win over men. There's Rome, her camp of tried instruction. She can stamp on the recruit that's framed aright the bearing of a Bayard knight ecclesiastic. I applaud her swordsmen of the priestly sword wielded in spiritual fight. Indeed, take care, Rome lacks not charm for fervid souls. Arm ye, forearm, for sirens has she too, her race of sainted virgin ones, with grace beyond the grace of Grecian calm. For this is chill, but that how warm. A frank concession. To be sure, since Rome may never me allure by her enticing arts, since all the bias of the days that be away leans from authority, and most when hierarchical, so that the future of the Pope is cast in no fair horoscope. In brief, since Rome must still decay, less care I to disown or hide aught that she has of merit rare. Her legends, some are sweet as May, ungarnered wealth no doubt is there, too long ignored by Luther's pride, but which perchance in days divine, era whereof I read the sign, when much that sours the sects is gone, like Dorian myths the bard shall own, yes, prove the poet's second mine. All that, said Rolfe, is very fine, but Rome subsists, she lives today, she reaffirms herself, her sway seductive draws rich minds away. Some pastures, too, yield many a rover, sheep and shepherd running over. Such sheep and shepherds, let them go, they are not legion, and you know what draws. Little imports it all, overbalanced by that tidal fall of Rome and southern Europe. Come, if the tide fall here or there, be sure 'tis rolling in elsewhere. So oceanic, then, is Rome? Nay, but there's ample sea verge left, a hemisphere invites. When reft from Afric and the East its home, the church shot out through wild and wood, Germany, Gaul and Britain, Spain, colonized, Latinized, and made good her loss, and more, resolved to reign. Centuries, centuries long ago. What's that to us? I am surprised. Rome's guns are spiked, and they'll stay so. The world is now too civilized for Rome. Your noble western soil, what, that be given up for spoil? There is an unforeseen. Fate never gives a guarantee that she'll abstain from aught, and men get tired at last of being free, whether in states, or creeds, for what's the sequel? Verily, laws scribbled by lawbreakers, creeds scrawled by free-thinkers, and deeds shameful and shameless, men get sick under that curse of Frederick the Cynical. For punishment this rebel province I present to the philosophers. But how? Whole nations now philosophize, and do their own undoing now. Who's gained by all the sacrifice of Europe's revolutions? Who? The Protestant? The liberal? I do not think it, not at all. Rome and the atheist have gained. These two shall fight it out, these two. Protestantism being retained for base of operations sly by atheism. Without reply, Derwent low whistled, twitched a spray that overhung. What tree is this? The tree of knowledge, I dare say, but you don't eat. That's not amiss, the good man laughed, but changing, Oh, that a new worlder should talk so. 'Tis the new world that mannered me, yes, gave me this vile liberty to reverence not even herself. How say you? You're the queerest elf. But here's a thought I still pursue, a thought I dreamed each thinker knew. No more can men be what they've been. All's altered, earth's another scene. Man's heart is what it used to be. I don't know that. But Rome does, though, and hence her stout persistency. What mean her readopted modes, even in the enemy's abodes? Their place old emblems reassume. She bides, content to let but blow among the sects that peak and pine, incursions of her taking bloom. The censer's musk? 'Tis not the vine evangelic, branching out in fruitful latitude benign, with all her bounty round about, each cluster, shaded or in sun, still varying from each other one, but all true members, all with wine derived from Christ their stem and stock. 'Tis scarce that vine which doth unlock the fragrance that you hint of. No, the Latin plant don't flourish so. Of sad distemper 'tis the seat. Pry close, and startled you shall meet parasite bugs, black swarming ones. The monks? You jest, thinned out those drones. Considerate uncommitted eyes, charged with things manifold and wise, Rolfe turned upon good Derwent here, then changed. Fall back we must, yon mule with pannier. Come, in stream we'll cool the wine ear quaffing. Muleteer! End of section 70. Section 71 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vine and Clarel. While now, to serve the pilgrim train, the Arabs willow branches hew, for palms they serve in dearth of true, or, kneeling by the margin, stoop to brim memorial bottles up. And the Greek's wine entices too. Apart see Clarel here incline, perplexed by that Dominican, nor less by Rolfe, capricious man. I cannot penetrate him. Vine? As were Venetian slats between, he espied him through a leafy screen, luxurious there in umbrage thrown, light sprays above his temples blown, the river through the green retreat hurrying, revelling by his feet. Vine looked an overture, but said nothing, till Clarel leaned, half laid, beside him. Then, we dream, or be in Sylvan John's baptistery. May Pisa's equal beauty keep? But how bad habits persevere! I have been moralizing here like any imbecile, as thus, look how these willows overweep the waves, and plain, fleet so from us, and wherefore, whitherward away? Your best is here where wildings sway, and the light shadows blown about. Ah, tarry, for at hand's a sea whence ye shall never issue out once in. They sing back, so let be. We madcaps hymn it as we flow, short life and merry, be it so. Surprised at such a fluent turn, the student did but listen, learn. Putting aside the twigs which screened, again Vine spake, and lightly leaned. Look, in yon vault so leafy dark, at deep end lit by gemmy spark of mellowed sunbeam in a snare, over the stream, aye, just through there, the sheik on that celestial mare shot, fading. Clan of outcast Hagar, well do ye come by spear and dagger. Yet in your bearing ye outvie our western redmen, chiefs that stalk in mud paint, whirl the tomahawk. But in these Nimrods noted you the natural language of the eye, burning or liquid, flame or dew, as still the changeable, quick mood made transit in the wayward blood. Methought therein one might espy, for all the wildness, thoughts refined by the old Asia's dreamful mind. But hark, a bird? Pure as the rain, which diamondeth with lucid grain the white swan in the April hours, floating between two sunny showers upon the lake, while buds unroll. So pure, so virginal in shrine of true unworldliness looked vine. Ah, clear sweet ether of the soul, mused Clarel, holding him in view. Prior advances unreturned, not here he recked of, while he yearned. Oh, now but for communion true and close, let go each alien theme, give me thyself. But Vine, at will, dwelling upon his wayward dream, nor as suspecting Clarel's thrill of personal longing, rambled still. Methinks they show a lingering trace of some quite unrecorded race, such as the book of Job implies. What ages of refinings wise must have forerun what there is writ, more ages than have followed it. At Lydda late, as chance would have, some tribesmen from the south I saw, their tents pitched in the Gothic nave, the ruined one. Disowning law, not lawless lived they, no indeed. Their chief, why, one of Sidney's clan, a slayer, but chivalric man. And chivalry, with all that breed, was Arabic or Saracen in source, they tell. But, as men stray further from Ararat away, pity it were they did recede in carriage, manners, and the rest. But no, for ours the palm indeed in bland amenities far west. Come now, for pastime let's complain, grudged thanks, Columbus, for thy main. Put back, as 'twere, assigned by fate to fight crude nature o'er again. By slow degrees we recreate. But then, alas, in Arab camps, no lack, they say, no lack of scamps. Divided mind knew Clarel here, the heart's desire did interfere. Thought he, how pleasant in another such sallies, or in thee, if said, after confidings that should wed our souls in one. Ah, call me brother. So feminine his passionate mood, which, long as hungering unfed, all else rejected or withstood. Some inklings he let fall, but no, here over Vine there slid a change, a shadow such as thin may show, gliding along the mountain range, and deepening in the gorge below. Does Vine's rebukeful dusking say, why, on this vernal bank today, why bring oblations of thy pain to one who hath his share? Here fain would lap him in a chance reprieve? Lives none can help ye, that believe. Art thou the first soul tried by doubt? Shalt prove the last? Go, live it out. But for thy fonder dream of love in man toward man, the soul's caress, the negatives of flesh should prove analogies of non-cordialness in spirit. E'en such conceits could cling to Clarel's dream of vain surmise and imputation full of sting. But, glancing up, unwarned he saw what serious softness in those eyes bent on him. Shyly they withdraw. Enslaver, wouldst thou but fool me with bitter-sweet, sly sorcery, pride's pastime? Or wouldst thou indeed, since things unspoken may impede, let flow thy nature, but forbar? Nay, dizzard, sick these feelings are. How findest place within thy heart for such solicitudes apart from Ruth, self-taxings? But a sign came here indicative from Vine, who with a reverent, hushed air his view directed toward the glade beyond, wherein a niche was made of leafage, and a kneeler there, the meek one, on whom, as he prayed, a golden shaft of mellow light, oblique through vernal cleft above, and making his pale forehead bright, scintillant fell. By such a beam from heaven descended erst the dove on Christ emerging from the stream. It faded. 'Twas a transient ray. and, quite unconscious of its sheen, the suppliant rose and moved away, not dreaming that he had been seen. When next they saw that innocent, from prayer such cordial had he won, that all his aspect of content as with the oil of gladness shone. Less aged looked he, and his cheer took language in an action here. The train now mustering in line, each pilgrim with a river palm in hand, except indeed the Jew, the saint the headstall need entwine with wreathage of the same. When new they issued from the wood, no charm the ass found in such idle gear superfluous. With her long ear she flapped it off, and the next thrust of hoof imprinted it in dust. Meek hands, mused Vine, vainly ye twist fair garland for the realist. The Hebrew, noting whither bent Vine's glance, a word in passing lent. Ho, tell us how it comes to be that thou who rank'st not with beginners regard have for yon chief of sinners. Yon chief of sinners? So names he himself. For one I'll not express how I do loathe such lowliness. End of section 71.